Hi, welcome back guys. This is your Sensei, back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Naruto Was Sent to Pokegirl World. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. 18 years ago, the Kyuubi no Kitsune, the nine-tailed fox, the Lord of Demons, attacked the village of Kanehigakure. In a desperate bid to save his village, the leader of Kanehigakure, the Yondaime Hokage, Namikaze Minato, sacrificed his life to seal the demon into his newborn son. Fearing that his countless enemies would seek to assassinate his newborn son, Minato named his son Uzumaki Naruto, taking his last name from Minato's wife, Uzumaki Kushina. Naruto's parentage was also kept secret, so that he would be kept safe. The Sandaime Hokage then took office again and passed a law, stating that it was an offense punishable by death to reveal to Naruto that he held the demon within him, hoping that Naruto would be allowed to live a normal life. However, it was all for naught. The adults viewed him as the demon itself and not the container. While they could not tell their children about the demon within him, they simply passed their hatred of Naruto down to the younger generation. Because his parents had died fighting the Kyuubi, Naruto was placed in the orphanage. Unfortunately, the head of the orphanage hated Naruto deeply, and when Naruto was 3, she finally had enough of him and kicked him out. Naruto lived on the streets for a whole year before the Sandaime found out about the situation and gave him a small apartment to live in as well as money for his daily necessities. When he was 9, the Sandaime registered him into the Shinobi Academy as he was frequently abused by the villagers and he wanted Naruto to have a means to protect himself. Unfortunately, the teachers were biased against him, preventing him from learning anything useful. He then resorted to being a class clown in order to garner attention. At the age of 12, Naruto failed the academy test for the 3rd time, causing him to be expelled. Mizuki, one of the teachers who hated him, tricked Naruto into thinking that there was a special test that he could take in order to pass. Following Mizuki's instructions, Naruto stole the scroll of forbidden techniques from the Hokage's vault and while waiting for Mizuki to turn up, learnt one of the techniques within, the Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, which allowed him to create corporeal copies of himself. Eventually, Irika, one of the teachers who saw Naruto as a boy with a heavy burden and not the demon that he contained, showed up. Protecting Naruto from a sudden assault from Mizuki, he obtained a grievous injury in the process. Finally obtaining one person who truly cared for him other than the Sandaime Hokage, Naruto changed his dream then. He would become Hokage not to gain acknowledgement, but to protect those precious to him like Irika. Using his vast reserves of chakra, the energy ninja used to power their techniques, Naruto created 1,000 Kage Bunshin and proceeded to beat up Mizuki. Seeing that Naruto had mastered such a high-level jutsu, Irika gave Naruto his own Hittai-8, forehead protector, signifying that Naruto had passed the test and was officially a shinobi of Kanehigakure. He was then placed on a team with Uchiha Sasuke and Haruno Sakura with Hatake Kakashi as his Jounin sensei. Sasuke was the last of his clan having been slaughtered by his brother, Uchiha Itachi. Thus, Sasuke grew power-hungry, living only to kill his brother and thus achieve his revenge. He was the Rookie of the Year and thus had hordes of fangirls chasing after him. Haruno Sakura was the top kunoichi in the class, relying on book smarts to achieve the best grades. Having very low chakra reserves, she had almost perfect control of her chakra. However, she knew no techniques except those taught in the academy. She was Naruto's crush, but she herself, like many others, was a fervent fangirl of Sasuke. Hatake Kakashi, also known as Sharingan Kakashi or Kappinen Kakashi in other ninja villages, possessed the Sharingan, the bloodline of the Uchihas obtained from his teammate. He was the student of the Yondaime Hokage and had a very sad past that he never revealed to others. On their first major mission, a C-rank mission to protect a bridge builder, Tsunade from the country of Wave, they encountered an A-rank missing Nin Momochi Zabuza and his apprentice Haku who possessed a bloodline to control water and ice, both of whom were sent by the tyrant Gato to assassinate Tsunade. They clashed on the bridge that Tsunade was building with Kakashi taking on Zabuza and Naruto and Sasuke taking on Haku. In the battle, Sasuke awakened his bloodline limit, the Sharingan. However, while it did help, it still proved futile as Haku was simply too skilled. Finally, in a bid to save Naruto, Sasuke took the blow meant for Naruto. Enraged at his best friend and rival's perceived death, Naruto called on the power of the Kyuubi for the first time, allowing him to overpower Haku. When the fight was over, it was revealed that Sasuke was merely placed in a near-death state and Team 7 emerged whole and with more experience. As gratitude to Naruto for reviving the courage in the people of Wave, They named the bridge the Great Naruto Bridge. When they returned, Kakashi nominated Team 7 for the Chunin exams. All proceeded well until the second part of the exams where they encountered one of the Densetsu no Sannin, Orochimaru, a missing nin of Konohagakure. He proceeded to place a curse seal on Sasuke before leaving. In the 1-month break that the Genins had to prepare for the finals, Naruto met another of the Densetsu no Sannin, Jiraiya, the teacher of the Yondaime Hokage, taught him how to summon toads that the Yondaime Hokage had summoned as well. In the finals, Naruto faced off against the previous year's Rookie of the Year, Hyuga Neji, and managed to change his view of life. Shortly after that, an invasion occurred and Naruto faced off against the Jinchuriki of Suna, Sabaku no Gaara, once again obtaining a victory thought summoning the Toad Boss. Through his unwavering determination to protect his teammates, he managed to convince Gaara that true strength came from wanting to protect others, thus changing Gaara's outlook in the process. Due to the Sandaime's death when fighting Orochimaru, Jiraiya and Naruto were sent to find Tsunade, another of the Densetsu no Sannin, to be the Godaime Hokage. Along the way, they encountered Uchiha Itachi when Sasuke mysteriously appeared, charging straight at Itachi before being soundly beaten. Itachi then escaped with his partner, Hoshigaki Kisame, when it was apparent that they were outclassed by Jiraiya. Jiraiya then started to teach Naruto the Rasengan, a deadly move created by the Yondaime Hokage which allowed him to beat Orochimaru's sidekick, Kabuto, when they appeared. After Tsunade had agreed to become the Godaime Hokage, the minions of Orochimaru, the sound force snuck into Konohagakure, tempting Sasuke to run to Orochimaru with promises of power that full control of the cursed seal would give him. Desperate after being so soundly beaten by Itachi, Sasuke agreed to leave and together they fled Konoha. Sakura however caught Sasuke in the act of leaving and reported the incident the next day, after which a retrieval team was sent after Sasuke. Sasuke and Naruto then had a showdown at the Valley of the End with Sasuke emerging as the victor as Naruto refused to deal the last blow that would kill Sasuke, someone he deemed as his brother. After Naruto had recovered from the heavy wounds that Sasuke inflicted on him, Jiraiya took Naruto on a 3-year training trip to keep him from being captured by Akatsuki, an organization that wanted to capture all the 9 Bijou-tailed demons. Akatsuki was composed of many S-class ninjas, of which Uchiha Itachi and his partner were part of. Finally, after the 3 years, Naruto and Sasuke clashed once again, and though Naruto once again failed to bring Sasuke back to Konoha, he did prevent Orochimaru from taking control of Sasuke's body, which was Orochimaru's ultimate aim. Downtrodden with his lack of success, Naruto threw himself into his training, preparing for the time 3 years later when Orochimaru would once again try to take over Sasuke's body. Finally, the 3 years deadline ended and Orochimaru tried to take over Sasuke's body, only to be overpowered by the teen who was now much stronger. Sasuke then killed him and took control of Otogakure, the village that Orochimaru was leading. Because of the malignant influence of the cursed seal, Sasuke slowly turned insane and then launched an attack against Konoha. Naruto had finished off the Akatsuki including Itachi. Because of this, Sasuke's sole dream, his drive to live had disappeared and in his deranged state, he pinned the blame on Naruto who had stolen everything from him. Leading the forces to defend Konohagakure was Naruto, who was now feared throughout the world as his training had made him one of the strongest beings in the world. The only one even coming close to his strength was Sasuke, who had spurred himself to work harder when he heard of Naruto's achievements. Finally, after 3 years, the two rivals would clash once again. Naruto glared straight into the fully matured Sharingan of Sasuke, trying to find even a hint of humanity left in him. Sasuke had accessed the full power of the cursed seal, turning him into a monster. Hand-like wings protruded from his back. His skin darkened in color and his normal black hair had lengthened and turned ivory white. Finally, a cross-shaped mark had appeared on his face, making him look like a very terrifying monster indeed. Meanwhile, Naruto had tapped into the Kyuubi's chakra, causing red chakra to flow out from him, making him look as if he was on flames. His pupils had turned to slits and turned from his normal blue color to a blood red color. His nails and canines had lengthened as well and 7 ethereal tails floated behind him. One of the parts of his training was training himself to fully utilize the Kyuubi's chakra without losing control of himself like he had in the past. While he could not go beyond 7 tails worth of power, he trusted that this would be enough to defeat Sasuke. The two rivals had been fighting for a very long time and it was evident from the looks of the battlefield. Craters pockmarked the land, trees were completely severed or burnt and rubble of multiple rocks lay scattered everywhere. The effect of using the Kyuubi's chakra for such an extended period of time was taking its toll on him, and he knew that Sasuke was also suffering from using the cursed seal for such a long time. It was time to end this battle. He looked up and he saw that Sasuke had the same idea as he was performing the hand seals for his most powerful technique. The Yami Chidori, whereby he channeled the evil chakra of the cursed seal into the Chidori, turning it a sickly purple. Meanwhile, Naruto concentrated and formed his most powerful jutsu so far, the Udama Futon, Raisin Shuriken, whereby he took the Rasengan that his father had created and added wind element manipulation and the chakra of the Kyuubi into it, creating a technique that could decimate an entire city wall with ease. The two charged at each other, their techniques roaring, and they clashed in a massive explosion, both of them struggling to gain supremacy over each other. Cease this foolishness, Sasuke. I will not let you destroy Konoha even if it costs my life, Naruto shouted. He was mine. I am an avenger. All that I had left was my vengeance, but you had to take it away from me. I will show you now what it feels like to lose your dream, your sole reason for living. Sasuke snarled as he pushed against Naruto. Now I shall lead my forces and finish off Konoha. Can't be Hokage over a wasteland, right? Sasuke mocked. Come to think of it, you can't be Hokage there if you die right here. With that, he moved his arm forward with renewed vigor, pushing Naruto back a few inches. In retaliation, Naruto dug his heels and pumped even more chakra into his Udama Raisin Shuriken, causing Sasuke to lose the ground he had gained. Sasuke bit back a curse as he struggled against Naruto. While he had before grudgingly respected Naruto's tenacity, this was just too much. No one should have been able to take the amount of punishment that Naruto had taken and still put up such a fight. For God's sake, Naruto had plowed through half of his forces before fighting him while he had engaged Naruto fresh. Suddenly, he caught movement from the corner of his eyes. Twisting his head a little bit, he saw that it was the elites from Konoha, the previous Rookie 9 and Team Guy along with Tsunade as well as the Suna trio Temari, Kankuro and Gaara. He smirked as he saw a familiar pink color approaching them. Sasuke grimaced. This meant that his forces were either wiped out or in retreat, no doubt due to the blonde right in front of him. However, they could serve his purpose quite well. Naruto saw a smirk on Sasuke's face and looking to the side, he saw what was making Sasuke smirk. His blood chilled. He knew what Sasuke was planning and he would not allow it. Moving his Udama Raisin Shuriken to the right, he allowed Sasuke's Yami Chidori to continue on. Its path unimpeded, plunging straight into his heart before his Udama Raisin Shuriken impacted with Sasuke and ripped him to shreds. Naruto cried out in pain as the arm embedded in his chest was forcefully pulled away from him, widening the wound and causing blood to gush out from the chest. He collapsed onto the floor, blood pooling around him. Naruto's comrades sprinted to his side, calling him frantically all the while. Hinata stared at Naruto's dead body, too stunned to say anything, merely able to shed tears for her crush's untimely death. She had always admired his determination and his ability to change others for the better. He was the one who changed her as well, giving her the courage needed to survive in this cruel world. But now he was gone. Neji knelt beside Naruto, the infamous composure of the Hyugas gone as he stared at the one who had changed him for the better. Naruto, you promised that you would be Hokage and help me change the Hyugas. Isn't your Nindo to not break your word? Neji uttered as he gripped Naruto's hand tightly. His teammates placed their hands on his shoulder, also distressed at the sight of Naruto in this state. Tsunade could only stare at Naruto's broken body while memories of her dead loved ones flashed through her mind. Was she cursed to see all that she cared for die right in front of her? First there were Dan and Nawaki, then Jiraiya and now Naruto too? It was just too unfair. Sakura openly wept at the death of her teammate. Before she had totally ignored Naruto or treated him like trash, preferring to instead chase after Sasuke. However, Naruto had continued protecting her, even at the risk of his own life. Now, he had died because of her. She knew what Sasuke's plan was likely to be the moment she saw him glance at them. Sasuke would turn away from Naruto and probably plunge the Yami Chidori into her, killing her. It was no big secret that while Naruto had given up on Sakura as a love interest, he had instead started treating Sakura as the sister he never had and was very protective of her. If Sasuke had killed her, or even any of the other, Sakura was sure that Naruto's mind would probably be broken, blaming himself for not being able to protect those he deemed as his precious people. However, what was most surprising was Gaara's reaction. Gaara had walked over to Naruto, kneeling down beside him, not even caring that the blood soaked into his pants. Taking out a golden Tsunade, he placed it on Naruto's chest. Uzumaki Naruto, you are an honorary shinobi of Sungakure and your deeds will forever be remembered. He intoned solemnly. On the other hand, when they thought about it again, it was not so surprising. It was after all Naruto who had turned Gaara into the caring Kazekage that he was now, and he was the one who had gone after Akatsuki when they had kidnapped Gaara in order to extract the Shikaku from him. The rest of Naruto's comrades merely stood there gazing at him, mourning in their own way. Suddenly, an utterly evil and malevolent chakra washed over them, causing them to freeze in terror. Naruto's body was floating in mid-air amidst an inferno of chakra. One thought immediately crossed the mind of everyone present. Is the Kyuubi escaping? Even though they were exhausted, they shifted into battle stances and prepared to do battle should the Kyuubi escape somehow. They would respect Naruto's actions and protect Konoha with their life like he had done so. Meanwhile, in Naruto's mindscape, things were going differently. I imagined my last moment to be kissing Sakura-chan while bidding farewell to everyone, not staring at a giant fur ball. Naruto deadpanned. Silence, insolent meat bag. I shall not die today because of your foolish actions, snarled the Kyuubi as it used its tails to carve demonic runes into the floor of its cage. Naruto looked on with curiosity before he remarked, you do know that whatever you do, the seal combined with my willpower will prevent you from escaping, right? I have long been resigned with the fact that I shall remain trapped within you forever, flesh bag. Now keep quiet and let me do my work. The Kyuubi snarled. Well, it appears that you have gone senile then. Even you chakra cannot heal me when my heart is totally gone. Oh well, it was bound to happen sooner or later anyways. You have already lived for over 10,000 years after all, Naruto snickered. The Kyuubi merely ignored him as it drew some seals around the runes. Naruto scratched his head trying to remember where he had seen those particular seals before as they looked very familiar. Wait a minute, those are seals that deal with ripping open a dimensional portal. I know because almost all of my stuff is stored within those dimensional portals. You must be joking, Kyuubi. That harebrained scheme of yours will never work. Who knows what you might unleash on the world? Naruto screamed as he rushed forward into the cage that the Kyuubi was sealed in, with the intent of stopping the Kyuubi. However, he was too late as the Kyuubi had already completed the seals. Naruto was slammed against the walls of the cage as the Kyuubi poured forth all of its chakra into the seals, causing them to glow red before turning into a bright white flash. In the real world, the chakra around Naruto suddenly subsided before a bright flash emanated from Naruto's body, and when those gathered had regained control of their sight, Naruto's body was nowhere to be seen. Travis stopped and collapsed at the foot of a tree, leaning against the trunk as he was utterly exhausted. His Bulbasaur, Beatrice, copied his movements and sighed in relief as she finally got some rest. There were rumors that a Frostwelp had been sighted in the forests nearby. What a Frostwelp was doing here so far away out in a temperate area, he did not know, but it did not matter. He was still a rookie, having been a tamer for only a month, and if he managed to capture such a rare and powerful Pokegirl, his reputation would definitely increase. Suddenly he saw a bright flash of light around 1 kilometer away to their right. Looking at Beatrice, they nodded simultaneously as they headed towards the origins of the flash. That might be where the Frostwelp was, or at the very least they should be able to gather some leads as to the location of the Frostwelp. What they saw when they arrived sickened them. In the middle of a crater lay a blonde male who was about 180 centimeters tall. He wore black pants that had been burnt off near the knees. His shirt was gone, exposing the horrible wound that the blonde had. There was a huge hole in his chest that Travis was sure that he could put his arm through, not that he would want to, and he could see the rib cage and even the heart of the man. Travis barely resisted the urge to vomit, although his Pokegirl failed to do so. Being brought up in a poke ranch, Beatrice led a relatively sheltered life, and something like this was way beyond what she could handle. As Travis looked closer though, he saw that the wounds on the blonde were actually healing visibly. He could see the muscles knit back together and new skin grow. In a few moments, other than all the blood and the scar on the blonde's chest, there was no evidence of the blonde ever being injured so seriously. Travis knelt right beside the blonde. Even though the wounds had been healed, the blonde was still far from safe. He still remained unnaturally pale and his pulse was very weak, barely discernible in fact. Calling Beatrice over after she had finished regurgitating her previous meal, he told her to use her vine whip to carry him before setting off for the poke center in town. That Frostwelp would just have to wait. 3 days later, Travis found himself in front of a room door waiting for permission to enter. He had received a call from the poke center, telling him that the blonde he had rescued had awoken. Seeing as there were absolutely no records on the blonde, They had decided to peg Travis with the job of looking after the blonde until he recovered, seeing as he was the one who had rescued the blonde. Finally, a weak "come in" was heard and Travis entered, with Beatrice and the nurse Joy behind him. The moment he entered, he was the recipient to a cry of, "What the F is that?" Taking a moment to recover his bearings from the flash, he instantly turned on the QB, only to be utterly shocked at what he saw. The QB was normally extremely large, with malevolent red eyes, 9 tails waving in the air and a constant oppressive aura being exuded. What he saw now, though, was a shadow of what the QB had been. It had shrunk until it was shorter than he was, about 160 centimeters, and while it still retained the aura and the eyes, the effects were greatly lessened. What shocked Naruto the most, though, was the fact that the QB had only 1 tail. "What the F happened, QB?" Naruto exclaimed. The QB raised its head to look at him, before simply lying down and resting its head on its paws. Naruto was going to march over and demand an answer when the QB answered him. "I saved your life. That is what happened, mortal." Naruto merely stood there, waiting for further explanation. The QB finally got tired of Naruto staring at it and elaborated. "What I did was to try and reverse the flow of time by a few seconds, back to just before the red-eyed boy with the black lightning incinerated your heart. However, if I just did that, the whole flow of time in your world would be warped, therefore I had to throw in interdimensional travel so that the reversing of time happened when you were traveling in between the dimensions, thus affecting nothing. The moment you arrived, my chakra went to work, healing your wounds. As for my current state..." Here, the QB paused for a while, clearly distressed at the loss of its power. Reversing the flow of time requires a tremendous amount of energy, even if it's just a few seconds. Don't forget the energy required to rip apart the dimensional fabric, pass through it, and rip yet another hole. Because your bloody father sealed only my soul and not my body into you, what you see here is pure energy. Therefore, when the energy required was more than I had in my reserves, it took away my tails and a lot of my body away to compensate, reducing me into this pitiable state. Naruto pondered over the QB's explanation before he found something strange. "Wait, where did all of your chakra go then? I know what no matter what energy cannot disappear. It would still dissipate and remain as chakra residue. However, for such a huge amount of energy expended, just having residue is impossible." "Ah, you do have brains in that skull of yours." Naruto merely glared at the QB. "Well, you see, the energy was built up in your world but released in between the dimensions. However, the energy cannot exist in between the dimensions. Nothing can. Therefore, it returned to your body as chakra." "Your chakra?" Naruto took a moment to digest, making sure that he had heard everything clearly. "So that means that..." "Yes, it means that you are now the equal or superior of the Hachibi in terms of raw power. Now, return to your body and rest. You need time to heal your injuries as well, get used to new amount of chakra. I refuse to die after all I have done merely because you did not take care of yourself." Too stunned from the earlier revelations to disobey, Naruto exited his mindscape, let the darkness envelope him. Naruto regained consciousness slowly, fighting against the sunlight that was shooting straight into his eyes. When he heard footsteps approaching the room he was in, though, his shinobi training took over. His eyes snapped open and his muscles tensed. He immediately memorized everything he could of his surroundings. He was lying on a soft white bed, with tubes and wires connected to him. The tubes and wires led to a beeping machine that he recognized as a hospital tool used to monitor one's heartbeat. Looking around, he saw that there were only possible portals for exit, a door and a window. Added to that, other than the bed, the machines, a table and some chairs, there was absolutely nothing he could use as a weapon. Attempting to channel some of his chakra, he found that it was much more concentrated, probably a result of the QB's chakra becoming his, and almost uncontrollable. This left only taijutsu as his weapons were all gone. Flexing his muscles, he grinned as he noticed that all of his muscles were in working condition and in fact much denser than they had been before the incident. His speed, strength and reflexes had increased exponentially, and he was sure that even without jutsus, he would be able to take down many opponents before he went down. His sense had evidently also improved, as he had heard the person when the person was still at least 4 rooms away. Sniffing the air, he found that the scent of the person was distinctly female and not quite human. Tensing his muscles, Naruto prepared to pounce upon the strange non-human that was approaching him. When the door opened, though, what he saw made him very confused. Holding a clipboard was a redhead who was dressed in a nurse's uniform. Upon noticing that he was awake, the nurse greeted him with a smile. Hello there. My name is Candace. Now lay still while I do some final checks, alright? Naruto let the nurse do her as he tried to decipher what his senses told him. His eyes told him that the nurse was a human while his nose told him that the nurse was in fact not human. In the end though, he decided that it did not matter as she did not seem to wish harm on him. Excuse me, sir? Are you alright? Naruto realized to his chagrin that he had been spacing out for a very long while the nurse was talking to him. If Ero Sennin, what he calls Jiraiya, ever knew of this, his training would most likely be doubled. A ninja was supposed to be fully aware of his surroundings. Sir? Hello. The nurse asked as she waved a hand right in front of Naruto's face. Naruto realized that he had once again zoned out. This had to stop immediately. Sorry there, Candace, right? The nurse nodded, showing Naruto that he gotten the nurse's name right. Well, you see, I don't really remember what happened, so I was trying to regain my bearings. I'm really sorry if I offended you. Naruto apologized while mentally congratulating himself. The amnesia excuse was the most often applied but most effective method as people would feel pity for the victim and not question the victim too much. Since he was not a native of this dimension, if he did not know something that was supposed to be common knowledge, he could play it off as his amnesia. He was so smart. He noticed, though, that the nurse had seemed shocked when he had apologized to her. He decided that it was a trick of the light, though, as the nurse's expression had returned to normal. Well, everything is working fine, so just wait right here while I call up your rescuer and finalize the papers for your discharge, okay? Naruto simply nodded before going back to his musings. He would have to get more information about this dimension. Perhaps this rescuer could help him. After all, every good shinobi, that information can be the key to a successful mission or your death. Breaking out of his thoughts, Naruto decided that since he could not act without information and the information would not be arriving until some time later, he might as well use this time to gain as much control over his new chakra as he could. Getting up, he channeled chakra to his feet and proceeded to try and walk up the walls. 3 hours later, Naruto smirked as he stood upside down on the ceiling like a bat. Where before it had taken him 3 days to master this exercise, now he took only 3 hours. His ears twitched as he once again heard footsteps approaching his room. Dropping down to the floor lightly, he leapt onto his bed and waited for the nurse and his rescuer to arrive. The first to step, though, was a male of a height of around 170 centimeters, had brown hair and gray eyes. He was wearing jeans, a white t-shirt as well as a black vest. All in all, he looked normal. What stepped through next, though, utterly shocked Naruto. It was evident that it was a female from the huge BRSDS that she had, was green in color. Her skin and hair were both a deep green, with small darker patches of green patterning her skin in just like a cheetah's spots. Since it was only wearing a shirt that came to just below her BRSS, the most damning evidence that she was not a human was displayed for the whole world to see. There was a large plant bulb, about the size of a rec ball, growing on her lower back. When he was part of ANBU, he had been trained to keep silent and simply observe. However, all of this training went flying out of his head the moment he saw the creature. Thus, he could not control himself and he cried out, "What the F is that?" Travis was taken aback at the sudden cry. Looking at the blonde, he noticed that the blonde was gesturing wildly at Beatrice. While many tamers treated their pokegirls as thrash or worse, he respected his pokegirl very much, and he was not going to let some idiot insult his pokegirl by insinuating that Beatrice was a thing. Candace, however, seemed to know what he was thinking as she moved to restrain him. "Don't make such a big fuss. He has amnesia, most likely gotten from whatever happened to him, and thus it is likely that he has forgotten all about the existence of pokegirls." "Oh," was all Travis could say as he felt slightly guilty at his reaction. "It's nice to know that there are tamers who treat us pokegirls like people instead of creatures," Candace said as she smiled at Travis. Travis smiled back at Candace. "Well, I guess we should go fill him in on what he does not know then," Travis said as he walked towards the blonde. Naruto sighed as he lay back on the bed. He was currently in Travis' guest room. Travis had offered Naruto a room to stay in and said that Naruto could pay him the rent next time when he earned enough money. Since his chakra control was nowhere near perfect yet, he gratefully accepted Travis' offer. He had spent the whole day learning about the world that he was currently in. It was different. Very, very different. Apparently, the green-skinned creature that he had encountered earlier on was something called a Pokegirl, a Bulbasaur to be exact. Pokegirls were rampant throughout the world, a result of the experiments of a mad scientist named Tsunade, a master of technology and magic. This is the person responsible for the creation of Pokegirls and the scars created from his war. A great pervert, mage, and scientist, he created the Pokegirls as his slaves and later as his way to get revenge. After he was discovered to be doing genetic experiments, it was initially thought his first lab was destroyed, and from the destroyed lab came the cursed Jusenkyo spell dump. Several years later, Sasuke came back and this time he used his powers to unleash a nightmare to the people of the earth. Sasuke's revenge lasted for a great many years. Sasuke's revenge was basically him introducing humanity to his form of hell. A plague which killed millions and left nearly all females sterile, soldiers that were far beyond the powers of existing science, and other things the world thought only existed in fairy tales. The war united the world, which at the time was divided into something called nations, and sparked research into developing something that could combat Sasuke's super soldiers, the Pokegirls. The most famous battle was the Battle of Sanbei, where the first energy weapons were used and the beginning of the Tamer forces was created. Sasuke's forces were barely defeated, thanks to the discovery that wild Pokegirls can be controlled by chosen people called Tamers. Also, since most human females had been rendered infertile thanks to the plague, it was discovered that Pokegirls could bear human children as well as Pokegirls, males always human and some females human. However, almost all technology had been lost except those that dealt with stolen technology on Pokegirls. After Sasuke's revenge had been fought, the need for tamers still existed as most Pokegirls had become feral and uncontrolled. Now, several hundred years after Sasuke's revenge, humanity is just beginning to recover. Pokegirls are now somewhat accepted, tamers are now accepted as full-time jobs, pureblood human females are getting rarer since most breeding is done with Pokegirls, technology has been slowly losing its bad reputation from Sasuke, and humans must learn the full extent of the world they live in now. Naruto was curious about these tamers that kept popping up during the discussion and after some questioning he finally understood what they were. A tamer was a person whose primary job was to make sure that the feral Pokegirls of the world don't finish what Sasuke tried to do. In order to do this, they had to tame other Pokegirls to fight for them, as the only effective way to fight a Pokegirl is with another Pokegirl. In order for a tamer to be official, they must pass a somewhat easy test to gain their basic license. After passing the test, tamers will be given identifications saying what they are, normally a Pokédex, 6 Pokeball, a copy of the award-winning book Taming for Dummies, and congratulations. In order for them to have more than 6 Pokegirls, they must pass a more advanced test for a storage license. No matter what level the tamer is at or what they have passed, they are only allowed to carry 6 Pokegirls with them at any time. Tamers are considered to be fulfilling a league function in their jobs, i.e. taming is not part of the private sector, but they are not paid for what they do. They survive by living off the land, as detailed in Taming for Dummies, since the book has everything a tamer needs to know, and by frequently visiting the ever-helpful poke centers. Most tamers have family and friends they can also count on for extra cash, clothing, food, and shelter as well. While taming was mentioned frequently, Naruto just took it to be training the Pokegirls. After all, tamers were supposed to use Pokegirls to fight other Pokegirls, right? How could they fight if they were not trained adequately? But the one fact that caught Naruto's interest was the fact that traveling all over the world was expected of a tamer. While he did not hold much hope, perhaps he might be able to find a way to get back to his dimension without expending the amount of energy that the QB had if he traveled around as a tamer. The QB was made of pure energy while he was still human. The process of opening the dimensional portals again might very well kill him. Seeing as he would not be getting much sleep tonight with all of these thoughts in his head, he decided to train. A good training exercise did always make him feel much more relaxed. Sliding open the window silently, he crouched on the windowsill measuring the distance between where he was currently and the rooftop of the closest building. Channeling some chakra to his legs, he tensed his legs and jumped, easily clearing the distance and landing on the rooftop. Running across the rooftop, he jumped to another rooftop when he reached the edge. He continued in this fashion until he reached the forest where he was found and headed in deep enough so that the noise from his training would not affect others. Naruto crept into his room and slid the window close. It had been a good exercise. Tiring and fulfilling, ensuring that he would get a good night's sleep. Now came the part that he dreaded the most. When a Kagebunshin is dispersed, all of its memories are transferred back to the ninja who created the clones. Thus, they are a very effective means of training as they would cut down the time needed to understand a concept and the like. Even the increase in chakra control was also passed along. Also, since they required a high amount of chakra, continually producing Kagebunshin would increase one's chakra reserves. However, with the huge amount of chakra that Naruto now had, he created over 10,000 Kagebunshin to train with. Therefore, when he released his technique, 10,000 memories would flow into his head. The human brain was not made to handle such abuse. Luckily for Naruto, he had the Kyuubi's chakra to heal the damage done. Bracing himself, he released the technique and he was immediately assaulted with the memories of each individual clone. Due to the information overload, he lost consciousness and sank into blissful sleep. Waking up early the next morning, Naruto went through his daily rituals and put on his new clothes, a black t-shirt and black pants, that he had borrowed from Travis before walking to the dining table where breakfast was being placed. Breakfast today consisted of ham, bacon, eggs and pancakes cooked by Beatrice. Thanking Beatrice for the heavenly-smelling meal, Naruto muttered a quick "ifidakamu" before stuffing himself full. Travis and his Pokegirl looked on in amazement as Naruto devoured his 16th pancake. This was after 8 slices of bacon, 2 eggs and 8 slices of ham. "Where do you put it all?" Travis asked in wonder as Naruto started on his 18th pancake. Beatrice merely beamed, happy at finding someone who appreciated her cooking so much. Travis never did manage to finish off all of what Beatrice had cooked. After knowing more about Pokegirls yesterday, Naruto had apologized profusely to Beatrice for his outburst when he first saw Beatrice. While it was only one more person, Beatrice was happy to have found someone else other than Travis who respected her as a person and not as a creature or SLV like other tamers did. Added to that, this same person enjoyed her cooking. It was perfect. Suddenly, Travis' comlink beeped loudly, indicating that someone was trying to contact him. Opening it up, he found that it was Candace, the nurse Joy, who was trying to contact him. "Travis, you told me to contact you with the Frostwelp was sighted, right?" Travis nodded, hoping that his intuition was right. He was right. "Well, I received a patient just now who was attacked by the Frostwelp 5 kilometers into the forest. Roughly 1 o'clock from your house." Travis muttered a quick thank you before returning Beatrice to her Pokeball and sprinted out of the house, Naruto right behind him. "Naruto, why are you following me? This is dangerous and you just recovered." Travis asked while continuing at a dead sprint. "Don't worry, I feel a lot better already. Besides, I was thinking about being a tamer and seeing a real live battle would help me make a better decision than any book would." Travis nodded at Naruto's explanation. It was logical. Added to that, he saw that Naruto was keeping up easily with him, not even breaking a sweat while Travis himself was already panting. They finally arrived at the area where the Frostwelp had appeared. There were deep gashes in the trunks of the trees that were frosted over as well as some crater on the ground. The Frostwelp had definitely come here. Travis released Beatrice while Naruto extended his chakra outwards, searching for any chakra signatures. Suddenly, he detected a chakra moving towards them at speeds that no normal animal should be able to achieve. Realizing that it was the Frostwelp, Naruto was just in time to push Travis away before his head was severed from his neck. Grabbing hold of the Frostwelp's outstretched arm, he used her momentum against her, throwing her into a tree. Naruto reached to his side for a katana before he realized that it had already been broken by Sasuke's Kusanagi. That second of hesitation cost him as the Frostwelp recovered from his throw and sprang at him. Naruto dodged to his right immediately. However, he still received a nick on his cheek which was slowly coated by a layer of ice. A second slower and it would have been his eyes. The Frostwelp hissed in frustration as she crouched down. Preparing to attack, Naruto took a second to evaluate his opponent while Travis took out his Pokédex. The Frostwelp's complexion was milk-white, with white hair and silver eyes. She stood at about 165 centimeters. She had a perfect figure and would have looked like a very beautiful woman if not for the 1-inch claws that she possessed as well as the white tail flailing behind her. Naruto looked over at Travis as his Pokédex finally obtained a reading. Frostwelp, the Ice Dragon Pokegirl. Type, near human. Element, Dragon Ice. Frequency, rare. Diet, human food. Role, close combatant. Energy, low to high, depends on the level of respect the Frostwelp has for tamer. Strong versus dragon, electric, fire, plant, water, flying, ground, ice. Weak versus fighting, rock, steel. Attacks, frost armor, tail whip, iron tail, ice punch, scratch, mega kick, low kick, mega punch, dragon rage, rare. Enhancements, tail, claws, enhanced strength, x2. Enhanced agility, x3. Evolves, Frostdrake, battle stress. Frostwurm, deep respect for tamer. Leviathan, rumored evolution. Evolves from none. Frostwelps are extremely rare, normally found only in the deep reaches of the Arctic. However, sometimes one of Frostwelps will wander out of the Arctic reaches and enter more temperate regions. It is believed that the Frostwelps do so as a test of sorts. With the element of ice, the normal bane of dragon-type Pokegirls, the ice element is negated. While this does add more weaknesses to the Frostwelp, they are but that weaknesses and not the Achilles heels that other dragons have. Added to that, while their skin is colder than normal, it is not to the freezing point like other ice-type Pokegirls, making taming much easier. Finally, they are very beautiful and would make a welcome addition to any tamer's harem. Frostwelps are close-range fighters, preferring to get up close and personal with their opponents. They use their ice abilities to slow down their opponents before finishing off their opponents with their superior speed. However, it is to be noted that they are quite frail and a very strong blow should be enough to knock them down. Travis, however, noted something else that the Pokédex had listed. Naruto, this Frostwelp is already at level she is way beyond our abilities. Travis had started to panic. While he knew that he would be at a disadvantage taking on an ice type with his Bulbasaur, a grass type, he was not expecting the level range to be so huge. Beatrice was only level 15. Naruto only smirked at him. Travis, relax. I'll handle it. Travis was about to tell Naruto to run before he got killed when Naruto suddenly blurred out of sight and then reappeared in front of the Frostwelp before punching her hard in the stomach, causing her to double over in pain. Naruto then initiated his combo. U-dash, with that, Naruto kicked upwards, causing the Frostwelp to go flying up into the air due to the force of the kick. Zu-dash, Naruto created a Kage Bunshin which leapt onto the original shoulders and using that as a launching pad, jumped up and kicked the Frostwelp in the chin once again, sending her flying even higher. Naruto was mildly impressed at the fact that the Frostwelp's neck had not snapped yet. Most of his opponents had died at this point. However, his combo was not finished yet. Ma-dash, a third clone popped into existence and slammed his knee into the Frostwelp's abused stomach, causing her to once again double over in pain. This time though she coughed up blood as well. Ki-dash, a fourth clone was formed above the Frostwelp and it punched her spine hard, putting all of its weight behind it and letting gravity do most of the damage. Naruto Rindan. Suddenly, all of the clones puffed into clouds of smoke, revealing the original flying down towards the Frostwelp, one leg stretched out as he delivered a crushing axe kick, sending the Frostwelp crashing into the ground while Naruto landed lightly beside her. The Frostwelp was plainly unconscious. Looking towards Travis, he asked for a Pokeball which Travis absent-mindedly handed over to him, too stunned at the events that had transpired. Only when Naruto had successfully captured the Frostwelp did Travis regain his senses. What just happened? Who the hell are you, Naruto? Travis demanded. Naruto merely sighed. He knew that this was going to happen sooner or later, but he had not expected to have been forced to show off his abilities that quickly. At least he had not used any of his jutsus. I'll explain later. Let's heal this Frostwelp first, okay? Travis nodded in agreement. First they would make sure that the Frostwelp was healed, and then he would get some answers. A few minutes later and they were at the Poke Center. So, what brings you here so fast? Candace asked. In response, Naruto handed her the Frostwelp. Scanning it, the Nurse Joy gasped in surprise. Oh my, you captured it so quickly? You must truly be a talented tamer, Travis. Shaking his head, Travis placed credit where it was due. Actually, Naruto did all the work. In fact, without him, I would probably not be alive right now. At this, Candace turned confused. I was not under the impression that Naruto had a Pokegirl or was even a tamer. He is not. He beat the Frostwelp by himself. But that's impossible. Well, you should have seen what Beatrice and I saw when we first encountered Naruto. Oh, what did you see? Naruto was getting annoyed at this point. He was tired of people talking about him right in front of him as though he was not even there. Candace? Could you please heal the Frostwelp? Throw in a level 3 taming cycle as well, please. At the last part, Naruto turned to look at Travis for confirmation. When Travis nodded, Naruto continued. Yes, a level 3 taming cycle. I would also like to take a tamer test, and should I pass, please register the Frostwelp in my harem. By the way, can you also use a T2 training technique machine for language and generally everything the Frostwelp needs to about the world on her? I will of course pay for the service. Nodding in understanding, Candace took the Pokeball containing the Frostwelp away to be healed. She returned shortly with a form that she handed to Naruto. Normally, you would have to do some medical checkups to make sure that you were fit to be a tamer. However, since you were here just yesterday, I have your medical records already. Added to that, you managed to beat the Frostwelp by yourself, which shows that you are clearly very fit. Now, please fill in that form. Naruto quickly filled in the form and handed the form to Candace, where she read it out. Name, Uzumaki Naruto. Age, gender, male. Place of origin, England, Aberdeen. At this part, Candace stopped and looked at Naruto questioningly. Well, since I can't remember where I come from, might as well make this place my place of origin then. Naruto shrugged. Candace accepted his explanation and continued. League, Blue League. Well then that's it. You are now officially a tamer. Candace said as she passed Naruto a Pokédex and the time-honored Taming for Dummies book. Naruto looked at the grimaced. It reminded him of when he been called dead last when he was young. After a few minutes, Candace returned with the Pokeball along with a receipt. Taking it, he saw the price of the T2S, SLC 50,000. Naruto exclaimed. Candace glared at him. T2S are very expensive as they are one use only. Don't tell you can't afford that or else. Naruto merely chuckled nervously. He had forgotten that a different dimension would use a different currency. Of course I have the money, just let me search for it. With that, Naruto dug in his pockets. It was time for some of his shinobi training to come into use. Attaching a chakra string to a pebble on the ground, Naruto flicked it into his pocket. He then performed some hand seals, disguising them as him searching deeply. First, he placed a henge, transformation, on it, followed by a genjutsu, illusory technique, that would divert anyone's attention, making them only glance cursory at it. This way, the henge could last longer without someone disrupting the illusion. Finally, Naruto pulled out from his pocket a diamond ring. Will this do? He asked Candace. Since he had never ever seen the currency in this world, he could place a henge on it. Thus, he had elected to turn it into something valuable. The nurse Joy just nodded, speechless at the sight of the diamond ring, and handed him his Frostwelp. Now that was a new concept. He was now responsible for someone, before shooing Travis and Naruto out of the Poke Center so that she could admire the ring. Once outside, Travis turned on Naruto. Okay, what was that? I know that you did not have that ring yesterday, and no one here in this small town is rich enough to afford such a costly item. Naruto looked around and seeing that were a few people looking at them curiously, he motioned for Travis to move closer. When Travis did so, Naruto whispered in his ears, "Let's talk in the forest, okay? People here might overhear." Naruto and Travis had finally found a large clearing in the forest to suit his purpose. Now spill. Travis demanded. Patience is a virtue, young one. What do you mean, young one? You are only 1 year older than me. Naruto chuckled at how easily it had been to change topics before he performed a few hand seals. Slamming his hands on the ground, he exclaimed, Mokuden, Shichuka no Jutsu. Wood release, 4-pillar house technique. Travis gaped at the huge wooden house that had suddenly burst from the ground while Naruto looked on with deep pride. The Mokutan Jutsus were supposed to be able to be performed only by 2 people, the Shodaime Hokage, due to his bloodline, and one of Naruto's senseis, Tenzu, due to an experiment performed on him. There were normally only 5 elemental releases, with them being Katon, fire release, Suiton, water release, Futon, wind release, Doton, earth release, and Raiton, lightning release. Elements like wood were formed by mixing Suiton and Doton together. However, this required very high-level earth and water manipulation, and thus only those with a bloodline limit could perform Mokutan Jutsus. Naruto, as usual, had found a way around this complication. Because he had been the container of the QB for so long, some of its traits were naturally passed on to him, like the 3 whisker marks on each side of his cheeks, enhanced hearing and smell. However, it had also granted him one of the traits that had made the QB so feared, complete mastery over every element. With this, the Mokutan were no longer out of his reach. If he wanted to, he could even manipulate ice like Haku did by mixing wind and water together. Now, he could perform Mokutan Jutsus better than even his sensei, Tenzu, could. After basking in his sense of achievement for a moment, he moved towards the gigantic house and motioned for Travis to enter. I thought you wanted answers, Travis? Well, come in then. Travis scooped his jaws off the floor and followed Naruto in. Once he entered, he saw that the house was very well furnished. Wait a minute, will you, Travis? The Frostwelp deserves to hear this as well, and I do not feel like repeating myself. Agreeing with Naruto, Travis watched as Naruto released the Frostwelp. She knelt on the floor and bowed her head in Naruto's direction. Master, command me, she said, only to receive a groan as a reply. As one, Both Travis and the Frostwelp looked at him curiously only to see him muttering to himself. According to Travis, ferals are supposed to be more rude and direct, right? Why do I have a simpering idiot here? Aha, must be the T2S. They probably ingrained the proper way a Pokegirl should behave into her. The Frostwelp was indignant at being called a simpering idiot and displayed this by slamming her tail and snarling at Naruto. The only fool I see here is you. Before she cringed, realizing what she had done. When she did not receive the beating that the T2 had told her she would get, she looked up confused only to see Naruto chuckling silently. Well, it seems that you have spunk the T2 failed to remove. Good. Naruto then sat down on one of the chairs nearby and mentioned for Travis and the Frostwelp to do the same. It was time for him to share his life story. While he would leave out the parts like the QB, they deserved to know who he was. Travis had helped him continuously without expecting any sort of returns, and the Frostwelp was going to be part of his harem, part of his team. Taking a deep breath, he began his story. My name is Uzumaki Naruto and I hail from a village called Konoha, also known as Konohagakure. The Frostwelp and Travis took a moment to digest what Naruto had told them. Who could have known that he hid so much power behind that easygoing nature of his? Seeing that it was dark, Travis excused himself, wanting to reach home before he got lost in the forest. Naruto, I thank you for sharing your past with me. I know that you are holding back something, but I respect that. Know that no matter what, you will be my friend. With that, Travis left. Naruto smiled as Travis' words touched him before he turned to the Frostwelp. So, what is your name? I can't very well go around calling you Frostwelp, right? I do not have a name, master. At this, Naruto groaned. First off, do not call me master. I may lead you, but I do not own you, understand? Where I came from, females had equal rights as males. As I already told you, the Godame Hokage, Tsunade, is a female. And as for a name, would Rylai do? Nodding in acceptance, the newly named Rylai then asked Naruto, well then how should I address you? Just call me Naruto, that's what my friends all call me. Rylai looked shocked at the fact that Naruto viewed as her as a friend. Naruto then decided to nip this problem in the bud before it became a problem later on. Listen here. I do not care what the T2 taught you. Other tamers might treat their Pokegirls as inferior creatures, but not me. You will be my comrade, not my subordinate. Now go to bed. Arrows suddenly appeared on the walls of the house, with the words, Rylai's room, above them. Follow the arrows and you will reach your bedroom. Rest well tonight. I am going to make you a Pokegirl to be feared, so tomorrow your training will start. Rylai nodded and followed the arrows, all the while repressing a shudder that had suddenly appeared when he mentioned the word, training. Naruto watched as Rylai walked up the stairs before he pondered on what to do. Apparently, after his normal human chakra had absorbed the QB's chakra, his chakra had been turned part demonic. The traits that he had been given earlier by the QB's chakra were strengthened, and it seemed like he had gained another trait. He now needed much less sleep than a normal human being. Even after all the action earlier on in the day, he was still brimming with energy, and he suspected that if he had not gone training last night, he would probably have gained only 2 hours of sleep and wake up feeling perfectly fine. Now though, he did not know what to do and he was starting to get bored. A bored Naruto is a dangerous Naruto, which the villagers and his friends would testify to. There was a very simple reason for this. When Naruto is bored, that is when his most wacky ideas came into play. Sure, they worked out in the end, but still, the process was terrifying. Thus, in an effort to alleviate his boredom, he rummaged in his pockets, hoping that he would find something that would amuse him for the time being. Finally, his hands touched a metallic object. Pulling it out, he saw that it was the Pokédex that he had received from the Nurse Joy earlier on. Opening it up, he saw that the first thing that was displayed was all of his information. Name, Uzumaki Naruto. Age, 18. Residence, Aberdine, England, Blue Continent. Region, England. Status, active. Rank, unrated. Security clearance, nil. Licenses, Tamer Y. Master Tamer N. Researcher N. Watcher N. Breeder N. Active harem. Species name level. Frostwelp Rylai 25. Badges, nil. Naruto frowned as he saw that all of his information would be displayed for the world to see if they scanned him with his Pokédex. This would not do. As a shinobi, completing a mission quickly required that he caught his opponent unawares. However, if everyone could see the strength of his harem, then he would lose his advantage. Suddenly, his eye gleamed in a familiar way that would send anyone who knew him scurrying for cover. In his travels with Jiraiya during their training trip, he had come across a few villages that possessed very high technology. Thus, he had obtained quite a few technological skills. While the Pokédex was indeed complicated, it was nothing compared to some of the machines he had come across. Grinning maniacally, he set about dismantling the Pokédex. Naruto grinned in satisfaction as he gazed upon his work. While it still looked like an ordinary Pokédex, he had configured to be a top-notch hacking tool. If he wanted to, he could simply scan a lock with his Pokédex and within seconds, his Pokédex would download the code from a satellite he had overrode earlier on and then render the lock useless. Added to that, unless a gym leader or someone of equal authority scanned him, they would receive results that would utterly frustrate them. His information now read: Name, Uzumaki Naruto. Age, Residence? Region? Status? Rank? Security clearance? Licenses? Tamer? Master Tamer? Researcher? Watcher? Breeder? Active harem? Species name level? Badges? In other words, all that they would know was his name and age. Gym leaders would know a little bit more, specifically what Pokegirls he contained in his harem and their names. However, their levels and everything else would not be displayed. On the other hand, he had access to as much information as he wanted. With one scan, he would gain access to the tamer's basic information as well as his number of battles, his win-loss ratio and everything else under the sun, down to what their ancestors had bought on a certain day and time. However, he was still far from tired. While this would prove useful out in the field where he could keep watch almost all day long, it was only being a nuisance to him as he was quickly becoming bored. He couldn't train as well due to the state that his clothes were in. Due to the training last night and the fight with Riley earlier, the clothes that Travis had provided him with was being held together by a thread. Any strenuous activity and he could bid farewell to these clothes. Thus, training was out of the option. Wait a minute. If he remembered correctly, he had sealed an extra set of ANBU clothes into a scroll and tossed it into his dimensional storage. Quickly forming the shape of the seal in his mind, he projected the image onto the wall beside him and watched as a black hole suddenly appeared where he had projected the seal to be. Should be on. I think. Any common misconception of seals was that they had to be drawn with ink. Naruto had discovered that if a shinobi had enough chakra and enough focus, he could simply project the image of the seal onto any surface, pump in the required amount of chakra and the seal would activate. Of course, this method was rather risky because if a shinobi's focus wavered for just a second, who knows what kind of damage would occur. Rummaging inside the dimensional hole, he felt the familiar numb feeling creep up his arm before he finally found the scroll he was looking for. Taking it out, he took a look to confirm that it was the scroll he was looking for. Seeing that it was the one he had been looking for, he ceased focusing on the seal and closed the dimensional hole. Unrolling the scroll that was titled Master Scroll, he saw numerous kanji for mundane stuff like toiletries. Finally, he found the kanji for clothes and tapped it lightly, causing a scroll titled Scroll for Clothes to pop out. Unrolling the scroll, he tapped the kanji for male, causing yet another scroll to pop out. Unrolling the last scroll, he tapped on the kanji for ANBU and his ANBU uniform puffed into existence. He was back in action. Grinning exuberantly, he reached for the ANBU uniform before he paused. While the ANBU uniform was indeed made of tougher material than normal clothing, it would never be able to survive the abuse that he would put it through. Therefore, in at most a week, he would find himself once again in a shortage of clothing. This meant that he would have to reinforce his uniform. Sighing, he tapped the kanji for seals and all of his sealing equipment popped out. Brushes, ink, the whole works. While the mental seals as he called them were very effective for short-term usage like in a battle, it was simply not worth the trouble to continue focusing on them for long-term seals like the ones he would need to reinforce his uniform. Thus, he had to do things the slow and traditional way. Uncapping the ink bottles and dipping his brush into them, Naruto began his tedious work. The work had certainly taken more out of him than he had expected. Continuous application of chakra in small and controlled amounts combined with the careful drawing of the seals. If even a small line was out of shape, his clothes could be incinerated, turn a bright pink or even blow up in his face, caused quite a strain on his mind. However, he was now finished. The first seal he had created was one that would draw chakra from nearby living organisms to repair any damage done to his uniform. After all, this was his last one left. He had then gone to add elemental nullifying seals. While these were designed originally so that jutsus would do much less damage, Naruto decided that these would serve well in this world as the Pokegirls utilized elemental attacks as well. After that he added an impact absorption seal which as its name implied would absorb the force from a heavy impact. Designed originally by him and Jiraiya to protect them from Tsunade's and Sakura's inhuman strength, it had quickly developed into something that made the impact from a collapsing building feel only mildly uncomfortable. Since many Pokegirls in this had enhanced strength, Rylai being one example, he decided it would be prudent to add on this seal. He had also drawn on gravity seals that he could activate, deactivate, or change at will. While weights like Lee and Guy used were indeed useful for increasing one's strength and speed, the whole body was not developed. However, with this seal, a gravitational field would form around him that acted only on him and not his surrounding. This way, even if he was standing still, he would still be training as the gravitational field would still be acting on him, forcing his muscles to work in order to prevent him from slamming face down into the ground. Finally, he had added another seal that would render all of the previous seals invisible and carved his family symbol, a spiral, on the back of the breastplate of the uniform. Donning his uniform, he looked at his reflection in the full-body mirror that he had procured from the Master Scroll. He had on a black, form-fitting sleeveless shirt as well as similar pants. His breastplate, an unreflective gray in color, was strapped over his chest. His kunai and shuriken holster was strapped to his right thigh. He was wearing the traditional ninja sandals except that these were black with color. He was also wearing black gloves that reached up to the middle of bicep, with metal plates on the back of his hand to his forearm to protect his arm. Finally, instead of the traditional hitayatesh, forehead protectors, his was black in color, with the long straps hanging freely at the back of his head. The leaf etched on the metal plate was also black in color. All in all, he decided he looked good. Looking at the clock, he saw that it was already 4 a.m. in the morning. His body was also beginning to show signs of tiredness as the sealing had taken a tremendous amount of chakra. This was why such seals were not duplicated all over the world. The chakra cost would kill almost anyone. Heading up to his own bedroom, Naruto turned in for the night. When Naruto woke up, he felt totally refreshed, but when he looked at the clock right beside his bed, his eyes bugged out. 6 a.m. in the morning? What kind of freak did you turn me into, QB? Naruto screamed. After grumbling for a while, he decided that there was nothing to be done, so he entered the bathroom for his daily ablutions, after which he sat down in the living room, the area where he talked to Travis and worked on the Pokédex and seals, and looked into his seal for food to see what he had to eat. Let's see, Itachi's stash of Pocky that I found in the Akatsuki base. Don't think that's a healthy choice for breakfast. My ramen, no way in hell I'm sharing that. Some of Kanomaru's candy I filched 6 years ago. Why hey, some of Chuji's snacks that I managed to grab. Man, that sure was a good training exercise. While normally very laid back and a very friendly person, once his food was in danger, he charged at his victim with the speed and force of a train. And nothing else. Oh well, guess it's time to go hunting then. Naruto then created a Kage Bunshin and ordered it to enter the woods and hunt for food. Or rather, it's time for my Kage Bunshin to hunt for food. Naruto snickered. Kage Bunshin were just so useful. Since there was nothing else to do until his Kage Bunshin returned with whatever it had caught, he decided to get some training done. Lying flat on the floor, he stretched his arm out until his fingertips just barely touched the wall. Channeling chakra to his fingertips, he then began to climb up the wall using only his index and middle fingers. 2 hours later, he was halfway up the wall and sweat was pouring off him in the galleons. Just concentrating on controlling his chakra was tiring enough, but he had to make sure his body remained straight as a board and parallel to the ground. Added to that, the gravitational field was active, exerting a force of 5 times the normal gravity on him. He was about to drop down on the floor when he heard footsteps coming down the stairs. Pushing off the wall, he landed on his feet and greeted his Frostwelp with a smile. Good morning, Rylai. Did you sleep well? Rylai woke up slowly, sitting up and rubbing the sleep out of her eyes blearily. Having only slept on the ground, grass or ice when she was still a feral, she had not ever enjoyed the comforts of a bed. But then again, how many tamed Pokegirls actually enjoyed the comforts of a bed? From the knowledge she had gleaned from the T2, she knew that most Pokegirls either slept on the floor or in their Pokeballs. Her new owner was certainly a strange character. A person from another dimension altogether with such a dangerous profession, and yet he still treated her like a human. While most tamers would have jumped her immediately, Naruto had barely even looked at her. Perhaps he was a homosexual? That would explain why she was tamed in a poke center instead of by Naruto. Shrugging, she decided that it was none of her business and exited the room, looking at the clock as she passed by it. It was only 8 a.m. According to the T2, most tamers woke up at 10 to 11 a.m., inured to a harsh life. Even professional tamers would only wake up at most 1 to 2 hours earlier than others. Since Naruto was still a rookie, she probably had plenty of time left and she wanted to use this time to explore this strange house she was living in. Once she opened the door, she was slightly startled and amused by the arrows that formed on the walls, with the words, "Follow the arrows," above the arrows. Following the instructions, she followed the arrows down a few winding corridors until she came to a flight of stairs. As she descended, she swore she had seen Naruto floating in midair, only his fingertips touching the wall. It appeared that she would have to get used to the fact that the strange would be the norm around her master. When she entered the living room, Naruto greeted her as if he was truly glad to see her, instead of the perfunctory greeting that most tamers gave. Some did not even greet their Pokegirls. Touched by this action, she replied with a smile. "I slept very well last night. It had been my first time in a bed and I found it very comfortable." Naruto was about to respond when suddenly his Kagebunshin, holding a dead rabbit by its ears. "Only one rabbit?" he asked. "Well, the woods were really sparse, boss, and I didn't want to kill the rest of the rabbits as I'm pretty sure they were the last ones here." Sighing, Naruto created another Kagebunshin to skin, gut and then cook the rabbit that had been caught before he turned back to the first Kagebunshin. "Very well then. I want you to go into town and look at how the currency looks like. I want every single detail. It seems we will have to buy food and since I have no money currently, I'll just use a henge to scam the townspeople until I have enough money." Riley stood there stunned throughout the whole incident. Why were there 3 Narutos walking around and why did one suddenly pop into existence? Thinking back to the story he had told them the last time, she figured that the extra Narutos were probably the Kagebunshins he was so proud about. Looking over at her master, Riley noticed that there was something different about him. Naruto dash. Riley corrected herself when Naruto looked at her. "Where did you get those new clothes?" "Oh, this? This was my old ANBU uniform. Now that we are talking about clothes, you need new clothes. That dress of yours is simply not combat-worthy." Riley looked down at the white dress that the Nurse Joy had given her. Naruto was right. The dress was too thin and would probably fall apart with one attack. Lost in her thoughts, Riley nearly missed the scroll that Naruto tossed at her. "Inside the scroll is sealed all the female clothing that I possess. Don't ask why I own them. Anyways, just tap on the kanji for what you want and the clothes will pop out. Show me what you want later and I'll seal the rest back into the scroll. By the way, don't worry about whether it will fit you. I can change their size." Riley returned a few minutes with her choices. She had chosen a white long-sleeved shirt, black long pants with plenty of pocket, black combat boots and a pair of fingerless gloves. Naruto nodded approvingly at her choices. She would be able to hide weapons within her sleeves, giving her an advantage against any feral Pokegirl in unofficial matches. The pants were the same. More pockets equals more places to hide stuff. Finally, the combat boots were made of a very tough but light material. Therefore, her movements would not be restricted but her kicks would definitely hurt. The gloves would also protect her hands while giving her the flexibility to slash at her enemies with her claws. Placing the clothes in front of him, he once again unsealed his sealing equipment. This time, however, he also unsealed something else, 20 packets of instant ramen. Creating another Kagebunshin, he assigned this clone the task for carting his ramen to the microwave and serving him his ramen when he was ready. He then started to work on adding the seals to Riley's clothes. Since he had just done the exact same process a few hours ago, things were going much faster. 3 minutes after he started, he was served his first ramen cup by his Kagebunshin. Without pausing at all, he grabbed a pair of chopsticks with his left hand and shoveled noodles into his mouth while drawing seals with his right hand. Riley stared at this spectacle. This was the clincher. Her master was officially the most weird, most screwed-up person to have ever existed. When her rabbit arrived a few minutes later, she could chew methodically as she stared in morbid fascination at Naruto. When she finally finished her rabbit, she noticed that Naruto had already finished his 20 cups of ramen. After some time, Naruto finished with his seals and handed Riley her clothes while explaining the function of the seals. And inside this spiral, which Riley noted looked a lot like the spiral on the back of Naruto's armor, is a seal for chakra weights. Because your constitution is different from mine, I decided to give you chakra weights before moving on to gravitational seals. Anyways, to cancel the weights, either you or I merely need to smear some of our blood on the spiral and say, Kai. Since many tamers place their own symbols on their Pokegirls, marking the Pokegirls as theirs, the spiral will not look suspicious. I do not want anyone looking at the seal in detail. I did not make this seal invisible as I need to know where the seal is in order to channel my chakra into the seal. I am not a pervert and I do not want to grope you while attempting to add to your weights. You will also keep the weights on at all times except when you are sleeping or when I say that you can take a break so that your body will have time to build new muscles as well as get used to new speed that you will have without the weights. Now, do you understand everything? When Rylai nodded, a sinister smile broke out on Naruto's face. Then let the training begin. Rylai gasped as she entered the training room. Instead of the dojo she had expected, she had emerged into what seemed like a clearing in the forest. Through the use of multiple seals, I managed to link this room to my mind. In other words, anything that I think of will appear in here. However, they will exist only here and nowhere else. Naruto explained as he stepped up beside her. Now face me. When Rylai turned around to face him, he touched the seal that was placed above her heart lightly, channeling his chakra into the seal. Rylai suddenly felt as if she was encased in molten lead when she was slammed face down into the ground, creating a deep crater. Your first task is to get used to the weights and be able to stand up. Now hop on it. Naruto called down to Rylai, to which he received a flurry of curses that made him chuckle. Now that is so unladylike. Less cursing and more working. You are going to walk to the living room and bed by yourself. If you can't, then you will simply have to sleep here on an empty stomach then. I'm going to train by the trees. Call me only if you are dying. Chunin. With that, Naruto sauntered off into the forest. Once inside the forest, Naruto once again created thousands of clones, dividing them into groups. One group was supposed to go through his taijutsu katas. While he would not reap the physical benefits of such an exercise, he would still gain the muscle memory of the clones, making the katas instinctive for him. Another group worked on seal-less jutsus. He had been able to do that once, but with his new chakra, he needed to work on it again. Finally, he assigned the last group to practicing with his elemental manipulation. Meanwhile, he himself would do physical exercises to keep himself in tip-top shape. He started out with 500 of sit-ups, push-ups, squats and crunches. He then sprinted flat out for 5 kilometers before he did his finger climbing exercise, the one where he climbs up the wall with his fingers, for half an hour. He would then repeat from the beginning. By the time 1 p.m. rolled around, both Tamer and Pokegirl had advanced quite a bit in their exercises. Rylai had managed to stand up straight and was now attempting to walk, while Naruto had progressed far enough in his chakra that he was able to climb up 500 centimeters up a tree. Deciding it was time for a lunch break, he slowly climbed down the tree, still using only his fingers of course, and walked over to where Rylai was. Rylai, it's time for lunch now. Rylai could only look at him dismayed. But I still take 5 minutes to move a single step. Naruto simply chuckled at her response. You really thought that I would do that to you? I am training you, not torturing you. Not much difference between the two though, hehe. Naruto mumbled the last part. Release your seal. Naruto watched as Rylai struggled to lift her hand up to her mouth so that she could draw blood. It was not that surprising really. In fact, he was quite impressed that Rylai had achieved so much in such a short time. It seemed that Pokegirls were indeed quite a tough bunch. After Rylai had failed to even draw blood for the 5th time, Naruto released the seal for her and Rylai collapsed onto the floor gratefully now that she would not break her bones if she dropped onto the floor. Naruto laughed at her state while she tried to glare fiercely at him, which failed miserably as she was lying face down in the dirt, only to laugh even louder at her weak attempts at glaring. Naruto finally decided to take pity on her and stopped laughing. Bending down, he picked her bridal style despite her protests and carried her towards the living room, placing her gently in a chair. As soon as they were seated, Akage Bunshin started placing huge amounts of food on the table. How did you get so much food? Rylai gasped. Naruto only smirked. It's a trade secret. Now eat, you are going to need the strength for the training later. While Rylai paled a little at the thought of more training, the sight of the food seemed to energize her as she set about clearing the plates without further encouragement. Following Rylai's actions, Naruto started to devour everything and anything edible in sight. After the meal they slumped back in their chairs, sighing in satisfaction. However, Rylai's relaxation was short-lived as they immediately went back to training, stopping only to take dinner. Finally, at about 10 p.m., Naruto called a halt to the training. He was pleased with what Rylai had achieved today. From not being even able to stand up, Rylai had improved to the point where she could brisk walk for 200 meters without taking a break and had managed to jog slowly for a total for 2 kilometers today, which was more than he had expected her to achieve. You have done very well today, far more than what I had expected actually. At this, Rylai beamed with pride. However, training will not slow down because you have exceeded my expectations for today. Instead, the training will be more rigorous tomorrow. By the way, we will start training at 6 a.m. from tomorrow onwards and have breakfast at 8 a.m. I am planning to make you strong enough to take on the gym leaders with ease within 3 months' time, so you will be pushed to the limit. The only response he got was a tired groan and what sounded like a muttered, sadistic "b." Grinning slightly, he released her seal and picked her up bridal style once more before carrying her to her room and tucking her into her bed. He was amused by the fact that Riley had fallen asleep in the middle and was actually snoring gently. Heading down to the living room, Naruto decided to look up the Pokédex to try and learn as much from it as possible, since he had 6 hours to kill before he even felt tired. And thus the first month passed in this fashion. Over the month, Riley had truly improved in her physical conditioning. After 2 weeks, Naruto found Riley capable of handling the gravity seal and replaced her chakra weight seal with a gravitational field seal. In fact, Naruto found that Riley was very similar to him in the fact that both of them thrived under very harsh training conditions. Her strength had increased tremendously. While she was not able to create craters at will like Tsunade and Sakura, she could topple a sturdy oak tree easily in one blow. Added to that, due to the running he had made her do constantly, her stamina had also increased and was able to fight for half an hour continuously with the seals on. What impressed Naruto the most though was her speed. Apparently, her natural speed and strength enhancements as a Pokegirl increased the more she trained. When she released the gravity seal, Naruto was sure that she would be able to give Lee and Guy a run for their money without their weights on. Riley was not the only one who had improved. Naruto had finally regained his ability to cast jutsus without using any hand seals. He had even discovered a new way to manipulate the fire element, causing the jutsus to emerge from his hands rather than from his mouth, which could be very troublesome sometimes. Finger climbing was now a breeze to him, and now he had moved on to doing one-finger push-ups with his body perpendicular to the ground while balancing on a kunai, continuously challenging a stream of chakra to create a layer between the kunai and his finger, preventing him from being impaled upon his own kunai. Naturally, this had freaked Riley out the first time she had seen him doing this exercise. In his late-night reading of the Pokédex, he had also found out some very interesting information. For example, he had read about 2 Pokegirls that had interested him. Shrine Maiden, the amateurish summoner Pokegirl. Type, very near human. Magic. Frequency, rare. Diet, human-like diet, like strawberries and cheesecake the most. Role, summoner. Energy, average, high after summoning. Strong versus, fire, water, grass, poison, ghosts. Weak versus, dragon, rock, flying, ice, normal. Attacks, twister, dragon dance, summon esper, white wind, exorcism, shield, summoning contract. Enhancements, low sleep cycle, natural summoning ability. Evolves, shrine priestesses, normal, level 30. Evolves from, unknown. Shrine maidens appear to be no different than normal human women at first glance. Their height ranges from 4 feet 3 inches to 5 feet 2 inches. Their BRSDS sizes usually start small, A to B cup, when they're young, but grow steadily until they're 18 to 22, when they're larger, C to DD cup. Their eyes are usually blue, gray, or red. Their hair color tends to be black, but is sometimes pink. Their hair is rarely any other color. The Shrine Maiden's skin is quite smooth most of the time, but shifts to become tough and more like sandpaper when she is angered, which, tamers should note, occurs all over, even in their VGNA, so don't PSS her off during taming sessions. If a Pokegirl transforms into a Shrine Maiden, they usually, but not always, lose any blemishes or defects. Shrine Maidens traditionally wear a scarlet-red hakama, either pants or skirt, a white kimono shirt with swinging sleeves, and white socks, known as tabi. She can decide to add ribbons or ornaments at her own discretion. Undergarments are entirely by their preference. Shrine Maidens have occurred in low, but steady numbers, since 198 as. All that is known about Pokegirls evolving into Shrine Maidens is that it's never quite the same Pokegirl, nor is it the same stimulus. The few theories that exist that cannot be entirely denied usually indicate that a Pokegirl may be spiritually selected to become a Shrine Maiden when another Shrine Maiden is about to pass on or has already passed on, or the Pokegirl may have reached some point of spiritual enlightenment that wasn't apparent prior to evolution. Shrine Maidens only need 5 hours of sleep to be at tip-top shape, but require an additional 2 hours of meditation in order to use her summoning ability, another hour of prayer, preferably at a shrine of their chosen faith. Though she can use the symbol of her chosen faith for prayer, she just prefers a shrine, and at least twice a month, she must make an offering to her chosen faith either in the form of food or money. Their partners are strongly encouraged to do the same, but it is not a requirement. Shrine maidens should not leave the shrines of their faith for prolonged PRDS of time, or else they will begin losing their powers, though they never lose access to their summoning contractability because of this. There are two methods to sidestep this problem. The first method is a lengthy ritual involving cleansing her body of bad luck and wicked thoughts, meditation, and drinking a special herbal tea. The ritual is only effective for up to 2 months, meaning that she must return to the temple before then or face the degradation of her powers until she does make it back. The second method is for prolonged journeys which may go well beyond 2 months. Either the shrine maiden or their partner must bear a miniature shrine. The mini shrine is specially made to resist all normal forms of damage, but is generally between 50 to 150 pounds. This is to symbolically represent the burden that the shrine maiden bears in leaving the temple, and their partner must understand the depths of the shrine maiden's faith. Tamers have found that the mini shrine can also act as an early warning system, as it magically lightens when trouble is within 50 feet, but only remains light so long as danger is around. The shrine is enchanted so that it cannot be lost and returns to the shrine maiden's side the next night, but the shrine maiden must pray to it as soon as she is able. Some tamers may think to use the shrine as a shield, but doing so deliberately will incur the wrath of the shrine maiden, who will always instinctively know if the shrine is attacked. Unlike most other Pokegirls, it is deemed perfectly acceptable if a shrine maiden ditches an irresponsible tamer to head back to her home shrine if she had proper provocation, and few leagues will even attempt to help a tamer try to get their shrine maiden back, as it will result in a massive battle. The Indigo League attempted to return a shrine maiden to an irresponsible tamer in 243 AS only to find 200 badly injured tamers and 500 sleeping Pokegirls on the battlefield. The shrine had only 3 shrine maidens and 1 shrine priestess to defend it, yet not one was injured or tired. Since then, it's been a universal taboo for leagues to interfere with a shrine maiden's business. Perhaps the most useful ability of the shrine maiden is her natural ability to summon Pokegirls. This ability tends to grab the nearest Pokegirl, but if a shrine maiden spends an extra round, or even 2, on the summoning, she can choose from a variety of Pokegirls to summon rather than just grabbing the nearest available one, though it seems to stop at a radius in miles equal to her level, so 5 miles at level 5, 15 miles at level 15, etc. If an appropriate one isn't found, she has expended the energy fruitlessly, so she must be careful. She can also cut any summon short, but this automatically occurs if she is rendered unconscious, either through exhaust or damage. A strong-willed Pokegirl can stay upwards of a turn after her summoner has fallen unconscious. Any summoned Pokegirl is generally willing to fight for the summoner, though any Pokegirl summoned via the summoning contractability, more on that below, will always fight for the summoner. Initially, she can only use Summon Esper once per day, but as she grows in power and skill, she can summon more often. At level 15, she learns Summon Type, and at level 30, she can learn Summon Pokegirl. It's important to note that summoned Pokegirls, even the ones summoned via her summoning contract, cannot be captured even with a Master Pokeball, nor do they die if slain. If a fatal blow is about to strike them, the magic of the summoning dispels, healing them and teleporting them back where they had come from. A skilled shrine maiden can even have the dispelling create a shockwave to disrupt the attack. Shortly after using a summoning, a shrine maiden becomes aroused. She can summon, or maintain a summon, a Pokegirl to help satisfy her, but a tamer who satisfies her after a summoning is guaranteed a wild ride. She prefers any position where both she and her partner can equally gain pleasure, and likes to ensure that neither of them is benefiting too greatly for any position. She is often a very patient and understanding lover. Most shrine maidens will become a genuinely nice Pokegirl, though some may take longer than others to become as nice as shrine priestesses and may require some verbal prodding to correct their behavior. Once she's grown into her final personality, she can get along easily with most other Pokegirls, and only the most hardened can resist at least becoming a good friend. She strongly dislikes violence, focusing heavily on her healing and defensive arts, and will only fight for the sake of an innocent, herself, or her loved ones. She is extraordinarily strong against ghost-type Pokegirls with her exorcism ability, but through strange circumstances, normal attacks do more damage than they really ought to. Perhaps it's a peculiar side effect of her genetics. Evil shrine maidens, though a minority amongst the already rare shrine maidens, will never allow themselves to tolerate being corrected, regardless of punishment. They often flock to religions that allow them to be as wicked as they want to be, and are usually seen accompanied by vampires or Mizuki. Surprisingly, at least to those ignorant enough to confuse darkness with evil, most dark-type Pokegirls instinctively loathe evil Shrine Maidens and will do what they can to disrupt the evil Pokegirl's activities. Evil Shrine Maidens never manage to live long enough to evolve into Shrine Priestesses, as they always seem to make a lethally stupid move, either by challenging a Shrine Priestess for power, trying to make a contract with a very dangerous Pokegirl, or by pissing off all of their summons, who invariably come hunting for the evil Shrine Maiden in question on the summon is done. One of the most unique abilities is the summoning contract. Tamers are not normally privy to the secrets of the contract, but most know it requires the Shrine Maiden to serve at the shrine for a year and 1 day to even get one, and no, her apprenticeship doesn't count towards this requirement. A pilgrimage to see a Pokegirl, usually one of a great power or standing, and the act of actually making an arrangement with said Pokegirl. The arrangement usually benefits the summon Pokegirl in some way. It varies based on what the summon Pokegirl wants, and allows the Shrine Maiden to call on the summon Pokegirl in times of crisis. The Shrine Maiden may not abuse the summon Pokegirl or break her trust, or else the contract will be broken and she can never summon that Pokegirl ever again, even with the other summoning magics. In order to activate summoning contract, the Shrine Maiden must bite her thumb and place at least 1 drop of her own blood on a stable surface, such as the ground, a wall, etc., which then creates a magical portal through which the summon Pokegirl will appear. Summoning contract allows the summon Pokegirl to last as long as the summon Pokegirl has health. She cannot be put to sleep, rendered unconscious by normal means other than health loss, stunned, paralyzed, or frozen, though she can be affected by any other status ailments, both good and bad. The summon Pokegirl, depending on her personality, will either extract payment before each summoning or afterwards. If her trust or the contract is broken mid-summon, she can cancel a summons of her own will. The summon Pokegirl can even refuse a summons, but without a valid excuse, such as a violation of the contract, her conditions for being summoned not being fulfilled, or if she is pregnant and or giving birth, she faces dire possibilities, which are outlined in the summon contract. Of course, she cannot be summoned if she is dead, but the summoner is instantly made aware of their death. The summoning contract turns completely black only when there is no chance of revival. A summon Pokegirl with a contract can refuse a summon from a Pokegirl who does not have a contract with her. A Shrine Maiden can make as many summoning contracts as she can effectively manage. It is not entirely impossible for a Shrine Maiden to have as many contracts as a tamer has Pokegirls, though she would likely be 30 years older before she had that many. One unique thing to note about the summoning: the summoner cannot, in turn, be summoned while she is actively summoning. This means that 2 Shrine Maidens cannot summon each other at the same time, though they could feasibly trade off. Researchers believe that is because the summoner becomes akin to a ship that has dropped anchor while the summoned is like a lifeboat. As such, it's impossible to get the summoner summoned without negating or breaking her current summon. When it comes to combat, Shrine Maidens will usually follow the style that their shrine uses, but some will branch out and develop a unique style. If they learn a martial art or weapon style, it will usually be the one taught at the shrine or temple they serve at, though exceptions are allowed if the style or the instructor doesn't directly go against their religious beliefs. Pacifistic religions will often take up Aikido or weapons that cause minimal lasting damage. Evil Shrine Maidens will seek out devastating or vicious styles. Perhaps some of the kinkier aspects of Shrine Maidens are once they come of tameable age, they can choose to engage in a ritual of womanhood, where she is introduced to SEC by any Pokegirl at their shrine. After she is no longer a virgin, she can join in ritualistic orgies which occur on special days to their chosen religion. Shrine Priestess, the Master Summoner Pokegirl. Type: very near human. Magic. Frequency: very rare. Diet: human-like diet, like strawberries and cheesecake the most. Role: Summoner. Energy: unique, see below. Strong versus fire, water, grass, poison, ghosts. Weak versus dragon, rock, flying, ice, normal. Attacks: gaze, glare, smile, twister, dragon rage, dragon dance, summon type, white wind, kura, exorcism, shield, foresight, summoning contract. Soothing voice. Enhancements: low sleep cycle, natural summoning ability, longevity, minor shape shifting. Devolves: none. Evolves from Shrine Maiden, normal, level 30. Shrine Priestesses are generally taller and more elegant than their Shrine Maiden sisters. Their height ranges from 5 feet 3 inches to 6 feet 4 inches. Their BRZS size is usually bigger, ranging from C to G cup, but their eyes and hair don't change. The Shrine Maiden's skin is tantalizingly soft and smooth, but retains the turn to sandpaper when said ability. Shrine priestesses carry an ethereal glow around them, which is made all the more potent on any night where moonlight is visible. They move with a grace and elegance that makes it seem as though they are gliding even though they aren't. Their voices delight all listeners when she's happy and can terrify any intended recipient when she is angry or displeased. Shrine priestesses were once thought to be of the dragon element. This only partly understandable because of her ability to use dragon-type attacks, and when she's angry, people believed that the supposed dragon half of her became noticeable, as they can silence even those with the blood curse, insanely high stupidity, with a single word. Thus, one of the stupidest things one can do is PSS off a shrine priestess. Supposedly further showing her dragon side, her hair will begin to levitate and her eyes become slitted as she becomes angry. Few can meet an angry shrine priestess gaze when she is mad. It's a commonly told rumor that a hild once flinched at meeting a shrine priestess' angry gaze and fled shortly thereafter. Despite all of this speculation, though, the shrine priestess has been thoroughly proven to not be of the dragon element. A shrine priestess still does not like violence, but resorts to it when necessary. She determines the best way to resolve the conflict. Either it is through an endurance battle or through a quick fight. Her perception is impeccable, allowing her to discern those who could be stopped without violence from those who will only be stopped with it. It is not entirely uncommon for a shrine maiden to ask a shrine priestess to be her first summon contract, though shrine priestesses often discourage that in favor of urging the shrine maiden to see the world. Unlike many ambitious shrine maidens, shrine priestesses don't feel the need to make a ton of summon contracts. They are content in finding good summon partners who they can rely on and ensuring that their relationship with their summons remains on good terms at all times. They will still retain any summon contracts they made prior to evolution, though. Shrine priestesses are good alphas for those few lucky tamers who helped the shrine maiden evolve, and they are perhaps the best received as such. While not necessarily the best strategists or fighters, they don't gloat or have an overbearing ego, and they are fairly good at keeping other pokegirls in line, though not necessarily keeping them out of trouble. A shrine priestess genuinely enjoys more tender intimacy, making her a good first partner for timid pokegirls. Their soothing voice technique calms nervous, anxious, or otherwise timid lovers while simultaneously exciting them. However, their energy is a curious thing. Their SEC drive grows as they grow bored or feel relaxed, and goes down as they feel excitement or stress. This means that a shrine priestess at a popular shrine will require few tamings, while a shrine priestess at a less than popular shrine will become far more randy. Some will note that the shrine priestess, unlike the shrine maiden, does not require lengthy rituals or a shrine to carry when she leaves her temple or shrine for extended PRDS of time. This is because the shrine priestess is more of a representative of her religion, and as such, can do her prayers anywhere at any time. Those visiting unpopular shrines with shrine priestesses may find a bunch of brand new rituals or ceremonies that invite newcomers in. These rituals and ceremonies are often created on the spot to relieve the shrine priestess boredom and/or SXL tension. Few complain about these brand new rituals or ceremonies, save when they are more weird and confusing than SXL in nature. In some cases, shrine priestesses have been known to completely alter the religion they follow to satiate themselves, but eventually get around to telling their followers that she wasn't being serious. Eventually, the moment he had seen the words, summoning, he had been glued to the article, reading everything mentioned about summoning and ignoring everything else. About 1 week after he started Riley's training, he had tried to summon the toads to see if they could communicate with his friends through the dimensions. Unfortunately, no matter how much chakra he pumped into the jutsu, he still could not summon even a tadpole. He had finally come to the conclusion that the moment he had died in his world, the contract he had signed and become void, and even though the QB had reversed time, it was only on himself and not the whole world. Almost nothing could have that much energy. He had then made a mental note to visit one of these shrines someday and encounter a shrine maiden or shrine priestess, as they might be able to tell him how to solve his summoning problems, since their method of summoning was very similar to the shinobi's method. He had also come up with a method that might be able to get him back to his dimension. In his Pokédex, he had come across what was called Lost Tech and Forbidden Tech. Lost Tech was apparently technology that was known in the late 20th or early 21st century that is either unknown now or requires resources not available. Petrochemicals, for example, are in short supply, and therefore the old fuel gasoline is rare. Plastics are usually recycled but are flimsier and less resistant to chemicals than some of the old types. The making of many of these old plastics is therefore low-tech because no way has been found to make up for the lost source material. There are people known as reclaimers whose job it is to uncover lost tech and find ways of reproducing it today. Forbidden tech, on the other hand, was technology banned since Sukibe's war and the backlash against the sciences of that time. Though many of the technologies have since been allowed, there are still many areas that are considered sealed. Weapons technologies, non-eco-friendly sources of power like coal or nuclear fission, and cybernetics are all considered sealed technologies. If petrochemicals had been more plentiful, it is likely that these would end up being sealed as well. There are periodic attempts by the medical community to lift bans on human genetic research, which so far have been only partially successful and then only in the indigo area. What Jutsu could not do alone might perhaps be possible with the aid of technology. Unfortunately, he highly doubted that the government would simply let someone wander around collecting these valuable and dangerous technologies. Thanks again to his Pokédex, he had found an answer to his dilemma. Harem Masters were gym leaders who were fully functioning members of the League who operate a League-sanctioned gym. There were also the Wandering Masters who still seek to perfect their craft on some self-determined quest. There are even Masters who hire out their Pokegirls for more mundane tasks. If he became a Harem Master, he would use the excuse of a self-determined quest to hunt down the technology he needed for interdimensional transport. He did not doubt that he could achieve this. Riley was already well on her way to becoming a top-notch Pokegirl. Breaking himself out of his musings, he decided that Riley was ready to begin the second stage of her training. Well, Riley, you have done extremely well so far and I am pleased with you. Riley beamed at this compliment. She had learnt that Naruto, like his senseis, was a tough taskmaster, and while praise was hard to earn from him, he never lied. Riley listened attentively as Naruto continued. Your physical conditioning stage has been completed and it is time for you to move on to the next stage, control. You might be able to move at the speed of lightning and have the strength to lift up mountains, but all of it goes to waste unless you know how to use them properly. I have watched many Pokegirl video battles through my Pokédex that I, hacked, and noticed that while the tamer does employ strategy, all a Pokegirl seems to do is blast what technique at full power. Any close combat fighting is simply spamming of special attacks like low kick and the like. That is simply stupid and a waste of energy. Therefore, I am going to teach you how to fight properly and not just brawl. This is a taijutsu style that I developed on my own through observing the Jukin of the Hyugas. I have not taught it to anyone so far, so do not disappoint me. Riley nodded, wide-eyed. Teaching a Pokegirl a specific fighting was unheard of and totally radical. On the other hand, the way Naruto had explained it made it sound totally logical, and that any other way of fighting was foolish. Now she knew why his sensei called him the #1 surprising ninja. Riley broke out of her musings as she listened to Naruto's explanation. The name of this style is Suijin no Kencho, manifestation of the water god. As its name implies, what you are doing is trying to emulate water itself. There are no blocks in this style. You shall only dodge. Flow around your enemy's movements just like the water in a peaceful lake does. When your opponent's guard is down, strike them hard and fast like a tsunami. Get into the rhythm of the battle. Ebb and flow just like the waves at the beach. That is the concept of the Suijin no Kencho. Riley listened mutely the whole time, fascinated by what Naruto had told her. Who knew that fighting could be an art form like Naruto had described? And now we will begin. This is the opening stance of the Suijin no Kencho. With that, Naruto began his demonstration and his lesson. Naruto watched with pride as Riley went through the katas for the Suijin no Kencho flawlessly, as though she had been practicing them since her birth. Pokegirls were truly made for battle. No human, other than one with a Sharingan, would have been able to master the katas for a whole style in 1 week, no matter how simple the style was. Clapping his hands loudly, he waited for Riley to stop her training and approached him before he addressed her. You have done very well to master the katas in 1 week. However, just the katas is not enough. I will now teach you how to link the katas together to form an effective fighting style. Now get into the opening stance. Naruto watched as Riley got into the opening stance. She was crouched down, her legs spread apart with her right leg stretched in front of her. Her right arm was in line with her right leg, hands open and palm facing an imaginary opponent. Her left hand was held beside her chest, hands also open and facing the front. Naruto moved behind and held her arms with his, and he moved with her while explaining the technicalities to her. Keep your feet firmly rooted on the ground. This way, it will be easy to switch from offense to defense and vice versa. There will be no aerial attacks unless you are sure that you can keep up a constant barrage and that your opponent is truly unable to counter you. Riley felt oddly flushed throughout the whole lesson. While moving with her was one of the most effective ways of teaching, it felt very NTMT to her. The worst part was, she did not know if she liked or disliked it. Shaking her head, she tried to dislodge such thoughts from her mind. Frostwelps normally needed a taming only once every half a year, and she had just undergone a taming cycle level 3 just a month ago. Resolving to put herself solely into training, she decided to not continue on her thoughts anymore. Who knew what her mind would come up with next? Riley had completed the second phase of her combat training and was now listening to what she would be doing next. Unfortunately, I cannot help you with this stage at all. Ignoring Riley's outraged cry of, "Why?" the blonde continued on his explanation. First of all, I have been training you to fight like a human, and not a Pokegirl. Therefore, I want you to incorporate your Pokegirl attacks into the Sueiji no Kensho and thus create your own style. Added to that, you have an extra appendage that I have utterly no idea on how it works. Naruto said, pointing to Riley's tail. You have 1 week to accomplish as much as you can. With that, Naruto left Riley to her own devices and began training himself. Finally, the 1 week was up and Naruto was intrigued on how much Riley had developed the Sueiji no Kensho. Naruto arrived at where Riley was training just in time to see her deliver a vicious slash to a hapless tree, shredding the trunk into tiny slivers. I wonder what that poor tree did to you to deserve such a fate. Naruto teased, chuckling at the speed at which she had whirled around, surprise evident on her face. Now, the 1 week is up and I am going to evaluate how well you have done so. In order to do that, the best way will be to spar. Remove your gravity seals. I will not hold back. Naruto warned. Although still slightly stunned, Riley did as her master instructed and both settled into the opening stance of the Sueiji no Kensho. Naruto wasted no time and he suddenly disappeared from view. Riley's eyes widened at such a display of speed, she was pretty sure he still had his gravity seals on, and she twisted her body around to the right, barely managing to dodge Naruto punch. However, she was not safe yet as Naruto used his built-up momentum to spin around and deliver a roundhouse kick. Riley ducked under his leg and came up with her arm raised, attempting to give Naruto an uppercut to the chin. Naruto simply continued his spin while dropping to the ground and then performed a sweep kick, causing Riley to jump up to dodge. Her stomach dropped as she noticed Naruto's predatory smirk. She had forgotten one of the first rules he had taught her. Always keep your feet firmly on the ground. Utilizing the momentum he had gained from the spin, Naruto sprang at Riley and socked her hard in the guts, causing her to double over in pain. At the same time, Naruto raised his knee and it connected solidly with Riley's face, sending Riley's head flying back. Finally, he performed a roundhouse kick Riley and sent her crashing into a tree where she collapsed, conscious but battered all over. Is that all you can do? It seems like you were nothing great after all. Naruto mocked. Without warning, Riley suddenly sprang at his, slashing at his face. Dodging to the side, Naruto nearly missed the tail whip that came crashing down on where he stood a second ago. While tail whip was normally a weak swat with the tail to break through the enemy's guards, the chakra weights had trained even the muscles in her tail and therefore the damage done was almost equal to an iron tail. However, Riley was far from done. She used a frost slash to slash at his face while simultaneously using another tail whip to swat at his legs, ensuring that he would be hit by at least one attack. Impressive, attacking 2 different areas to keep my off guard. It seems like she has been paying attention to my lessons after all. Unfortunately, this is still not good enough. Naruto thought. Naruto flipped over Riley's tail while bending his body backwards with his arms stretched out behind him, avoiding Riley's tail whip and watched as Riley's frost slash passed over his face barely an inch away. The moment his hands touched the ground, he pushed off with all of his strength and launched himself at Riley, feet first. The impact caused Riley to once again go flying into another tree. Very well done, Riley. It seems like you need a little motivation, but you did very good. Take the rest of the day to rest. We will continue sparring like this every day for the next week. The rest of the week passed with Master and Pokegirl sparring with each other. While Riley would never win Naruto, she did improve dramatically. As Naruto had learnt in his first mission to Wave, nothing improved one more than actual combat. After the end of 2 months, he checked the information of his Pokegirl on his Pokédex. Riley the Frostwelp, level 45. It was a rather impressive level, but Riley was still not strong enough for what he wanted. However, if his hunch proved, Riley would receive a major level boost. A common misconception of the level system of the Pokegirls was that the increase in abilities was a result of the Pokegirls leveling up. After much research, hacking, he had found that the truth was instead the reverse. Pokegirls gained levels when they had broken past the limit of the previous level. That would explain why Pokegirls gained levels easier while battling. In a battle, especially against a tough opponent, the Pokegirl would have to constantly be on her toes. In order to win a fight, the Pokegirl would pull out all the stops, pushing herself past her limits. Thus, a level up was registered. This was why Pokegirls tended to level slower when fighting against weak opponents rather than strong opponents. Against weaker opponents, they did not to push themselves so push and they would never break through the limit cap, so to speak, and thus they would not level up. After in-depth research, hacking into government files, he had found that the reason why a Pokegirl was able to gain more skills when she leveled up was because the evolution had a closer affinity to the Pokegirl's element was able to manipulate it more easily. Therefore, by theory, it would be possible to train a starter Pokegirl to gain full mastery of her element. Going again by theory, since the Pokegirl would not be breaking the limits imposed on nature itself, the end result should be a huge increase in levels. Naruto had 1 month left before his self-set deadline and he would make full use of this month. Now to inform Riley about her new training schedule. What do you mean by make me learn advanced attacks? That is impossible, Riley exclaimed. This was beyond her master's normal insanity. Make a start Pokegirl learn the attacks of a final evolution? There was no way that could ever happen. Naruto merely looked at her amused. It was impossible for a 12-year-old academy student to master the Kage Bunshin in one night. It was impossible for a Genin to outsmart rank missing Nin Zabuza. It was impossible for the same Genin to beat the heir of the Inuzuka clan in a fair fight. It was impossible for him to master summoning. It was once again impossible for him to beat the previous year's Rookie of the Year. It was impossible for him to defeat a Jinchuriki. It was impossible for him to master the Rasengan in simply 3 weeks. It was impossible for him to take the Rasengan further than its creator had. It was impossible for him to be able to control the power of the demon within him. It was impossible for him to recreate the jutsu that earned the fourth such fame, the Hiraition no Jutsu, Flying Thunder God technique. It was impossible for him to kill all of the Akatsuki members left alive. It was impossible for him to travel across dimensions and reverse the flow of time. Naruto stopped and looked at Riley after he had listed off the impossibilities that he had achieved. Riley stared dumbfounded at Naruto. It was true that her master had a reputation of making the impossible possible. Okay then, how do we go about doing this? Naruto grinned. He knew that she would see it his way. Riley sat down on the chair that had suddenly appeared out of thin air as she listened to Naruto in his lecture mode, which was simply him reclining on a sofa with his legs on a table. Both had miraculously appeared out of nowhere as well. Now, as I have told you before, rare elements are simply a fusion of 2 different basic elements. For example, the wood element which this house is created from is a fusion of earth and water. Ice, which you possess, is a fusion of wind and water. Therefore, this would mean you possess very high manipulation of wind and water within you. We are going to do this in a few steps. First of all will be for you to recognize and summon the different affinities within you at will. Next will be manipulating these separate elements until you can do anything you want with them. Finally, you will learn to fuse these elements together. By fusing the 2 elements by yourself instead of letting your innate Pokegirl nature do it for you, you are gaining an understanding of how your elements. In most cases, the Pokegirls' minds simply follow their bodies. In other words, only when they are of a high enough level will the body allow the mind access to the knowledge on how to perform a particular attack. However, in this case you would be training your mind, so to speak. You do not have to wait for your body to allow you the knowledge because you already possess the knowledge. Finally, with the mastery of the ice element, you are not limited to only the existing that Pokegirls have programmed into their bodies. You can create your own attacks. Riley gaped at what this might portend. Her master was truly a genius. If she was able to create and perform attacks at will, she would be a practical god among the Pokegirls. Unfortunately, for you to be skilled enough to create your own attacks will probably take you years of hard work. However, you will still be able to make even a frost slash deal as much damage as an ice beam at point-blank range within, say, a year. It would take a lot of hard work, but I have faith in you. Riley smiled warmly at his praise while squashing the strange tingly feeling that had occurred whenever she received praise from him or when he came into skin contact with her. The 3 months had finally come to an end. The last month had proven very fruitful as his theory had turned out to be correct. Riley had been so elated on her first success that she had jumped on him, hugging him tightly before jumping away, her face almost as red as Hinata. Suddenly, his comm link beeped loudly, signaling that someone was calling him. Opening it up, Travis' face popped in view. Naruto, come to the Poke Center immediately. There is an emergency and your help is needed. After finishing their morning training, Travis and Beatrice headed to the kitchen planning for a quick snack when Travis' comm link beeped. Opening up, the familiar face of Candace popped into view. Travis, hurry to the Poke Center. You're the strongest tamer around here and there is an emergency that needs your help. After Travis had encountered Naruto and the Frostwelp, he had thrown himself into the training after seeing how utterly inadequate both he and Beatrice were. In the course of their training, Beatrice had evolved into an Ivy whore and was now a respectable level 43, making him the strongest tamer in town. When he reached the Poke Center, he saw that he was not the only tamer there. In fact, it seemed like every tamer in town was gathered here. Standing on his toes, he searched for a mop of spiky blonde hair but failed to find Naruto. It was not that surprising though. After the day where Naruto had explained a little about to his Travis, he had seen neither hide nor hair of the blonde shinobi. Pushing through the crowd to reach the reception counter, he found Candace talking to the town mayor, unusually flustered. The moment she caught sight of Travis, Candace motioned for Travis to come forward. So this was the tamer you were talking about then, Candace? Asked the town mayor genially. When the nurse Joy nodded, the mayor faced Travis and spoke gravely. I will not mince words here. You do not need to hear them. The thing is, a wounded traveler reached the Poke Center yesterday, seeking treatment. When he had recovered enough to speak, he told us that he was beset by a group of vampires and vampiras. Travis paled when he heard that. There had been a den of some vampire and their vampiras deep within the heart of the forest, but they had only appeared occasionally to feed on some blood. Their victim was always returned to the road that he was on with less blood than he had originally, but he was otherwise fine. They had never before shown such aggression. That was not the worst part. According to the traveler, there were at least 100 vampiras present. He only managed to escape as the vampires and vampiras were too busy feeding to notice him sneaking away. Travis blanched. A vampire of average skill was able to control up to 10 vampiras before she lost control. 100 vampiras would mean an additional 10 vampires or an exceptionally powerful vampire, both of which were equally scary thoughts. Looking around him, Travis' heart sank. All of the tamers were immature rookies, concentrating on only taming their Pokegirls and not training them. Therefore, none of their Pokegirls were even higher than level. Even Beatrice would not be able to take on so many vampiras and vampires. It seemed like Aberdine was doomed. Wait a minute. There was still one last hope. Sir, I am afraid that even with my capabilities, 100 vampiras and the vampires controlling them would be too much for me. In fact, that would be too much for almost anyone. The mayors fell at this news. However, I do know of someone who would be able to turn the tides for us. I will go and contact him now with your permission. The mayor's face immediately brightened. Yes, go immediately. I hope this person, whoever he is, agrees to help us. Travis nodded and headed out of the Poke Center where it was less noisy. It was time to contact a certain shinobi. So, you are telling me that you suspect the vampires and their vampiras will attack tonight since it is a full moon tonight and the vampires are strongest then? When Travis nodded in response to Naruto's question, Naruto continued. And you are also telling me that other than you or me, no one is combat ready? Once again Travis nodded. That means that only you and I, who each have only one Pokegirl, are going to face off against a group of 100 vampiras and maybe 10 vampires? Travis nodded again, but this time he felt fear clenching his heart. When Naruto put it that way, his idea seemed utterly suicidal. Travis might be willing to risk his life for the sake of his hometown, but Naruto had absolutely no ties to Aberdeen and had no reason whatsoever to risk his neck to save Aberdeen. Suddenly, Naruto broke into a broad smile. I like it. Sounds a lot like my old plans. Travis stared at Naruto, flabbergasted. He actually did things like this on a regular basis? Suddenly he chuckled out loud. It seems like the town might stand a chance after all, as the #1 most surprising ninja was here with them. Releasing Beatrice from her Pokeball, Travis got her up to date on what was going to happen while Naruto did the same with Riley. Beatrice was shocked before she became as determined as Travis to protect the town. They noticed with amusement that Riley on the other hand seemed exasperated with Naruto, as though something this insane was something that happened regularly. Knowing Naruto, There were definite possibilities of that. The moment he had finished briefing Riley, he returned her to her Pokeball. When Travis asked him why he had done that, Naruto replied with a, "We had just finished our training. If we are going to win, then Riley needs to recover her strength and the best way is by resting inside a Pokeball." Travis nodded. He had forgotten that not every Pokegirl was like Beatrice and could recover just by being in the sun. Naruto looked at Beatrice and noticed that there was something different about her. First of all, the dark green patches on her skin had disappeared. Added to that, the bulb growing on her lower back was bigger and the first layer of petals had opened. Finally, her BRSs, already huge to begin hand, had become bigger. Scanning her dutifully like a rookie tamer, Naruto read her info. Beatrice, level 43. Ivy War, the BRC-enhancing plant Pokegirl. Type, near human. Element, plant poison. Frequency, common to uncommon. Diet, sunlight, water, nutrients through soil. Role, RSNG other Pokegirls, soil regeneration, subduing feral Pokegirls, body modification. Strong versus, electric, plant, water, rock, fighting. Weak versus, psychic, fire, flying, energy, average to high, sunlight-based. Text, vine whip, razor leaf, leech seed, lust dust, vine bench, sleep powder, bloom. Enhancements, solar healing. Evolves, Venusaur, Orcsum. Evolves from Bulbasaur, normal. After a Bulbasaur has acquired enough experience, she will evolve into her next form, Ivysaur. Most of Ivysaur's powers, abilities, and drawbacks remain unchanged from her previous form, since unlike most other Pokegirls, the evolution doesn't radically alter this Pokegirl all that much. The most noticeable changes are that the bulb on her back has grown, with the first layer of petals opening, though it does not yet bloom, and that her bust has increased. No Ivysaur has anything less than D-cup BRStis, and they're often larger. At this point, wearing anything on her chest becomes very difficult, since even most elastic coverings would be stretched thin, making them form-fitting and uncomfortable, not to mention blocking the sun from their skin. Most of the deeper green markings fade away with this transformation as well. Ivysaur has most of the same attacks as her previous form. However, with her bulb growing, she is able to make new poison powders. Her sleep powder affects anyone it hits, making them slumber, and is a very convenient way to capture new Pokegirls. She also has the ability to make bloom powder. This powder only works on females, be they human or Pokegirl. Bloom powder makes the bust of any female it hits grow larger, with how much larger is dependent on how much they are hit with. Only other Bulbasaurs, Ivysaurs, and Venusaurs, as well as types that can withstand poison, are not affected by this. An Ivysaur can make two different types of bloom powder, temporary and permanent. Temporary bloom powder is much easier to make and can be created virtually at will by an Ivysaur. She usually tosses large amounts at opponents, letting their suddenly grown gigantic BRSTS pin them down. Temporary bloom powder rarely lasts more than an hour. Making permanent bloom powder is much more difficult, requiring a longer time to synthesize, only letting her throw this type of powder roughly once a week. An Ivysaur always knows just how much powder to throw to increase a female's bust by a certain amount. This type is usually used on Pokegirls that an Ivysaur's master wants to be chestier. An Ivysaur that is allowed to bathe in the sun heals faster than a Bulbasaur, to the point where she can heal all but the most grievous damage after roughly a full day of nothing but laying in direct sunlight. Of course, this also nourishes the soil to a great degree. Feral Ivysaurs are more dangerous to surrounding Pokegirls and human women, since in addition to tossing lust dust at random, they also use bloom powder liberally. Most of the time it's temporary, but every now and then there are stories of women who permanently developed mammoth memories due to a feral Ivysaur or Venusaur. It's very uncommon, but not unknown, for a threshold girl to become an Ivysaur directly. That would explain Beatrice's changes. She had evolved in the 3 months that he had been training Riley. Impressive, Travis, gaining 28 levels in a PRD of 3 months and even causing Beatrice to evolve. Naruto remarked. Travis smirked back at him. I don't care if Riley started out as a higher level than Beatrice. There is no way that Riley will beat us easily. Naruto only replied with a cryptic, maybe, as he settled down to wait for nightfall. Naruto and Travis stood in front of the forest that the vampires and the vampiras were supposed to emerge from. A few meters behind them were the rookie tamers, ready to mount a last-ditch defense should Naruto and Travis fail. Also with them were a few priests that would be able to support them with their holy prayers. Being of a more evil breed to Pokegirls, the holy prayers would be able to damage and even kill them. Suddenly, a horde of Pokegirls swarmed out of the forests, and upon seeing the two tamers, they immediately attacked the two tamers. Naruto moved out of the way of several dark bombs and let them explode them on the ground harmlessly. He had not released Riley as he was still waiting for a good opportunity. Travis, on the other hand, had already released Beatrice from her Pokeball when they had arrived at the forest. Seeing the feral Pokegirl swarm towards the two tamers, Beatrice unleashed a storm of razor leaves. Seeing as the feral Pokegirls were so closely packed together, not a single razor leaf. Meanwhile, she used her vine whip to bat dark bombs away from Travis. Naruto had shown that he could take care of himself by dodging the dark bombs with such ease that Beatrice felt as clumsy as the elephants that existed before the Tsunade incident in comparison. Dodging yet another dark bomb, he threw a kunai in the direction that the dark bomb had come from and was rewarded with a cry of pain. He then backflipped to avoid a dark blade attack. The vampiras were everywhere. Scanning yet another Pokegirl, he cursed as it turned out to be another vampira. Vampira, aka Batgirl, the Night Flyer Pokegirl. Type, near human. Element, dark flying. Frequency, rare. Diet, human-style food with occasional blood or vitamin supplements. Role, uncommon Pokegirl type, makes an excellent night security guard. Energy, average. Strong versus, bug, dark, fighting, ghost, ground, plant, psychic. Weak versus, electric, ice, rock. Dex, claw, dark blade, dark bomb, drain, kick, tackle, wing attack. Weaknesses, torpid during the day. Enhancements, enhanced strength, X4, elemental affinity, dark, altered digestive system, night vision, ability to cling to walls and vertical surfaces, low melanin level. Evolves, none. Evolves from, goth, dark stone. Vampira are one of the evolved forms of the goth Pokegirl. It is hard to tell a vampira from a goth since she appears just like the wannabe vampire or makeup artist subtype, except she doesn't need makeup to appear pale, since all vampiras have very pale skin which never tans no matter how much sun she gets. No matter what else she is wearing, a vampira will always have what appears to be a black cloak. This is in fact a pair of bat wings, and although vampiras are not the fastest flyers, they are maneuverable and their strength allows them to carry a human or Pokegirl for a short time. The other difference between a goth and a vampira is her teeth. A vampira has long canine teeth which she uses to perform her drain attack and to draw the blood which she needs to feed upon. Vampira mostly eat a normal human diet, however they are unable to extract some vitamins from normal food and must consume either vitamin supplements or blood once a week to avoid growing ill. Vampira prefer blood when they can get it but can survive on supplements indefinitely, but a vampira with a tamer will insist on drinking his blood at least once a month. This is considered an act of great intimacy by the vampira and will always be the prelude to a taming session. Vampira can now use Dark Blade, and this combined with their more functional claws, greater strength and the ability to use Drain to weaken their opponent and restore their own strength makes them excellent close-in fighters. Vampira prefer to rest during the day and most spend the day in their Pokeball asleep. They are often used by tamers to guard their camp at night since they have excellent night vision and are much more active at night. This has also led to many vampira being employed as night security guards. Vampira have a low feral state, becoming even more brooding than normal and almost totally nocturnal, only being active during the day if absolutely necessary. They are usually not dangerous since they are solitary and will only attack a human should they be desperate for blood, and the amount of blood that they will drain in an attack is not life-threatening. In fact, anyone attacked by a solitary vampira is advised to not resist and just allow the vampira to drink their blood since she will become aroused and they can then initiate a taming session and capture her. There is one exception to this, however. Feral vampira who encounter a vampire will seek to follow her and become her servant. In fact, feral vampira can sense when a vampire is near and have a rough idea as to which direction she is in. The exact range at which a vampira can detect a vampire varies depending on the levels of both the vampire and the vampira, but is usually between 1 to 3 kilometers. Should the vampire be a tame one, then this causes few problems, with the vampira joining the vampire's harem. Much more dangerous are those vampira who encounter feral vampires. They will seek to serve their mistress, often being used to bring her victims for her to feast upon. A group of feral vampira is a sure sign that a vampire is in the area, and anyone who is attacked by more than one vampira is advised to escape and report the attack to the authorities immediately. Tamed vampira do not suffer from this weakness and lose the ability to sense when vampires are in the area. In fact, tamed vampira both fear and despise feral vampires and will seek to have them captured or killed when they encounter them, since they have no desire to be forced to turn feral and become the vampire's SLV. They are not actively hostile towards tamed vampires but are slow to trust them until they have gotten to know them. Human girls thresholding into vampira are very rare and usually handle the change well given the vampira's somewhat brooding personality. Channeling some chakra to his eyes so that he could see better in the dark, he cursed as he failed to find the vampires controlling the vampiras. After a few more tries, he finally hit the jackpot. Vampire, the blood-sucking Pokegirl. Type, very near human. Element, ghost magic. Frequency, rare, Crimson League, very rare, elsewhere. Diet, blood. Role, hunters. Energy, Thai. Strong versus, bug, fighting, ground, ghost, magic, plant, poison, psychic, infernal. Weak versus, dark, electric, ice, celestial, solar-based attacks. Attacks, vampire bite, drain, invis, all levels, nightshade, phase, illusion, fear aura, mega drain, dark shield, cocoon of darkness, dark mist, dark matter, blood blade, vampiric touch, ghost blade, nightmare syndrome. Enhancements, enhanced speed, x4, enhanced strength, x4, enhanced endurance, x4, enhanced durability, x4, enhanced healing, x3, darkness affinity, constant ashen wings and dark goggles effect, light transformation and illusionary capabilities. Evolves, Redeemer, blessed vampire, battle stress, Psyvamp, moon shard. Evolves from humans, dark-type Pokegirls or Amazon-type Pokegirls, infected through bite. Bounty, for confirmed kill 200,000 SLC, applies to ferals only. Bounty, for reporting sighting and getting out alive 57,000 SLC, applies to ferals only. Bounty, for successful capture and taming 57,500 SLC, applies to ferals only. Recommendation: if you see one, before anything is done, be certain that the vampire is indeed a feral one. Observe it, trying if at all possible to stay out of its way. The difference between a feral vampire and a tamed vampire is very subtle. If the vampire seems even remotely animalistic in nature, then evacuate immediately, making sure to have a fighting-type Pokegirl at the ready if you are spotted. If you are spotted, be prepared to kill the vampire as its bite is potentially lethal and has the potential to infect you or your Pokegirls, resulting in a transformation into a vampire. Applies to ferals only. Vampires were one of the few species of non-infernals that campaigned with the legions of terror during the war. Their presence alone was enough to inspire fear in the populace, and since Sukib's research had yielded that humans could be converted to vampires and forced into service with the Legion, they were considered to be even more terrifying. Human in appearance, save for their pale skin and more pointed than normal canine teeth, they were easily capable of blending in with humanity. While sunlight didn't kill them, as it normally would with vampires in the old stories, they were weakened severely by the sun and generally stayed inactive until nighttime. This made it easier to catch and tame vampires, however doing so guarantees that the vampire will never have any respect for you. Catching a feral vampire at night, and especially at a full moon, when their powers are at their strongest and you guarantee a loyal, cooperative vampire in your harem. Vampires have a variety of fearsome abilities. They can transform into pre-Sukib creatures such as rats or bats, more powerful vampires being able to change into swarms of these creatures. They can also transform into mist for silent movement through an area, remaining aware of their entire surroundings when transformed and capable of reforming at any time. They can pass through walls and turn invisible, and manipulate dark energy to their own ends. They are fierce, savage fighters when feral, losing all of their complex abilities except for much lessened invisibility powers and natural flight. When tame, their tactics change, as they tend to favor a combination of intimidation and evasive tactics, using illusions and trickery to basically terrify the opponent into defeating themselves. They can turn up to one other person invisible as well as phase them through a wall, but only if they are completely tangible and/or visible before grabbing someone and using the ability. Having a vampire in your harem is not recommended, but doing so shows that you have the patience, diligence, and willingness to do what is necessary for your girls to be happy. Vampires need only one thing to survive: blood. If a tamer is willing to let their vampire feed from them, just enough for the vampire's needs to suffice, then they guarantee loyalty from their vampire. It's best to let them stay in their Pokeball until nighttime, as they become severely weak during the day and cannot take pleasure from any sort of physical act, making taming useless. In official Pokegirl battles, It is forbidden to use solar attacks on them, as it is potentially fatal to them. Vampires can secrete a chemical substance through the hollow canines they use to feed. This chemical is what triggers the change into a vampire. Males turn female before their transformation. To tell the difference from a normal feeding bite and an infected bite, looking for greenish-yellow foam around the wound. A vampiric infection can be treated and cured within 7 days of the bite via white magic and careful medical treatment, but by the 8th day, the effects are irreversible. Due to the nature of how vampires are formed, no cases of threshold have been recorded or are believed to be even possible. Note that ferals are far more dangerous to travelers than tame vampires. Tame vampires have a strong sense of dignity and are far more likely to be polite to people they meet. They will also never drink more than they need to survive. Ferals are savage and will drink even when they aren't thirsty. They also have less control over their bodies and are far more likely to accidentally infect someone with a vampiric transformation virus. Feral vampires also command feral vampira, a breed that tame vampires look down on with derision and amusement, as they are moderately useful to their purposes. He immediately memorized how the vampire looked in contrast to the vampiras. The vampires had lighter hair than the vampiras, although it was very difficult to see in the dark. Both the vampiras and vampires wore skin-tight leather full-body suits that conformed to their figure nicely. Both vampires and vampira were very pale in complexion. Although both species' lips were black, the vampira's lips were a bit glossier. The vampire's pupils were slit-like in shape, probably due to the effect of the night goggles. Finally, their wings were the same. No, Naruto corrected himself. The vampire's wings were actually more opaque than the vampira's. All in all, it would be nigh impossible to differentiate between the two in the night as the differences were minuscule at best. Tossing the pokeball containing Rylai at the vampire, he waited until it was 20 centimeters away from the vampire. He tossed a kunai at the pokeball. When the pokeball was right in front of the vampire, the blunt end of the kunai that Naruto had thrown hit the button on the pokeball, releasing Rylai. Rylai, blizzard now. Naruto cried out the moment Rylai was out of the pokeball. Is that guy a RETD or something? There is no way a starter Pokegirl can perform blizzard. A random rookie tamer cried out before he stopped to gape at the spectacle in front of him. It started off a small drop in temperature. Wind then swirled around Rylai before picking in intensity. The temperature suddenly dropped drastically and tiny slivers of ice were mixed in with the wind around Rylai. Rylai poured in the required energy to complete the technique, and the swirling wind suddenly expanded to engulf the whole battlefield, roaring all the while. The slivers increased in size and numbers, and then within seconds, a full-scale blizzard was tearing through the feral Pokegirls. Travis immediately scanned Rylai with his Pokédex and his eyes immediately bugged out. Level 68. How the hell did you level her up by 43 levels in just 3 months? The vampire next to Rylai stood no chance. Rylai was in the center of the whole storm, which was the area that the most damage most dealt. Being in such close range added to the vampire's weakness to ice resulted in an instant death for the vampire. Meanwhile, the vampiras that had been under the vampire's control suddenly regained control of themselves. Confused at what was going on, they struck out blindly, killing many of their own before they were brought under control by another vampire. However, the vampire was not the only casualty. Every Pokegirl that was within 5 meters of Rylai died due to the blizzard. Added to that, the tamers immediately took advantage of the chaos that Rylai's blizzard had wreaked and released their Pokegirls. Even with their low levels, they were able to kill off quite a few vampiras before the feral Pokegirls regained their equilibrium. Beatrice had also taken advantage of the opening presented. Using a vine whip to place Travis with the other tamers where it was safer, Beatrice unleashed Razor Leaf after Razor Leaf and managed to kill off another vampire by luck. Finally, Rylai ran out of energy and slumped to the ground, utterly exhausted. The blizzard as a result stopped. Using a kunai to slice off the head of a vampira that was attempting to attack the hapless Rylai, he wrapped an exploding tag around a kunai and threw it into the middle of a group of vampiras. Watching the reactions of the feral Pokegirls carefully, he noticed one Pokegirl that did not flinch when the light from the explosion hit her eyes. Knowing that the night goggles skill prevented the Pokegirl from being affected by a sudden burst of light in the night, Naruto concluded that the Pokegirl was a vampire. Picking up Rylai with one hand, he threw a kunai at the vampire and watched as it blossomed in the vampire's chest before sprinting to the sidelines where it was safer. Laying Rylai down, he spoke to her in a stern tone. That blizzard was wonderful. It may have turned the tides for us. I want you to rest here until you regain your energy. Do not enter the battlefield until you are sure that you have at least enough energy for 2 ice beams. Nodding weakly, Riley agreed to follow her master's orders. While she had managed to manipulate the ice element on her own, it still took an insane amount of energy and concentration to do so. Unless she was using an attack that had already been granted to her, she could only fire off a few attacks before she ran out of energy. Riley looked at the tamers and the priests beside her. If they were not here, the battle would have ended a long while ago. Because Naruto needed to keep his past a secret, he could not use any jutsus and was limited to only his taijutsu. Luckily, the exploding tags could be explained off as a special kind of grenade. If Naruto ran around shooting off fireballs everywhere, there was no doubt that scientists would immediately swarm to like bees to honey, waiting to cut him up and see how he ticked. Riley looked on worriedly as Naruto entered the fray once again. However, for now she could only look at him and pray for his safety until she regained her strength. Naruto did a quick head count while he beheaded one of the vampires that had tried to sneak up on him. According to Travis, a vampire of average ability would be able to control up to 10 vampires. That would make for 10 vampires. Since 3 vampires had been killed, that would leave only. However, Naruto's instincts told him that there were less than he had noticed. That after the vampires had been killed, the vampiras that they had been controlling were brought back under control. However, this process of regaining control took quite some time, which showed that it was not another vampire waiting in reserve. What it suggested, though, was that there was a vampire out there that was strong enough to control above 20 vampiras. Assuming that this vampire had the ability to control up to 30 vampiras, that would mean that there were only 5 more vampires left. Counting the number of vampiras still alive, he grimaced as he realized that they still had 30+ vampiras left to contend with. Checking on the status of his allies, he found the rookie tamers and their Pokegirls huddled at the back. The Pokegirls obviously trying to defend their tamers from any vampiras that made it, though the priests and Beatrice. Beatrice, on the other hand, looked half dead. She was likely running on purely willpower now. Naruto estimated that she would be able to take only another 5 more vampiras before she collapsed. Thank goodness the vampiras were of a low level. If they had been higher than level 20, Naruto would probably have been forced to use his jutsus. Releasing his gravity seals, Naruto instantly felt a whole lot lighter. Dashing towards Beatrice, he killed any vampiras that were in his way. When Beatrice finally collapsed, he wanted to be there to prevent her from being killed. Ducking under a dark blade, he came up under the vampira's guard and snapped a kick to her chin, breaking her neck instantly. Spinning away from a dark bomb, Naruto used the momentum from the spin to slam his kunai into the back of the skull of another vampira. Flipping away, he activated the exploding tag that he had slapped onto the kunai and watched as the explosion killed 6 ferals that had surrounded the spot where he used to be. From the ensuing chaos, he deduced that one of those killed was a vampire and grinned. Pulling out 2 kunais so that he held 2 in each hand, he dashed forward and slit the throat of one vampira that had regained control of her senses. Ducking, he dodged a claw attack that cut off a bit of his hair. Performing a leg sweep on the vampira, he beheaded her as she fell and flung his kunai at a vampira that had attempted to sneak up on Beatrice. Meanwhile, Beatrice used a bloom attack to cause some of the ferals to drop to the ground, unable to get up due to their unnaturally huge BRSTs, before using a razor leaf to finish them off. Again, some vampiras regained control of their senses, indicating that another vampire had been killed. That left 3 more vampires and 13 more vampiras to go. Naruto grinned as Riley moved to stand beside. They had quite a high chance to win now. Unfortunately, Beatrice chose this moment to lose consciousness. Quickly ordering Riley to bring Beatrice back to safety, Naruto started to battle again. Naruto cursed as it seemed like the remaining vampires had finally gotten smarter. Instead of simply commanding the vampiras to dogpile the shinobi, the vampiras had taken to the skies and attacked from above. Added to that, the dark bombs that descended on him were actually timed and not the random chaotic explosions that they had been earlier. Taking stock of his inventory, Naruto cursed as he saw that he had only less than 10 kunais left and absolutely no shuriken in all. He had forgotten to seal some shuriken into the scroll. He had a plan, but it required Riley to work. As though summoned by his thoughts, Riley suddenly appeared beside him. Naruto quickly whispered the beginning of a plan to her while both Pokegirl and Master dodged attacks. I want you to jump up to a tree and use it as a launching pad to strike at some vampiras. Use only your basic attacks. I will attempt to herd them with the rest of my kunai and explosion tags. When the opportunity arises, I want you to use an ice beam to group all of the remaining ferals into one big group. Then, you shall use your last ice beam attack and I shall use the last of my explosives to wipe them out. Nodding in understanding, Riley set off to execute her master's plans. Find a tall tree to use as a launching pad, Riley ran up the trunk of the tree, using her claws to gain purchase. Finally, she reached the top of the tree and launched herself at a vampira, her frost slash creating deep, biting gashes in the feral's side, eliciting a cry of pain. Twisting herself in midair to avoid the returning claw attack, Riley used a tail whip to smash a vampira who had tried to sneak up on her away. Looking down, she saw another vampira flying up towards charging a dark bomb in the process, attempting to fry the Frostwelp at point-blank range. Grabbing the vampira that she had injured originally, she flung the feral bodily in the path of the dark bomb, letting the feral get fried instead. Obeying the laws of physics, Riley's body fell down towards the earth. Using a slash attack as she dropped past the vampira who had attempted to fry her, Riley cut the feral in twain. Grabbing a thick tree branch as she dropped past it, she used her momentum to swing herself upwards and released her grip, sending her flying into the air once again. Meanwhile, Naruto had flung a kunai with an exploding tag to the right of a group of ferals. The ferals immediately tried to split up but they were stopped by two exploding tags, one to the top and one to the bottom, allowing them to be able to run only to the left. Seeing a good opportunity, Riley fired off an ice beam. While she only managed to kill one vampire, the ice beam did its job as the rest of the Pokegirls huddled together in a group in an attempt to protect themselves, not knowing that was what the duo wanted. Firing off her last ice beam, Riley watched as her attack froze a third of the remaining ferals before landing on the ground immediately. Naruto's last 5 kunais immediately thudded into the frozen Pokegirls before exploding due to the exploding tags wrapped around the kunais. The explosion combined with the huge chunks of ice flying everywhere effectively killed off the rest of the feral Pokegirls. The townspeople gathered were dumbfounded by the feat that the duo had achieved. Slowly, however, the fact that Naruto and Riley had saved their lives sank into their heads and they cheered loudly, moving forward to thank the heroes. They were halted though when a dark blur suddenly streaked towards Riley. Unable to dodge aside in time, Riley could only watch the blur get closer with a look of surprise on her face. Suddenly, the look of surprise changed into a smirk as she summoned a frost armor just before the dark blur impacted. Instead of the normal frost armor, which was simply a layer of ice over the Frostwelp's skin that took quite a long time to form, what formed on Riley's skin was a much thicker layer of ice with sharp, dangerous-looking spikes of ice protruding from the armor that formed instantaneously. With the increase in ice manipulation, Riley found that all of her previous ice attacks could be performed much better and much faster. The dark blur could not stop itself at the speed that it was going and impaled itself on one of the spikes on Riley's frost armor. Moving forward, Naruto saw that it was the last vampire left. When Riley raised her hand, prepared to finish the vampire, Naruto motioned for her to stop. When he was beside her, he explained to her his decision. She may have information that we may need. Feral vampires are very intelligent, so she should be able to speak. She might be the strongest vampire and the commander of this invasion, but this might still be only an advance force to test Aberdine's defenses. We need to learn if there are any more vampires left in the den, whether they are hostile or not, and if they are, their current strength. Naruto said, taking on a more serious demeanor as his shinobi training took over. Dispel your frost armor, and when she drops top the ground, restrain her immediately. Do not care about being gentle to her. However, I do not want you treating her too roughly unnecessarily as well. Naruto instructed. Naruto knelt down until he was on eye level with the vampire. Now, can you tell me the reason for you attacking this town? When the vampire only hissed in his face, Naruto sighed and continued, I know you can speak, drop the charade. Your invasion has failed. Your sisters and slaves have died. You are the only one left. Might as well cooperate. After glaring at Naruto for a while, the vampire finally answered, albeit in halting sentences. We lived in home we happy. But human in long white clothes with silver crosses come. They say strange words, hurt us bad. We tell them to stop, but they continue. Many die, my sisters and I run. We gather more slaves, we want kill for our sisters. Naruto was intrigued by what the vampire had said. He detected no trace of lying in her words, which meant that she was telling the truth. However, he knew of only group that wore white robes and carried silver crosses. Looking at the priests gathered before him, he asked them sternly, was what the vampire said true? Did you really attack the vampires without provocation? There can be no way that what the vampire said is true. We are peaceful priests and we would never dash, the bishop said before he was interrupted by one of the priests. So what if we did? They deserved it. Their presence on this world desecrates the earth that they stand on. By killing them off, we are purifying the land and doing everyone a favor. The priest sneered. Naruto sighed inwardly. He was afraid that things would turn out this way. It seems that no matter which world one was in, humans never got rid of their bigotry. He was utterly disgusted with their actions but showed no hint of it. And may I ask who accompanied you on this glorious quest? Naruto questioned. Rylai looked at her master, shocked that he would say such callous words. Proudly, 4 other priests stood out with the original one. Is that all? Naruto asked. When the priests nodded, Naruto stood up and suddenly disappeared from view. 5 sickening cracks pierced the air, and when the crowd turned, they saw the 5 priests dead at Naruto's feet. Why did you kill them? An enraged priest shouted. Sure, they may deserve punishment for going against the words of God, but those are only Pokegirls. They do not deserve death for killing Pokegirls. Naruto's answering glare silenced him. They are not creatures for you to rule over and impose your will on. They are also people and should be treated as such. Naruto growled menacingly as memories of his past flashed through his mind. Kill the demon spawn. You do not deserve to live, you filthy thrash. Why don't you just crawl into a hole and die, dead last? When the priest stepped forward to berate Naruto for his foolishness, he suddenly found himself kissing the dirt with Naruto's foot on his back. This ends now. Naruto snarled at both the priest and the townspeople. The priests chose to take lives willfully and paid with their lives. The vampires chose to take revenge, and now they lay on the ground rotting away. Both parties have paid for their mistakes. Grudges will be forgotten and everyone will start on a clean, lest this results in a vicious cycle of hatred. Picking up one of his kunai on the way, Naruto walked over to the vampire. The last of the perpetrators shall die now, and all foolish grudges shall be erased from memory. Naruto said as he cast a genjutsu over everyone except for Rylai and the vampire to make them think that he had killed off the vampire when he had actually created a Kagebunshin and carried the vampire off to somewhere safe. I released you because though you did make the wrong choice, it was the only way for you to grieve the death of your sisters. Leave this place and lead a new life. If you attempt to continue on your foolish crusade for revenge, I will hunt you down and kill you myself. The Kagebunshin said as it dispelled itself. Naruto was once again in Travis waiting for his bounty before he left Aberdeen on his journey. Since Naruto and Rylai had killed a total of 6 vampires, he got a total bounty of 1,200,000 SLC. While he was elated at no longer having to scam for food and the like, since places with higher technology might see through the illusion, there was something else that dampened his happiness. After the battle, Rylai had gotten quite distant from him. In fact, she had seemed as though she was reverting back to feral state. Worried at what was happening to Rylai, Naruto had spent the whole night reading up with his Pokédex and had found out some disturbing news. He had found out that a Pokegirl who doesn't get tamed often enough regresses to an animalistic state, called feral. While feral, a Pokegirl cannot think as a human would, and is essentially an animal in mind, making her quite dangerous, although the state may prevent her from using some of her powers. If a Pokegirl gives birth while feral, the result is feral-born Pokegirls. A Pokegirl can be brought back from feral by being tamed by a human. A non-feral Pokegirl cannot bring a feral Pokegirl back by having SEC with her. However, 2 Pokegirls can have SEC with each other to keep from falling into a feral state, but this only works about half as well as SEC with a human. Simple MSTRBTN won't even slow a Pokegirl's descent into feral at all. Most tamers use their Pokegirls to weaken feral Pokegirls, and then capture them in Pokeballs to pacify them, and then release them and tame them. After reading up, he found that he had been utterly misled on what taming meant. Taming, contrary to what he had originally, was not about training. In essence, taming is all about section. The process was given a somewhat neutral name so that some people misunderstand what it actually means. Taming is necessary in order for a tamer to develop a relationship with their Pokegirls. Taming must be between 2 or more people, and a Pokegirl cannot tame herself. Most hypotheses say that the taming fulfills some need in the Pokegirl's mind that must be renewed every so often in order for their mind to stay clear. A Pokegirl that isn't tamed often enough will eventually sink into a feral state, losing their intelligence. So long as there is a partner participating in the SXL Act, the taming need in a Pokegirl is fulfilled. The partner may be either male or female, it doesn't matter so long as it's human. 2 Pokegirls who have not gone feral can even tame each other. However, This works only about half as well as SEC with a human would, resulting in the Pokegirls needing their next taming sooner than usual. A Pokegirl cannot tame a feral Pokegirl. Such an act requires a human. Riley had not been tamed since the first time he had encountered her, where a taming cycle had settled the problem for him. That would make 3 months already. While Frostwelps generally had a low energy, even 3 months was stretching it a bit. He also suspected that the adrenaline high from the battle yesterday had accelerated her descent into being a feral. Naruto was now in a dilemma. How could he just walk up to Riley and demand for SC, even if it was to prevent her from turning feral? He knew that other tamers did that, but he would be dead before he ran around acting like an animal in heat. Besides, he still had the bruises from when he had made advances on Sakura when she was younger. He had also seen Jiraiya be sent flying out of a window when he incurred Tsunade's wrath. This had taught him that a woman's fury is nothing to be sneered at. Besides, Riley had an extra tail and claws as well as the ability to freeze his manhood off. After racking his head for an answer, he still could not find the solution to his problem, so he settled on a temporary solution. He would simply keep Riley in her Pokeball until he figured out a solution. When a Pokegirl is inside a Pokeball, she is kept in stasis so she would not turn feral even if inside the Pokeball for 100 years. However, unless the Pokegirl is exhausted, the mind of the Pokegirl remains fully alert. Naruto found it inhumane to subject anyone to such a situation, except for the Kyuubi of course, and resolved to find a solution as soon as possible. After he collected his bounty, God, he was so rich. He met Travis in front of the gates of the town where Travis was seeing him off. "Hey Travis, do you know of a place where I can get a decent katana? There is no one selling a katana in this town." Naruto asked Travis. He had not sealed in a katana into the Master Scroll, and it greatly irked him since he was cut down to only a quarter of his full fighting abilities without a sword. "Well, there's a town named Edge near here which is basically a haven for weapons. Just head down the road and choose the right path when you come to as crossroads," Travis said while Naruto thanked him for his help. Before he left, though, Naruto had one last piece of advice for Travis. "Travis, you do know that unless you leave this town, you will soon stagnate, right? No matter how much you train, it cannot be a substitute for actual combat experience." "I know that, Naruto." Travis sighed. "But it's just that dash. You cannot bear to leave this town, the place where you grew up, where you experienced all of your happy memories." Naruto continued for Travis. "How did you know what I was thinking?" Travis asked, shocked that Naruto knew what he was thinking. "I experienced the same thing before. Remember when I first left on my training trip with Orochimaru? I had the exact same feelings you did then." Naruto explained. "However, Orochimaru told me something then that I would never forget." Naruto continued. "He asked me whether I would be willing to lay down my life to protect everyone else from harm. Think of it this way, Naruto, would you rather leave and burden the heartache by yourself or leave another to feel the same heartache that you would? Or worse, when it comes to the crunch, will you be able to bear the guilt of failing to defend your home when you could have gained the strength to protect it?" "That was what Orochimaru told me." Naruto finished. "I hope you think on what I said. Hope to see you soon. Jun." Naruto said he headed down the road while waving to Travis. Travis stood there, a thoughtful look on his face as he waved back to Naruto. Naruto had finally put things into perspective for him. Releasing Beatrice, he quickly told her, "We are leaving on a training trip tomorrow. Pack up all that is necessary." He would gain the strength to protect his home, even if it killed him. When night fell, he found a nice clearing in the woods beside the road and once again performed his Shichuka no Jutsu. Entering the house, Naruto sat at the table as he waited for his Kage Bunshin to finish cooking. When the food arrived, Naruto released Riley from her Pokeball. Although the Pokegirls did not feel hunger when in their Pokeballs, Riley would have most likely gotten used to having 3 meals a day and he did not want to deny her that. However, Riley did not even look at him and an awkward silence fell over the table as the two ate their meals. Finally, Naruto could take the silence no more and decided to just wing it. "Riley, are you alright?" Naruto asked while Riley flinched when she was addressed. I am fine," Riley whispered. Naruto frowned. This was more serious than he had thought it to be. When he looked into her eyes, he saw that Riley was hanging on to her sanity by only a thread. Moving forward, he enveloped Riley in a hug, ignoring her struggles to break free. "I'm sorry I've been such a bad tamer. Because of my stupidity regarding certain things, I caused you so much trouble. If you want, I will do my best to find a better tamer for you." Naruto apologized while glaring at the book Taming for Dummies that was sitting innocently on a chair. Riley suddenly ceased her struggles and stiffened with shock. "No!" she cried out loud before covering her mouth in horror. It was getting very hard for her to control her emotions. Naruto grinned in relief. While he would have let her leave if she wanted to, he would not deny that he had gotten close to her and viewed Riley as one of his precious people, and he would be hurt if she left him. "That's great." Naruto beamed before he turned sober again. "Unfortunately, I realized that some of your more animalistic instincts were coming into play. After some research, I deduced that you are turning feral. Am I right, Riley?" When Riley nodded while bowing her head, ashamed of herself, Naruto placed his hand on her chin and lifted her head up. "Listen here, Riley. It is not your fault. It is my fault. If I had actually bothered to know what taming actually was, perhaps this would not have happened." Riley's eyes widened in shock. He did not know what taming was? "Well, if you still want to stay with me, I suppose I can find someone else to tame you since I've never done this kind of thing before," Naruto said, rushing through the last part of his sentence. Honestly, who on earth would want their daughters to be seen with the QB brat, let alone have an NTMT relationship with him? Besides, he had been utterly focused on brining Sasuke back and killing off Akatsuki and had no time for any other stuff. Riley, however, surprised him by kissing him fully on the lips. When they finally broke apart, Naruto asked, "Are you sure you want to this?" "I mean I'm dash." Naruto was cut off as Riley replied with another passionate kiss. Naruto woke up at 6 a.m. as per usual. However, there was a strange weight on his chest. Looking down, he saw a mane of white hair splayed on his chest. Suddenly, the memories of last night ran through his mind. "Morning, sleepyhead." Naruto said he noticed Riley stirring. "If we are going to have a head start, you are going to have to get up now. I still want to have training tonight after dinner." Riley groaned as she snuggled deeper into Naruto's chest. Naruto chuckled at her actions. After the initial barriers had been broken, Riley had become a lot more affectionate. "Last warning, Riley," Naruto said. Riley ignored him, tunneling deeper into the bed. "Oh well, you brought it on yourself." With that, Naruto pulled the sheets off of Riley, revealing her naked body. Naruto then kicked her and sent her flying off the bed. Riley got up slowly, growling at Naruto. "Be ready to move in 5 minutes or I will triple your gravitational field." That threat sent Riley scampering around the room collecting her clothes before she bolted into the bathroom. Naruto laughed out loud and then sent a Kagebunshin to do some hunting. These woods were much more plentiful than the forests near Aberdine. Armed with kunai, the Kagebunshin should return in 5 minutes tops. Walking into the living room, Naruto waited for the Kagebunshin to return. The Kagebunshin returned just as Riley sprinted down the stairs. Ordering the Kagebunshin to dress and cook the kills, Naruto grabbed Riley as she overshot her destination due to the speed that she was going. The two waited in silence for their meal to be ready. This time, though, the silence was a comfortable one and not the awkward silence it had been last night. Naruto dispelled the Shichuka no Jutsu as Riley exited the wooden house. Turning to Riley, he began explaining to Riley his plans for the day. "Since we will be traveling until it gets too dark to see, we will simply have to train on the way. To do this, I will increase your gravitational field by 1 level and then we will sprint for the whole day. This we will be able to cover a longer distance while still training ourselves. The only break we will take will be for lunch. Now let's go," Naruto said as he adjusted the seal on Riley's chest. Naruto kept watch while Riley slept off the exhaustion that had come over due to the hard pace in the day and the intense training after dinner. While Kagebunshin could also keep watch, he much preferred to do it himself. They had been lucky that they had not been attacked yesterday when he was still busy taming Riley. Naruto suddenly received a flood of information as one of his Kagebunshin he had placed in the woods hinged as a rock dispelled itself, telling him that there was something headed towards their camp. Naruto recognized the scent that wafted to him on the night breeze as one that belonged to the vampire that he had let go. "I thought I told you to stop this foolish revenge of yours?" Naruto said as the vampire came close enough to hear his words. Startled that the shinobi had spotted her so easily, the vampire dropped down to the ground in front of Naruto. Taking out a kunai, Naruto prepared to kill off the vampire, only halt his movements when the vampire spoke. "Wait, I come not to kill you." "Well then, why on earth did you come here?" "Human strong, beat me when I strongest. Please don't tell me you want to test your strength against mine or some bullshit like that." Naruto groaned. This vampire was reminding him more and more of Sasuke. "No, I wish to join you." You are strong, can make me strong. That way, my sisters will be happy. Naruto stared at her. I understand your need to appease your dead sisters, but there are other ways to get stronger than simply joining my harem, you know. You are strongest I have seen, was the only reply he got. Naruto sighed. Just as obstinate as Sasuke as well, hallelujah. Very well then. But I need to talk to Rylai first. When he saw the vampire's uncomprehending look, he further elaborated, the Frostwelp that kicked her butt. This earned a hiss of anger from the vampire. Naruto chuckled. She was apparently as prideful as Sasuke. Why do you ask Pokegirl? You human, you make decisions. The vampire asked, confused. That may be so for other tamers, but I'm different. Wait for me here. I will be right back. Naruto returned with Rylai later, with the latter rubbing the sleep out of her eyes. Rylai scrutinized the vampire carefully. Naruto had told her everything that had transpired, and she was very pleased that Naruto placed her thoughts so highly in his heart. Well, honestly, I don't see a reason why you should not let her join your harem. As evident in the fight, this vampire is very strong. The normal disadvantage of her having to feed on your blood is removed. With your freakish healing ability. Rylai concluded after a few minutes of thought. Rylai noticed though that Naruto seemed mildly disappointed. Is there something wrong, Naruto? Rylai asked. Well, you see, since she's a feral, that means I will have to tame her. The thing is, I'm already taming you and it seems wrong to tame her as well. Naruto answered nervously. Rylai felt happiness swelling inside her. While she knew that sooner or later Naruto would have to start taming other Pokegirls to make his harem stronger, she had not expected Naruto to be so sweet. Don't worry about that. As a Pokegirl, I've already resigned myself to the fact that I will have to share you with other Pokegirls. Rylai replied. Naruto nodded hesitantly. Although he was greatly reassured that Rylai approved of it, he was still uneasy about having 2 or more SXL partners. Well then, this is your last chance to back out. Do you still want to join my harem? When the vampire nodded her head, Naruto took out an empty Pokeball that he had gotten from the Poke Center and tossed it at the vampire, watching as it sucked the vampire into the Pokeball. Minutes later, Naruto released the vampire in the living room. From the looks of it, you must have not fed for a long time. Naruto said to the vampire as he placed his arm in front of the vampire. Go ahead and take as much as you want. Do not worry about me, dying of blood loss is impossible for me. Not needing any further encouragement, the vampire sank her canines into the main artery in Naruto's and began feeding greedily. Slurping sounds filled the room for a few minutes before the vampire was fully sated. The vampire looked a lot better now. While her skin still remained pale, it had gained a tinge of a rosy hue. Her eyes now sparkled and her brown was much glossier than it had been. Now that her immediate hunger was sated, the vampire prowled towards him like a predator stalking her prey. She was looking to satisfy a hunger of a different sort. Naruto was unprepared to deal with such aggressiveness in a female and looked towards Rylai for help. However, Rylai merely smirked at him before heading up to her own room. Naruto panicked and tried to flee. However, he was too late as the vampire pounced on him and began tearing off his clothes. Naruto woke up the next day with his back aching insanely. It was not much of a surprise really, as the vampire had been on top of him the whole night. He really had to think of a name for the vampire. It was really dumb to keep referring to her as the vampire. Thinking hard, he finally came up with the name Vinclet. It had been the name of a female vampire in a novel Erosenin had forced him to read once, and he felt that the name suited the vampire. Lifting the vampire up bridal style, Naruto carried her to the couch where she would be more comfortable. Seeing Vinclet's clothes on the floor, Naruto decided that now was as good as any to reinforce her clothing like he had done to Rylai's. Rylai woke up at 8 a.m., surprised that Naruto had not woken her up earlier. When she reached the living room though, she saw the reason out. Naruto was putting the finishing touches on the vampire's clothes. After the months she had spent with Naruto, she had noticed that whenever Naruto was engrossed in doing something, he zoned out until everything else other than his work was ignored and deemed inconsequential. Rylai sat beside Naruto and waited patiently for him to finish his work. When Naruto finally finished, he stretched and heard his joints crack loudly. Looking around, he was slightly startled to see Rylai sitting right beside him. He really had to stop zoning out so much. Well, good morning, Rylai. Sorry I ignored you. I was kind of engrossed reinforcing Vinclet's clothes. I noticed. Rylai replied dryly before she noticed something wrong with what Naruto had said earlier. Wait a minute, Vinclet? Rylai asked. Oh, I decided to the vampire that after a vampire that I had read about in a novel. Naruto replied. Riley nodded in approval. It was a nice name. Naruto truly had a talent for choosing new names, hers included. By the way, since you are alpha of the harem, there will be some duties for you to do. Since it was Vinclet's first time being tamed, I want you to help her through the taming shock as quickly as possible. Also, since we will be going slower today in order to accommodate for Vinclet, I want you to make sure that Vinclet's English is up to standard. Any questions? Riley had a question. Why do you not keep Vinclet in her Pokeball? Vampires are after all greatly weakened when they come in direct contact with sunlight. That is precisely why I want Vinclet to travel in the day. There will not be much people who will ambush us on this road. Therefore, I want Vinclet to build up as much immunity to sunlight as possible so that others will not exploit this weakness. Besides, I have a robe ready for Vinclet to put on should things get too difficult for her. Riley nodded in understanding. Naruto had truly planned for everything. Now, go wake Vinclet up, we are setting off soon after breakfast. Riley sighed in relief as she sank into the tub full of hot water, her muscles receiving the relaxation that they needed. The party had been on the road for a week already and it had been a very exhausting period of time. First of all, she had to help Vinclet get over her taming shock. Having never encountered taming shock, it was a very trying experience for her. The first time a Pokegirl is tamed, she undergoes taming shock. This is thought to be due to the mild mental trauma of accepting another as her master, that is, forming an alpha bond, and using their master's mind during taming to fight off the feral state for the first time. Taming shock is a mild condition. The affected Pokegirl can no longer speak in the first or second person, instead referring to herself and others only by pronouns or by name. This condition usually wears off in a few days, though aberrant cases of as little as a few hours and as long as 3 weeks have been reported. It's worth pointing out that even if a girl who isn't a virgin undergoes threshold, she'll still go into taming shock when she's tamed next, since that's her first time as a Pokegirl. It had been hard working with Vinclet as the vampire was very frustrated at the fact that all she could do was repeat her name over and over again. Thankfully, Vinclet was a very intelligent Pokegirl and managed to overcome her taming shock in a day. The next task she had to accomplish was to get Vinclet's English up to scratch. Riley was once again saved by Vinclet's intelligence. All she had to do was correct the few mistakes Vinclet make and teach her proper grammatical structure. Vinclet was now speaking English so fluently as though she had been speaking it since the day she was born. Finally, in a sudden fit of madness, or so Riley claimed, Naruto forced Vinclet and Riley to memorize everything that he had dug out about how the Blue League worked. Her head still hurt from all those words she had been forced to memorize. The Blue League was hit as hard as the rest of the world by the Red Plague and the Bloody Flu but was not devastated by the legendaries. This has meant that the vast majority of the survivors never became refugees. Because of this, the majority of the surviving communities in the Blue League have kept the names that they have had since time immemorial, as the Blue Leaguers have proven once again to be more conservative than much of the rest of the world. Blue League Championship. The Blue League Championship Series competition takes place every 2 years, traditionally right after harvest time in the fall. Each championship series divided up as follows into 2 rounds. First round. County finals are held in the spring and semi-regional competitions are held in the fall. Please note that due to the small population of Wales, there is no semi-regional competition in the Wales region. The first round takes place during odd-numbered years. Second round, regional competitions are held in the spring and the Blue League Championship in the fall. The second round takes place during even-numbered years. Please note that while challengers may acquire gym badges through battling at any time, if you have not achieved your requisite badges by the start of the county finals during the first round, you are not eligible for that Blue League Championship Series. There are 5 gyms in each of the regions of Scotland, Wales, England and Ireland. Tamers are more than welcome to compete for badges in any gym. However, to qualify for the Blue League Championship Series, a minimum of 3 of your badges must come from the region you reside in and hope to represent. You must reside in the region you wish to represent and you must represent the region you reside in. 5 badges are required for entry into the county finals. At no time will substitutions be allowed. If a tamer is forced to withdraw from the competition at any level, that slot will be declared empty and all contests that would have taken place against that slot will be forfeits. Tamers must compete in the county finals of the county that they reside in. County finals will send the top 5 competitors to the regional final. At the regional competitions, the field of competitors will be narrowed down to 15 tamers per region. These comprise the regional team, sometimes still called the national team. Regional teams will compete in the Blue League Championship. Once the regional competition is over, these tamers have until harvest time to learn to work together. The Blue League Championship has 2 overall winners, the Blue League Champion and the Blue League Cup Championship team. As history has shown, the individual champion does not have to be from the same region as the regional champions. Wales is a good case in point. The Welsh team has never brought home the Blue League Cup, but Welsh tamers have been the Blue League champion no less than 11 times in the 150 years of the Blue League Championship. The Blue League Championship is hosted by each of the regions in rotation and is held in the same arena that is used for the regional competition. The rotation is always Ireland, Scotland, Wales, and England. Regional team fan clubs can be found at their respective websites or contact your regional arena for more information. The Blue Continent is home to 20 gyms. Each region is responsible for maintaining 5 gyms at all times. Gym locations: Scotland, Glasgow, Aberdeen, Rum Island, Dumfries and Kintyre. Wales, Bangor, Cardiff, Magicant Village on the site of the old town of Fishguard, Aberystwyth, Newtown. Ireland, Belfast, Buncrana, Limerick, Dungarvan, Killarney. England, Shrewsbury, Plymouth, Ipswich, York, Coventry. Gym badges. There are 20 gyms in the Blue League, and to distinguish the regional badges, all badges have their background, called a field, color-coded by region. English badges have a blue field. Irish badges have a green field. Badges awarded by Welsh gyms have a red field, and the field on Scottish badges is black, in honor of the Black Watch. Each gym is authorized to award 3 levels of badges. The first level is the Battling Badge. It is awarded for victory in a standard, see Blue League contest rules, poke battle. The SEC badge is only awarded for victory in a sex battle. Poke battles that see SEC attacks used in them are only eligible for the Battling Badge. The Laurel or Ironman badge is only awarded when the tamer wins both a sex battle and a poke battle in the same visit, and he or she must participate personally in one or more of the competitions. If any of these conditions are not met, then the Laurel is not authorized to be awarded. Needless to say, the award of a Laurel badge is a special occasion, and gyms often hold a celebration for an award of one. In the history of the Blue League, no one has ever won all 60 badges. Official Blue League battling rules. There is a common misconception held by persons outside the Blue League that official Blue League sanctioned Pokegirl battles that take place within the areas regulated by the Blue League have no rules. Nothing could be farther from the truth. First, the definitions used when challenging within the Blue League will be discussed, and then the actual makeup of a Blue League sanctioned event will be briefly examined. Pokegirl tamers entering the Blue League must register to enter Blue League sanctioned events. Registration may be done at any poke center and is valid for 3-6 years. Registration allows the entry into Blue League sanctioned events and standard Pokédex trainer updates. Registration also grants foreign tamers residency in the region that they are registered in for the purposes of entering the Blue League Championship Series. Note: registration is accomplished by synchronizing your Pokédex the first time after you enter the country. It's quick and easy, so register today. Definitions. Battle conditions. Battle conditions are the agreed-upon rules for conducting a sanctioned Pokegirl battle. Challenger. The Pokegirl tamer who issues a challenge to a Pokegirl battle using league rules. Note that sanctioned league challenges may only be issued by Pokegirl masters licensed by the league. Pet owners may not issue league-sanctioned challenges. Tamers must be members of the league in good standing. Challenged. The Pokegirl master who accepts a formal or informal challenge to a Pokegirl battle. Sanctioned league challenges may only be accepted by Pokegirl tamers licensed by the league. Tamers must be members of the league in good standing. League is a shortened form of terminology referencing the Blue League. Prize conditions. Prize conditions are the agreed-upon rewards for victory in a sanctioned Pokegirl battle. Please note that any prize wagered must be in the physical possession of the participants at the time of the league event, or the wager is not valid. League-sanctioned prizes may not include quests. Prize conditions typically are any of the following. Salvage. The victor gets to choose one or more of the loser's Pokegirls. Salvage may be by informed choice or random pick and must be agreed to before the battle commences. Salvage conditions may be modified during the battle, but only if all participants agree. Any disputes will be settled by league officials. Monetary reward. The amount must be agreed to by all parties before the battle commences. Monetary rewards may be modified during battle just like salvage conditions. Other prize, as above. Quests are not allowed as prizes in official league-sanctioned events. Warning: any official Blue League-sanctioned event will have all steps recorded by the Pokédex of one or more of all battling parties. Gym-level league events and all league contests will be recorded by the gym or contest judging team. However, this does not relieve you of the responsibility of recording all league events that you participate in. Badge awards will be recorded by the awarding gym. Badges may not be awarded by any other persons. Persons attempting to present badges not their own in order to register for a Pokegirl competition of any kind may be subject to stiff penalties. Badges cannot under any circumstance be transferred to another person. Persons reporting their badges stolen and later found to have submitted a fraudulent report will be expelled from the league. Non-citizens of the Blue League may be deported. Any such behavior will be disseminated to all other official leagues on or off-planet that the Blue League is affiliated with. Failure to record any portion of a league event may result in the Blue League refusing to enforce the prize conditions of a Pokegirl battle and will result in the Blue League refusing to sanction said event. In the event of record destruction or the death of a battle participant or bystander, the League reserves the right to investigate any and all participants, including both tamers and Pokegirls. The Blue League cannot be held liable for any mental and/or physical damage resulting from this investigation. It is strongly recommended that if you are in an official Blue League event that you record the entire event with your Pokédex. You have been warned. Any sanctioned Blue League Pokegirl battle follows the following steps. Challenge. The challenger issues a challenge. This challenge must identify the prize conditions that he wishes at this time. The challenger may also attempt to set the battle conditions that he desires. Challenged acceptance. The challenged accepts the challenge. The challenged has the right to set the battle conditions. Battle conditions may include Pokegirl limitations as well as battle site determination. Any battle conditions set by the challenged have precedence. Please note that in a gym battle, the gym is the challenged party. If no battle conditions are set at this time, the battle is considered to be an unlimited battle, see below. Bargaining session. During the bargaining session, the participants may attempt to negotiate changes to the conditions of the battle. Remember, the challenger has precedence in the prize conditions and the challenged has precedence in the actual battle conditions. If an agreement cannot be reached, the battle will not take place. Final agreement. Both parties agree to the established conditions of the battle. The sanctioned battle takes place. Please note that all battles should take place no sooner than right after the final agreement stage and no later than is agreed upon by all participants. Remember, challenge first and then battle. The ease with which native Blue Leaguers have taken to these rules and the informal behavior which has evolved accounts for the mistaken concept that Blue League contests have no rules. In many cases, the first 4 steps of any League Pokegirl battle may be condensed into as little as 1 step, if all parties are in agreement. For example, Challenger, I'm going to kick your butt for salvage. Challenged, you're on. In the above example, all of the conditions for a Pokegirl battle have been met. Challenge has been issued and accepted, and the conditions for the battle, unlimited, have been set. A note on unlimited battles. Unlimited battles may involve as many as 6 Pokegirls per participant. Tamers may not enter the combat in an unlimited battle. Tamers may not be deliberately targeted in an unlimited battle. Grand Melee. A battle involving tamer combat and tamer targeting is a special case called a Grand Melee. Grand Melees are legal in the Blue League but are discouraged due to the high incidence of tamer mortality in Grand Melee combats. Badge award battles may not be Grand Melees as the tamer is being tested on how his/her Pokegirls work in a battle unless the tamer specifically states that he or she is pursuing the Laurel Badge. In closing, remember that by knowing the rules you may be able to twist the conditions of a battle to your advantage. This is perfectly legal in the Blue League. Up to this, Riley date continued to marvel at Naruto's source resourcefulness. When he had said that a shinobi's first job was to learn how to gather data, he had not been kidding. Unfortunately, Naruto used most of his resourcefulness to constantly think up of new ways to torture his Pokegirls. During the after-dinner training, Naruto had assigned Riley a task to be accomplished. Get enough strength to cast Blizzard 5 times in a row without even being exhausted and to master it such an extent that she could cast it instantly. Easy enough in theory, practically impossible in practice. Added to that, not wanting to waste any time while on the road, Naruto had forced to run throughout the whole day with their gravitational chakra weight seals on. Therefore, their current schedule is almost the same as when Naruto had been training Riley in the Aberdine forests, with the running replacing the physical exercises like push-ups and the like. However, Riley realized that Vinclet had it far worse than she did. Although Vinclet was already quite a high level, being level 52 when she first joined the harem, it was not good for Naruto. He wanted all of his Pokegirls to be within a range of 5 levels with each other. Therefore, Vinclet was forced to work much harder than Rylai. It seemed like Naruto's preferred method of removing weakness was to hammer at them until they went away. Therefore, Vinclet was subjected to harsh physical exercises while almost fully exposed to sunlight. She was still wearing her clothes. When Vinclet was on the brink of losing consciousness, Naruto would allow her to wear the robe he had given her. Think of the robe the members of Organization 13 from Kingdom Hearts 2 wear. Due to the enhanced durability, endurance and healing that all vampires had naturally, Vinclet would recover from the sunburn, as Naruto called it, quickly. After dinner, Naruto would leave Rylai to her own devices while he would personally train Vinclet in order to get her to be as strong as possible. Fortunately, or unfortunately, depending on who you asked, Vinclet's skills were very similar to how a shinobi worked. Phase and Invis would be used to sneak up on enemies, while Fear Aura, which was like unleashing a lot of killing intent, Illusion, which was basically Genjutsu, and Nightmare Syndrome. When successful, the target sees their friends as their enemies and will even perceive all of their actions as aggressive or cruel, would be used to create havoc. Vinclet would then take advantage of the confusion and use her damage attacks to finish off her opponent. However, since Vinclet had been a feral for such a long time, the only attack that she possessed when she first joined the harem was Phase. After a week of non-stop training, Vinclet had managed to learn all of the attacks that were available to her. Unfortunately for her, simply learning the attacks was not enough. Naruto wanted her to master them just like he wanted Rylai to master her ice attacks. In Naruto's opinion, the combination of Fear Aura and Illusion was just too good to pass up. Currently, all Vinclet was able to do with her Illusion attack was to make an object that already existed and simply make it look closer or further away, while her Fear Aura was only able to make more gentle animals like deer run. Predators instead just viewed her as a threat. As a demonstration of how scary he wanted Vinclet's Fear Aura to be, he had tapped into the demonic part of his chakra and unleashed all of his killing intent on the poor vampire. Vinclet immediately fainted and her heart nearly stopped from the sheer terror that she had experienced. When she finally woke up, Naruto immediately apologized, but the vampire simply waved his apologies away, staring at Naruto in a look of pure adulation. Naruto had then explained that the level of illusion would be mediocre at best in his world. A genjutsu requires extremely good chakra and a very good imagination, but when utilized properly, can be a very deadly tool. Naruto said while shuddering at the memory of Itachi's Tsukiyomi. After spacing out for a few seconds, Naruto continued with his lecture. Vampires are naturally gifted with the illusion attack, so the part about good chakra is nullified. As for imagination, it can be worked on. However, when vampires cast an illusion, they only affect their target sight. A good genjutsu affects all of the senses and, most importantly, the mind. For example, I am sure you have heard of people being convinced that they have something stuck in their throat and constantly feel as though they are choking. That is due to the effect a mind has a person. Therefore, the ultimate aim of a genjutsu user is to fully control his opponent's mind. With that aim in mind, they do not target only their opponent's sight, but also hearing, touch, and smell, effectively trapping their victim in a world of their own creation. If a genjutsu is very powerful and the genjutsu cast is powerful enough, the victim will experience something called phantom pain. For example, if the victim that he has been stabbed in the heart, he will feel the pain of the stab and his heart will even stop if he thinks that it is a fatal wound. Vinclet's eyes widened at Naruto's explanation. To vampires, the illusion ability was merely one of slight convenience. None had ever thought to push its limits that far. But the power of phantom pain will not be accessible for quite a while. In the meantime, it is time for training. Naruto said as his eyes took on a gleam that boded trouble for the one who saw it. However, what amused Rylai most was the fact that Naruto had recently taken to camping in the trees outside the Shichuka with a powerful genjutsu cast over himself. The reason for doing so? The recent addition to Naruto's harem. Being a Pokegirl with a high energy, Vinclet had taken to jumping on Naruto immediately after their late-night training, initiating a taming session every night. While Naruto certainly found the process pleasurable, this was still too much for him to take at once. Thus, he had disappeared every night, cloaking himself with a genjutsu so that Vinclet would not find him and brutally RP him, as Naruto called it. Unfortunately, Naruto still had to tame her Vinclet once every 2 days to prevent her form going feral, and that was when Vinclet would unleash all of her SXL frustration on him. Riley got out of the bathtub and went to search for Naruto. After their first taming session, Naruto had formed an alpha bond with her and she now needed taming much more regularly than she had before the taming. Luckily for her, she had known Naruto long enough to know how to coax her master out of hiding. "Naruto," Riley called out when she was outside the Shichuka. She was holding a big steaming bowl of ramen. "I thought you would like a how bowl of ramen to keep yourself in the night." Suddenly, the bowl of ramen in her hands disappeared and Naruto was in front of her, handing her an empty bowl of ramen. "Ah, that was good. I really owe you one," Naruto said as he beamed at her. "You don't owe me anything. However, there is something that you can do for me." "Oh really? What is it?" "I'll do it," Naruto replied while Riley smirked, glad that Naruto had fallen into her trap so easily. "Well, you see, I have an itch that only you can scratch," Riley purred as she pressed herself into him. The next morning found Naruto and his hair at the breakfast table. Riley was looking extremely pleased with herself while Vinclet kept shooting the Frostwelp dirty looks, enraged that she had not gotten the shinobi to tame her the last night. Naruto meanwhile just sat in his seat, looking extremely uncomfortable at the situation. Finally, he decided to offer his arm to prevent Vinclet from continuing to glare at Riley. To his relief, Vinclet immediately broke off the one-sided glaring contest and latched onto Naruto's arm, sinking her canines into his arm and drinking his blood greedily. Apparently, because of the demonic taint in his chakra, it had altered his blood somewhat and it tasted different from normal blood. This had gotten Vinclet addicted to his blood and it was her favorite thing next to section. After everyone was done, Naruto decided to do an experiment. "Okay, I have something to say, so listen here. I'm sure that both of you have noticed the alpha bond formed due to the taming rite." When both Pokegirls nodded, he continued. "Well, have you noticed that our emotions can also be felt through the bond?" He received 2 more nods. "Well then, I have an experiment that I wish to conduct. I have a jutsu that I based off the Yamanaka's Shintenshin no Jutsu, mind transfer technique. It will link 2 minds of strong mental constitution together. While I'm not sure about the exact strength of your minds, I am hoping that the alpha bond that we have will be enough to support the jutsu. If the jutsu fails though, nothing happens, so there will be no side effects. What I want to ask the both of you is whether you want this jutsu to be performed on you. While it would be very helpful in battle, your thoughts will be open for us to hear until you learn to control your thoughts." After a moment of hesitation, both Pokegirls agreed. "Very well then. Shinkakeru no Jutsu. Heart Link Technique," Naruto cried out. After a minute, it was evident that the jutsu had been successful. "I wonder if the jutsu is done yet? I do not feel any different. If Naruto can pick up my thoughts, maybe I should keep projecting SXL thoughts at him?" Naruto blushed deeply at what Vinclet's thoughts had been. "You will do no such thing, Vinclet," Naruto said to Vinclet before he opened his mind to include Riley. "Well, the jutsu has proven successful. We will train with this while traveling. Now, you girls have 10 minutes to get ready." After 3 more days of traveling, they finally reached Edge. When Travis had said that it was near, it was probably in comparison to other towns, seeing as Aberdeen was quite isolated. However, 10 days of traveling at shinobi speed was definitely not a short distance. Entering the town, he saw a sight that would probably make Ten drool. There were swords being sold everywhere. People and Pokegirls walked around openly bearing weapons. There were even shops that dealt specifically in hilts, sharpening and the like, when normally all of these special services would be compressed into one smithy. Wandering around the town for a while, he saw a poster that caught his attention. "Attention all weapons users. There will be a weapons competition on the 20th of May in the local arena. The prize is a special katana that has proved to be unbreakable. Send in your application forms by the 15th of May to compete." Naruto read out. Checking his Pokédex, Naruto found that it was the 12th of May. Releasing Vinclet from her Pokeball, he immediately relayed his command through the Shinkakeru no Jutsu. "I want you to find out as much as you can about this competition. The people organizing it, whether it is a regular event, what are the conditions for taking part, who will be taking part and the like. Treat this as a recon mission. You are not to be seen. This will be your first test. Do not disappoint me." With a nod of understanding, the vampire cast an invis and vanished from view. Knowing that Vinclet would be able to find him through the Alpha Bond and the Shinkakeru no Jutsu, Naruto set off to find a good katana. Naruto eventually found a shop that sold high-quality weapons. Scrutinizing the katanas carefully, he finally reached for a nondescript katana. Unsheathing the sword, he found that also the hilt and the blade were plain. It was made of very good steel. Performing a few swings, Naruto found the balance of the sword to be perfect. It is quite amazing that you took such a long time choosing a sword and then ended up choosing such a plain-looking sword. Someone, a female from the sound of it, remarked. Continuing to examine the katana, Naruto replied without turning around. How good a blade is not dependent on its appearance. A sword can be studded with diamonds, but it is ultimately useless if it breaks the moment it is struck. As for taking a long time, a sword is a swordsman's life. It is simply not a tool for killing. It is an extension of myself, and I'll be dead if I let any part of myself be of inferior quality. Naruto received a chuckle as a reply. Do you find what I said humorous? Naruto asked. Oh no, not at all. It's just I have not seen a true swordsman for such a long time, and I find it amusing that I find one just when I had given up all hope. Naruto chuckled as well at the irony and turned around to face the person he was speaking, only to be shocked beyond words. Red hair? Violet eyes? Purple Haori? White battle kimono? Katana strapped to the side? Could it be Kenshin Sensei? Naruto whispered. What did you say? The stranger asked, a little unnerved at Naruto's staring. Oh sorry, you just reminded me of a person I knew once. Naruto replied, the disappointment that he felt evident in his eyes and his voice. He was such a stupid person. After paying for the sword, he left the shop quickly so that he would not have to look at the Pokegirl that he now recognized as a Slicer again. Slicer, the swordswoman Pokegirl. Type, very near human. Element, normal fighting. Frequency, uncommon, Crimson League. Diet, human diet. Role, fencers, frontline fighters. Energy, average. Strong versus normal magic. Weak versus ghost, psychic. Hex, slash, sword wave, deflect, counter. Enhancements, proficiency with any bladed weapon or anything longer than 1 foot. Evolves, gladiatrix, round stone. Valkyrie, battle stress, Ronin, normal, or pirate, water stone. Evolves from none. Slicers appear to be like normal women with some small deviations. Their average height is between 4 feet 8 inches and 6 feet 1 inch. Their hair colors are generally a random color, but generally within the primary, secondary, or tertiary colors. More common human hair colors like silver, gray, brown, and black are actually quite rare among slicers. Their irises are generally a solid color, with the pupils being a slightly darker variant of the iris color. This may throw people off at first, as most people are used to seeking black pupils in eyes. The main oddity amongst 30 of all slicers is that their arms and fingers may appear thin and delicate, but remain as strong as normal arms. This can sometimes be quite the surprise to opponents, who believe the thinner arms means they are weak. Slicers are adept at using any weapon that can be wielded with 1 or 2 hands, but most prefer using lightweight swords, such as rapiers, short swords, or even daggers. When it comes to sword mastery, they are second to few, save their evolutionary sisters, Harou and arms mistresses. Unlike Amazonwes or Herois, though, they do not lose their fighting skill while feral. Instead, they lose confidence. A feral slicer is more likely to run if disarmed or caught off guard. The difference between the feral-born and domesticate-born is that the feral-born usually have to find a weapon. Most wind up with a branch, but some have been known to steal weapons from towns. Tamers can sometimes get a feral-born slicer to join them by offering a sword as a gift. Domesticates generally save up money and buy their own sword, but getting the weapon enchanted can be quite the turn-on for any slicer. If a slicer's weapon of choice breaks, she usually mourns it as most people mourn friends. Most ferals and quite a few domesticates will insist on a proper burial for the weapon. The only times when she does not request a burial is if she believed the weapon to be inferior, i.e. a branch she grabbed simply because it was close, but it only blocked a single attack before breaking. While their attacks can affect ghost or psychic Pokegirls, they take double damage from psychic or ghost attacks. Once a slicer, or any swordsman, achieves a certain level of mastery or skill, they can use a sword wave. This technique is similar to a vacuum cut. In layman's terms, it's a force that can cut or tear without the need of contact between solid matters. Sword waves can also be used to knock people out. Sword waves can be used with any weapon the user can swing, even if it is not a sword or even a traditional weapon. As Naruto left the shop, he could not help but reminisce about his past, especially the first time he had met his sensei in swordsmanship Himura Kenshin. Naruto was now 16 and had been training for 1 year under what his friends had termed the Uzumaki training regime of hell. Tsunade had gotten worried about Naruto's obsession with training and had decided to send Naruto on an A-rank mission with Jiraiya as company in order to relax. It was a testament to how much Naruto normally pushed himself that an A-rank mission was considered relaxing to him. Naruto yawned as he pocketed the scroll that Tsunade had ordered the duo to bring to her. It was actually a very simple as the security was very lax. For someone who had sneaked into the Hokage Tower at the age of 12, this was nothing to him. The only reason why this had been an A-rank mission was the fact that the scroll was kept in Kumo, which was hostile to Konoha Nins. Naruto suddenly became alert as he sensed a few chakra signatures converging on one weak chakra signature ahead of the duo. Looking at Jiraiya, Naruto noticed that the pervert had also noticed the chakra signatures. Giving an almost imperceptible in the direction of the soon-to-be battlefield, both Naruto and Jiraiya rushed forward, intent on help the poor person who was being ganged up on. When they finally reached the person with the weak chakra signature, they saw that they had been faster than the attacking ninjas as the civilian had not been attacked yet. He had red hair tied back in a ponytail and wore a purple haori over a white battle kimono. He also had a katana strapped to his side. Suddenly, 10 Kumo Nin leapt out of the cover of the trees and dashed towards the civilian, intent on decapitating him for some reason. Naruto and Jiraiya were about to dash forward to help when they stopped, stunned at what they saw. One moment the civilian had just been standing there and the next moment he had appeared on the other side of the small clearing, sheathing his sword while all of the Kumo Nins lay dead on the ground. I know you are out there, whoever you are. If you are not my enemies, then do not be afraid of being attacked by me. The man called out. Surprised at being spotted so easily since they were high-level ninja after all, the two Konoha Nins looked at each other before they jumped down to land in front of the civilian. Now that they were closer to the civilian, they noticed that he had violet eyes and a prominent scar shaped like an X on his left cheek. Upon seeing the scar, Jiraiya gasped as he realized who was in front of them. Himura Kenshin, the Hitokiri Batusai. Ah, it seems like you of me. The newly identified Kenshin remarked. Nay, Ero-sennin, who is this guy anyways? Naruto asked. To his surprise, Naruto did not receive a bop on the head for calling Jiraiya Ero-sennin again. Himura Kenshin was a former manslayer of the Isshin Shirshir, the Choshu faction, who fought at the beginning of the Meiji Restoration. He went by the name Hitokiri Batusai. The title implies he has mastered the technique of Batojutsu, sword drawing technique, studied in modern times as Iajutsu, and can draw his sword with lightning speed. Hitokiri was the title given to samurai assassins. He is the master of the legendary Hiten Mitsurujiryu style, Flying Heaven Honorable Sword style, also known as Ultrasonic Sword style, an ancient sword style that is said to pit one against many. It is a sword art that is passed from master to apprentice, its masters inheriting the name of Hiko Seijiro. Hiten Mitsurugiryu's principles are based on utilizing godlike speed, or shinsaku, and precision to deal powerful blows that usually bring down foes with one shot. The swordsman must also be able to read techniques at an amazing pace as well as interpret emotions as a form of clairvoyance in order to accurately predict what an opponent will do. Combining those two elements with the speed and the precision allows Kenshin and Hiko to subdue opponents before they ever act. That is the power of Hiten Mitsurujiryu. It is said that at the age of 14, Kenshin decides to join the revolutionary movements to restore power to the emperor. Within the first 6 months of his career, he kills over 100 people and eventually became known as the Hitokiri Batusai. However, after the rebellion had ended, Himura Kenshin quit and vanished without a trace. Jiraiya finished. Kenshin looked very impressed at the information that Jiraiya had gathered about him. I suppose you would be Jiraiya of the Densetsu no Sannin? That would be the only person with a spy network to know all that about me. Naruto was slightly cowed by the person in front of him. He could not believe that Kenshin could be so powerful. Thus, he tried to put on a brave front like he always did. Are you sure you got the right person, Ero-sennin? How could such a wussy be so strong? I mean, come on, he's wearing a skirt for God's sake. Naruto cried out. Kenshin immediately turned on him. This is a battle kimono, you are not a dress. It is so a dress. Is not. Is too. Is not. And the two argued in a similar fashion before Naruto thought of a clever plan, to him, to solve the problem. Well then let's fight to settle it. If you lose, that means you're a wussy. Both combatants took on a battle stance. Naruto's form was sloppy, with numerous openings in his guard while Kenshin's form was perfect. Kenshin's right foot was placed in front of his left foot, his left hand holding the sheath while his right hand gripped the hilt of his katana. pressing the blade of the sheathed sword against the curve of the sheath. On some unheard signal, both combatants rushed forward, though Kenshin was infinitely faster than Naruto. Suddenly, Kenshin was right in front of Naruto as he cried out, "Hiten Mitsurujuru, Batajutsu Soryuzan." Flying Heaven Honorable Sword Style. Art of Sword Drawing, Double Dragon Strike. Kenshin drew his katana with incredible, slashing at Naruto with the sword while he followed that up with a strike with his sheath. Naruto gasped as the sword sliced through his gut while the sheath collided forcefully against his skull, effectively braining. The gasp suddenly turned into a smirk as Naruto whispered, "Bakuretsu Kagebunshin no Jutsu." Exploding Shadow Clones Technique. The clones suddenly exploded, throwing Kenshin off balance. Naruto immediately took advantage of the opening presented and emerged from the ground below Kenshin, having gotten in the ground when he performed the Doton, Shinju Zanshu no Jutsu, Earth type, inner decapitation technique, right at the start of the battle, and delivered a brutal uppercut, sending Kenshin flying into the air. Kage Bunshins immediately dropped from the trees where they were hidden in and tried to initiate the Uzumaki Naruto Rendan. However, Kenshin foiled Naruto's plan by performing a Hiten Mitsurujuru, Ryumaizan, Flying Heaven Honorable Sword Style, Dragon Howl Strike, sheathing his sword with Godspeed, producing a shockwave that dispersed all of Naruto's Kage Bunshin and sent Naruto, who had been charging towards him, crashing into a tree. Due to his advanced hearing provided by the Kyuubi, the shockwave had blown his eardrums to bits. The Kyuubi healed the wound in the end, but it still hurt like a beach. Naruto struggled to his feet, equilibrium lost from the shockwave, and attempted to charge at Kenshin again. He stopped all motion as he felt cold steel pressing itself against his neck. Looking up, he saw Kenshin looking down at him, holding his katana at Naruto's neck. What surprised Naruto the most though was the change in Kenshin's demeanor. Gone was the cheerful civilian. In his place was a battle-hardened warrior who would shed blood with remorse. "Why do you fight?" Kenshin asked coldly. "To become Hokage so that I can protect my precious people." "Protect people with that low level of skill? Do not joke. All you will probably do is kill them with your incompetence." Naruto's heart sank as he realized that although he did not want to admit, he was weak. Because he was weak, Sasuke had been branded with the cursed seal by Orochimaru. Because he was weak, he had allowed Sasuke to escape at the Valley of the End. Suddenly, images of Iruka lying dead flashed through his mind, followed by Sakura, Kakashi, and then everyone he cared about. But he would not let them down. His nindo was to not give, and there was no way that he was going to give up now. Kenshin watched the boy sink into despair and sighed inwardly. It seemed like he was just another of the gutless loudmouths that were everywhere. He was surprised when the boy suddenly lifted his head and glared at him, determination burning within his eyes. "I do not care who you are. If you obstruct me from protecting my precious people, I will rip you apart. They saved me from my personal hell and prevented me from going insane and going on a killing spree. The least I can do is protect them until my dying breath." The boy snarled as a glowing blue ball suddenly appeared in the boy's hand. Ignoring the wound that was appearing on his neck, Naruto charged forward, Rasengan in hand. Too shocked by Naruto's seemingly suicidal move, Kenshin reacted only a second later and used the Hiten Mitsurujuru, Ryukensen, Flying Heaven Honorable Sword Style, Dragon Spiral Strike, where he took advantage of centripetal force to accelerate the draw, in this case, the swing, of the blade while simultaneously avoiding Naruto's assault, shifting directly into a counterattack. Unfortunately, he was too late to avoid Naruto's Rasengan and both combatants were hit by their adversary's attack. Naruto received a deep gash across his chest while Kenshin flew backwards and crashed into a huge boulder, breaking several bones in the process due to the force of the Rasengan. Jiraiya in the meanwhile looked on with pride as the match ended in a draw. Sure, Kenshin had used far from his true strength, but to hold his own against Kenshin even at that level of skill was truly impressive for someone who had been the dead last in his class. Moving over to Kenshin to check over his injuries, Jiraiya sighed in relief. Some bones were broken, but they would heal easily enough. "That blonde is your student, is he not? Why did not check on him first?" Kenshin asked. "Oh, that Gaki? Don't worry about him. He's surprisingly resilient. He'll be up and about in no time at all." True enough. Naruto got up minutes later complaining about stupid swordsmen and stupid swords. Naruto spotted Kenshin lying on the ground and walked over to the Rurouni, wanderer. What he did next though shocked Jiraiya and Kenshin. Naruto bowed low and spoke in a humble manner. "Kenshin, even I could sense you were holding back most of your abilities. Can you please teach me how to wield a sword like you do? I need the kind of strength that you possess so that I will be able to protect my precious people. Kenshin looked at Naruto and pondered hard. In all his years, he had never seen so much raw potential in a child. Added to that, judging by the determination that had shone in the boy's eyes, he would not slack off and would put his all into any training he received. Finally, and most importantly, the philosophy of Hiten Mitsurujiryu is that a practitioner must protect those around him. He may use that lethal force for the protection of the people. When a student of Hiten Mitsurujiryu understands this, he is ready to complete his training. Naruto already understood that principle extremely well. I will, but only one condition. Kenshin finally said. Naruto looked up, hope shining within his eyes. What is it? I'll do almost anything. Just continue being the way you are right now and do not let the cruelties of the real world change you. Naruto nodded somberly. He had first-hand experience on how cruel the world can be. I made it this long without changing, I'm pretty sure I can go longer. Kenshin smiled then. Right here, he said as he passed Naruto a katana. This katana is one of the few legendary katanas in the world. It is unbreakable unless it clashes with another of the legendary katanas. This is what I was in Kumo for. The Kumo nins were abusing the sword, using it for wanton slaughter. I know you will find a better purpose for it. Naruto nodded. I am going to use it to protect my precious people, Naruto declared. And thus, for the next 2 years, Naruto would receive training from Kenshin whenever he was not on a mission. Using the Kage Bunshin ensured that he mastered all the forms and techniques extremely quickly. However, just knowing the forms and techniques were not enough. Hiten Mitsurujiryu's principles are based on utilizing godlike speed, or shinsaku, and precision to deal powerful blows that usually bring down foes with one shot. The swordsman must also be able to read techniques at an amazing pace as well as interpret emotions as a form of clairvoyance in order to accurately predict what an opponent will do. Combining those two elements with the speed and the precision allows the user of the Hiten Mitsurujiryu to subdue opponents before they ever act. That is the power of Hiten Mitsurujiryu. Therefore, Naruto also had to undergo training to increase his speed and strength. His mind and eyes also had to be trained in order to be able to pick out details as well as to gain the ability of precognition. As Naruto's skill in swords grew, so did his reputation. Finally, he was feared throughout the world as the Jigaku no Uzumaki, Infernal Maelstrom, due to his ability to rip through overbearing numbers just like a hellish force of nature. Trained by only the best, Naruto quickly overshot his senseis and became one of the only 2 nins in the whole history of the shinobi world to be ranked as a SSS rank ninja. Finally, the 2 years had ended. Naruto met Kenshin in Training Area 44, also known as the Forest of Death, where the second part of the Chunin exam he had taken in part in 6 years ago was held. Naruto. Kenshin greeted. Naruto bowed his head in greeting as well. What did you want to meet me here for, Sensei? You have been truly an excellent student to teach. It is now time for your final test. On this day, only one person shall walk away from this training area alive. Naruto blanched. No, wait, I reject the test. Stop this, Kenshin-sensei. Naruto pleaded, but it was to no avail. Kenshin had already settled into the stance for the Hiten Mitsurujiryu, Kuzu Ryusen, Flying Heaven Honorable Sword Style, 9-Headed Dragon. The 9-Headed Dragon was a formidable technique which utilized Shinsaku, Godspeed, to the fullest extent, dealing 9 strikes to the most fundamental targets of swordsmanship, Karatake, Keisagiri, Sakagisa, Hidari Nagi, Mijai Nagi, Hidari Kiryage, Mijai Kiryage, Sakakaze, and Suki, all at the same time. These points are the focus of the technique as they make up the basis of one's guarding stance, regardless of style or weapon. So with the Kuzu Ryusen, attacking all 9 all at once, guarding and dodging becomes virtually pointless. There were only 2 ways to counter the Kuzu Ryusen. One was to use a Kuzu Ryusen as well, resulting in a Pyrrhic victory as both swordsmen would die at once. The second way was to use the Hiten Mitsurujiryu Ugi, Amakaku Ryu no Hiramiki, Flying Heaven Honorable Sword Style Secret, Heaven's Bridging Dragon Spark. The Amakaku Ryu no Hiramiki is a Batajutsu that surpasses Shinsaku. This is the key to defeating the Kuzuryusen. Because the Kuzuryusen is a charging technique that cannot be blocked, an attack must be made before the Kuzuryusen arrives, thus the true nature of the final technique. The Amakaku Ryu no Hiramiki must be faster than a regular Batajutsu in order to hit the opponent. The secret behind the technique lays in an additional step with the left foot. This single step alone adds instantaneous acceleration and weight to the sword, changing the godlike speed of Hiten Mitsurujiryu Batajutsu to beyond godlike speed. However, this extra step is difficult to take as one of the fundamental teaching of Batajutsu states that one should step forward with the right foot as to avoid cutting their own foot with the attack. As such, the additional step forward with the left foot can spell certain death for the swordsman, as it takes precise timing to coordinate, as to not lose any momentum while drawing. It requires the utmost concentration that can only be obtained by one's desire to live. There is another secret to this technique. If the initial strike is avoided or blocked, the force of the unusually fast slashing motion displaces the air around it, generating a vacuum in its wake and skinging the opponent in. As this happens, the body is spun around for a second strike, the previous action adding force and momentum to the swing, making the subsequent strike far stronger. This is the true power of the Amakaku Ryu no Hiramiki. Amakaku Ryu no Hiramiki is also so fast that its implementation can be successful even when the enemy's strike has actually reached the user's body. However, Naruto was reluctant to utilize any of the two methods. While he could perform the Amakaku Ryu no Hiramiki successfully, it would result in Kenshin's death, which he wanted to avoid at all costs. "Please, Sensei, stop. Don't let it end like this," Naruto pleaded one last time. Kenshin was the one who had trained him, who had given him the ability to protect his precious people. They had shared many happy memories together as well, and Kenshin had made it onto Naruto's list of precious people. Could not do this. Naruto released his grip on his sword, placing his hands at his side, waiting for Kenshin to end him. Suddenly, a memory flashed unbidden into his mind. "I do not care who you are. If you obstruct me from protecting my precious people, I will rip you apart. They saved me from my personal hell and prevented me from going insane and going on a killing spree. The least I can do is to protect them until my dying breath. If he died right now, he would be leaving behind all of those who cared for him. He would be breaking the promise he had made to protect his precious people at all costs. He could not die now. In order to live, he had to win." "Hiten Mitsurujiryu Ugi, Amakaku no Hiramiki," Naruto cried out as he charged forward. Time seemed to slow down for him. He slashed at Kenshin, watching as Kenshin managed to bring up his sword to block the katana. The second effect of the Amakaku then took place, skinging Kenshin in while Naruto spun around, slashing for a second time at Kenshin's now unguarded side, and dealing him a mortal wound. Time returned to normal then as Naruto caught Kenshin's falling body. "I'm sorry, Sensei," Naruto sobbed as he watched his master die before him. "Don't be sorry. Just use your power to protect." Kenshin trailed off as his life left his body. The heavens rained then, as though mourning the death of Himura Kenshin along with one Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto broke out of his memories just as Vinclet rose from the ground in front of him. "Report," Naruto ordered. "This is an annual competition organized by the committee of this town. Anyone will be joining in the competition. However, this year, a tamer and his slicer, both coming from a samurai background and the Edo League, will be taking part this year. This competition is a competition for Pokegirls, but humans can also take part. The only rules in this competition are that Pokegirls are only allowed to use weapon-related skills and no hidden weapons or poison weapons will be allowed. Death is commonplace in this competition." "Very well, how about the structure of the competition?" "The elimination round consists of a gauntlet, where the last man Pokegirl standing will move on the next round. The brutal part about the elimination round is that the last man Pokegirl standing has to be the only one with the ability O stand. In other words, you have to cripple or kill your fellow competitors. From then on, it will be one-on-one battles till the end. Do you plan on taking part?" Vinclet asked, eyeing Naruto's new katana. "Yes, I'm going to enter the competition. It will be a good training exercise for me." Vinclet's sweat dropped. Only Naruto could view a competition where deaths were common as a good training exercise. "Good job getting the information, by the way," Naruto praised. "Do I get a reward tonight then?" Vinclet asked coquettishly, sending images of Naruto and her doing certain stuff. Flushing a deep red, Naruto returned Vinclet to her Pokeball and headed out of town to find a place where he could use his Shichuka no Jutsu. Naruto muttered a Mokutun, Moku Bunshin no Jutsu, would clone technique. His two Pokegirls watched in fascination as vines extended from each side of Naruto's bodies and formed two clones. "These are my Moku Bunshin. They are able to do anything that a Kage Bunshin, except better. They also have the added benefit of being more durable. They will oversee your training from now on as I have to do my own training," Naruto said. Entering a training room that he had created specifically for himself, Naruto created thousands of Kage Bunshin and set them to fighting each other using Kenjutsu. He needed to hone his skills until he surpassed his previous skill level. It was time for the Jigakuno Uzumaki to show his face once again. Naruto stepped in the arena, amazed at how many people had turned up to watch the competition, as well as how many people had chosen to join the competition. There had been a total of 320 participants, which made for 16 different gauntlets, each with 20 competitors. Naruto made his way into the ring that he was assigned when he was stopped by the referee of the ring. "I am sorry, but only your Pokegirl is allowed to enter." The referee said, "Well, I am the one competing, not my Pokegirls." Naruto replied as he showed the referee his registration form. The referee then allowed him to enter the arena. Pokegirls nearby who had heard Naruto's words laughed at him as he passed. While humans were allowed to enter the competition, it took a truly foolish one in their opinion to go up against Pokegirls where he would be squashed like a bug. Meanwhile, Riley and Vinclet, according to Naruto's instructions, placed all of their money betting on Naruto to be the last one standing in his arena. Many people pooled their money, unable to resist the lure of quick and easy money. After a few minutes of waiting, the bell rang once, signaling for the competitors to get ready. Naruto slid into the stance for Batojutsu. Once the bell rang a second time, signaling the start of the battle, Naruto used his Shinsaku to dash past all of the Pokegirls while he slashed at them as he passed. They did not even know what hit them. A second after the bell rang, 19 Pokegirl corpses dropped onto the ground. Silence fell over the crowd at Naruto's feet sheathing his sword. He was too fast for blood to get on his sword, so he did not need to clean it. Naruto calmly walked down to where his Pokegirls stood like statues, staring at him dumbfounded. One similar thought crossed their minds. "I am so glad I did not fight him when he had a sword." Meanwhile, the referee finally regained his senses. Winner: Uzumaki Naruto. It was very obvious due to the stammer that he was still very shaken up from Naruto's feat. The sound of the referee's voice broke the crowd out of their stupor and they began cheering madly for Naruto, utterly in awe at his skill. His Pokegirls meanwhile had decided to stop imitating statues and were walking around collecting the money won from the betting. No one dared to renege on their bet, fearing what Naruto would do to them if they did not pay up. After 2 hours, the matches had finally ended and the organizers had paired up the remaining contestants. Entering the ring, Naruto saw that he was paired up against a level 36 Gladiatrix. Gladiatrix, the arena fighter Pokegirl. Type: very near human. Element: fighting. Frequency: very rare. Diet: largely meat, bread and potatoes. Body can't handle strong spikes. Role: warriors. Energy: low to average. Strong versus normal. Weak versus psychic. Attacks: slash, slasher, sword dance, focus energy, confuse, mirror of equity, broken castle, weapon repel, firm plate, miracle slash. Enhancements: enhanced speed, x4, enhanced stamina, x2, ambidextrous, cannot be sunburned, can summon a weapon once per day, if said weapon is broken, once per week. Evolves: none known. Evolves from Slicer, Round Stone. Unlike the Slicer, a Gladiatrix is never thin, unless starved, and usually has a few scars, though most have at least 15 or more. The Gladiatrix often tans by coincidence, not desire, and to the envy of many tanning aficionados, they never get sunburned. Their tan simply deepens until she has a deep bronze tan. After that, her tan simply lasts longer. A Gladiatrix is hardly concerned about her appearance, unless it's how fierce she appears. She loves the look of scars won in battle, and when she's itchy for a fight, she'll often rub one of her larger scars. Anything that can make her appear fiercer is a turn-on. The most she'll do for her hair is wet it down so it doesn't get in her face. Other than that, she doesn't care about it so long as it can't be used against her. Of course, if she's busy sharpening her weapons, cooking, or something else that requires her to be immobile, she'll allow others to groom her hair for her. Bathing is far more important to a Gladiatrix than grooming her hair. Since Gladiatrixes tended to work hard, they will often sweat, and the stink of sweat is perhaps the only thing she does not allow on herself or others. Most tamers of Gladiatrixes usually keep a water-type Pokegirl on hand to keep the cost of bathing a Gladiatrix down. Others stay by bodies of water. When it comes to actual fighting, a Gladiatrix is not picky about weapons, so long as she has decent ones, and being ambidextrous, she can wield two just as efficiently as one. She actually prefers to have two weapons. She can summon one a day, But what shows up is often random and it can't be a weapon that is in the possession of anyone else. If she can have her pick, she'll usually pick a sword and shield, 2 swords or even a trident and net. If a weapon that a gladiatrix has summoned that day breaks, no more can be summoned until the next week, though whether this is a psychological restraint is uncertain. The gladiatrix is not a very pleasant Pokegirl to face in combat. When she isn't sparring, she is brutal, relentless and merciless, and will not stop until their opponent is unconscious or deceased, or she is. Luckily, she considers any poke battles, gym battles or tournament battles to be sparring. However, because of their brutal habits, any tamer who wants to use a gladiatrix in legal poke battles or use a gladiatrix for any gym or tournament battles must have her weaponry enchanted to deal non-physical damage. In these battles, she is automatically disqualified if she attempts to summon weaponry, though surprisingly, 99 of all gladiatrixes have enough self-control to refrain from summoning weaponry when warned. Gladiatrixes like unseasoned food, largely meat, bread and potatoes. Tamers sometimes believe that it's because a gladiatrix likes to live without luxuries, but it's actually because a gladiatrix's body can't process strong spices well. Too much sugar, salt, pepper, or any other flavoring spice, such as garlic or saffron, makes a gladiatrix physically ill. It seems preposterous for such a powerful Pokegirl, but a gladiatrix can be left bedridden for days because of too much salt on her food, and as such, she treats anyone who attempts to pull pranks like loose salt caps with open contempt. A gladiatrix should never eat any complex foods, like cake or anything else that has more than one form of spice or seasoning, and as it should go without saying, they should refrain from eating in fancy restaurants, as any number of spices may be on the food. If she needs to resort to eating berries, she will seek out ones that don't have a strong flavor. Because of her nastier nature, gladiatrixes have been rather popular in illegal battle rings and tournaments throughout the years. As such, any tamer with a gladiatrix is randomly monitored for any suspicious activities or sudden influxes of cash. The gladiatrix sneered as Naruto as she hefted her Odachi, great sword. I don't know what you did in the elimination round, but I bet it was just a fluke. Such parlor tricks will not work on me, human. Naruto remained unaffected by the gladiatrix's taunt and just got into his battle stance. Are you going to fight or are you just going to stand there yapping all day? The gladiatrix growled angrily. The moment the bell rang, the gladiatrix lifted her Odachi over her head and charged at Naruto. Naruto simply remained still while he examined the gladiatrix. From the way she was holding her sword, it was obvious that the gladiatrix was planning for a vicious overhead slash and end the battle quickly. However, he also noticed that the gladiatrix was putting more of her weight on her right leg, indicating that the gladiatrix would slash diagonally from her left to her right instead, making it harder to avoid the attack. Satisfied that he had accurately analyzed his opponent's intentions, Naruto shot forward with Shinsaku just as the gladiatrix began her swing. Crouching lower to avoid getting decapitated by the gladiatrix's Odachi, Naruto spun while in motion to get under her guard, and using the momentum of the spin to accelerate his draw, Naruto drew his sword with lightning-fast speed while he cried out, Hiten Mitsurujiru, Ryuken Sensumuji, Flying Heaven Honorable Sword Style, Dragon Flash Spiral. Using Shinsaku to dash past the gladiatrix, Naruto literally split the gladiatrix in two. The crowd once again cheered at such a display of swordsmanship while his Pokegirls collected the money from those who had been foolish enough to bet against him. His next opponent was a level 43 Tatman. Tatman, the runic swordswoman Pokegirl. Type, very near human. Element, magic. Frequency, extremely rare. Diet, human style. Role, mystical warriors. Strong versus fighting, psychic, dark, ghost. Weak versus steel, rock, ice, flying. Attacks, slash, carve, ashen wings, confuse, phantom blade, sentinel, Excalibur, hero blade, broken castle, recover, runic blade, blood blade, Zamato. Enhancements, strong magic affinity, sword fighting ability, dexterity, durability, low feral, can summon elemental energy around her sword. Devolves, none. Evolves from AR Melons, Moonstone. The transformation from AR Melons to Tatmon is much more drastic than the transition to Tats and Tatfur. Once exposed to a Moonstone, the AR Melons is surrounded by a column of light. Arcane, glowing runes appear on the Pokegirl's body, lining her arms and legs, as well as appearing on her face, back, and torso. Her muscles bulge out to the point where she looks like a fighting type. Her hair changes, becoming short and coloring itself in metallic colors, copper, silver, gold, and platinum. Whatever clothing they wear becomes bikini-like armor bearing a rune that represents their tamer appearing on the codpiece and chest plate. A long sword bearing runes appears in the column of light, and the Pokegirl takes it, the column of light fading, revealing that their eyes are now glowing. Tapmans are skilled warriors, trading in artistic ability for sword fighting ability that is surpassed only by samurai and heroes with sword fighting ability. They can use the mystical runes on their bodies to give their swords a coating of elemental energy, although not powerful enough to be considered an elemental blade attack, and can use their runes to give themselves temporary status enhancements, although this ability costs the Tapman some life force. If used 5 times within a 24-hour PRD, the Tapman must sleep for 24 hours non-stop to recover that lost life force. Tapmans do not display their emotions publicly, fighting battles slowly and patiently, waiting for a mistake to be made, taking quick, light cuts before unleashing a more powerful attack. They are immune to taunts and insults, tuning out all outside stimulus, even a bond with their tamer, focusing on the opponent or opponents and how she can win the battle. They have low tolerance for arrogance and cannot abide by rose breasts, neo-ixels, or dark ladies unless given very good reason to. While Tapmans lose a lot of artistic talent, they still maintain an appreciation for it and enough ability to draw runes on the bodies of their tamer for increased stamina during taming, or on their harem sisters, to heal damage or increase their own stamina. These take longer to draw and use, since the Tapman must focus their magical energy into the rune, remember what rune to use, and so forth, and cannot be used in battle. This matters little, since the runic tattoos already on their bodies can have the same effect, although they take time to use. Like all AR Melon's evolutions, no threshold cases have been reported. His current opponent was a much more analytical Pokegirl than his previous opponent. While your sword style is indeed very powerful, I have noticed that in the PRD immediately after you use your technique, you are left vulnerable. Attacking you would be futile since you would simply use that counterattack technique you used earlier. Therefore, I will simply wait for you to attack me. With that, the Tapman slipped into a defensive stance while she used the Sentinel technique. With the Sentinel technique active, no matter how much damage an attack did, the user would still receive damage but would not die or fall unconscious. You are indeed much better than my previous opponent. However, thinking that you know everything about my technique just by 2 battles is a bad habit to take. Naruto replied. Naruto dashed towards the Tapman with Shinsaku and slashed viciously at her. While the Tapman took a tremendous amount of damage, she was far from finished. However, Naruto had overextended himself in his slash and the Tapman attempted to take advantage of the opening presented and moved forward to slash at Naruto's back with her long sword. However, Naruto used the technique that Kenshin had used on him so many years ago. Hiten Mitsurugi Ryu, Ryumaizen. Naruto cried out while sheathing his sword with godlike speed, sending a sonic boom outwards, stunning the Tapman when she was only 3 steps away from him. Spinning around to face his opponent, Naruto used the momentum from the spin to gain additional speed and leapt at the Tapman, utilizing a Hiten Mitsurugi Ryu, Ryashausen, flying heaven honorable sword style, soaring dragon flight, to slash at the Tapman's chest, utilizing his jumping power to its fullest. With that one attack, Naruto had once again won a match without even being touched. His third match was against a level 51 Hero. Hero, the heroic weapon-using Pokegirl. Type, very near human. Element, fighting. Frequency, rare. Diet, human-style foods, especially rice. Role, warriors, bodyguards, weapons masters. Energy, average, high with a tamer they like. Strong versus, bug, dark, ice, normal, rock, steel. Weak versus, flying, psychic. Attacks, chi blast, parry, punch, kick, deflect, bonk, sword dance, sword wave, flame sword Mark II, electric blade Mark II, ice blade Mark II. Enhancements, enhanced strength, X7, enhanced reflexes, X7, enhanced speed, X7, enhanced agility, X7, endurance, weapon proficiency, summon weapon. Devolves, none. Evolves from Amazon Wo, normal, choose a signature weapon. When an Amazon Wo is tamed enough and wins enough fights, she is able to make the jump to becoming a hero. Other than gaining enough experience and tamings, the Amazon Wo must choose a weapon to specialize in. A hero likes to consider herself the epitome of her chosen weapon, and all hero claim that the weapon she has chosen is actually an extension of her own body. She is literally never without it, keeping it with her when she eats, sleeps, bathes, is being tamed, or whatnot. Her dedication to her weapon is so great that it becomes more than a focus of battle for her. Experienced tamers know that using a Harrow's weapon to help tame her turns the Harrow on greatly, whether it is a sword, a mace, a polearm, or anything else she may have chosen. This FTSH never becomes a painful one though. No Harrow enjoys being cut or beaten with their weapon, much to the disappointment of Pokegirls that enjoy domination. Harrow may use other weapons in combat as well, but only projectile weapons if she has chosen a melee weapon as her signature weapon. In combat, a Harrow always uses her weapon to attack and defend. Even if her weapon isn't a sword, she is still able to use all of the listed attacks with it, despite many of them having the word sword or blade in them. They usually use the most appropriate technique with their weapon when fighting an opponent that is weak versus that element. Should they ever be disarmed, the Harrow will utilize an innate ability to summon her signature weapon back to her hands. A smart tamer withdraws his or her Harrow from battle if the Harrow's weapon is somehow broken or destroyed. Harrow are not full of themselves, despite their superb skills with their chosen weapons. They don't rise to challenges and baiting as easy as some other fighting types, although they still do rise to them if persistently sent at them. Should they lose their weapon, they seek to recover it if possible, but they aren't obsessive over this. To them, having a new one bought made for them serves just as well, as long as it's the exact same type of weapon. However, if the weapon is one that they've had ever since they were a Tyamazon, the Harrow will likely wish to keep the remains of the weapon as a memento. A tamer that actually uses the pieces of the broken weapon in forging a new one will have a completely loyal Pokegirl in his or her Harrow for a long time to come, and woe to those who would try to take her away. Like their pre-evolved forms, coffee slows a Harrow down, making her tired and sluggish until she collapses. Most Harrowists prefer a sip of coffee after taming to help ensure a good night's sleep. Feral Harrowists are an odd sight. They still instinctively understand that they need their weapon, but they don't have the skills to use it that well, being unable to use anything besides bonk and parry with it. They tend to be very embarrassed about how inept they become when feral, and try very hard not to regress to that state. An excellent method of capturing a feral Harrow is to take her weapon, since she will ignore almost everything else to focus on getting it back, practically letting herself be attacked. Threshold girls virtually never evolve into a Harrow directly. Only one case has been confirmed in the last 20 years, with the victim, seemingly arbitrarily, choosing a weapon that from then on became her signature weapon. As Naruto read the information that was provided, he saw a way to end the match easily without having to utilize any of the techniques from the Heat 10 Mitsurujiryu style. The moment the bell rang, Naruto charged towards the Harrow. The Harrow, being a very experienced fighter, immediately brought her sword up to parry Naruto's blow. However, this was what Naruto had been waiting as he utilized a Zantetsu to split the Harrow's sword into two. The most skilled swordsmen were purportedly able to use their swords to cut through steel. Naruto could use this skill anywhere, even underwater, surpassing his master in that aspect as Kenshin could not use Zantetsu underwater. The Harrow's tamer immediately returned the Harrow to her Pokeball when he saw that her weapon was destroying, forfeiting the match and thus making Naruto the winner. Finally, Naruto made it to the final round. On my right is Shinagura Hajime, with his slicer. Hajime comes from a long line of samurais in the Edo League. His samurai background has certainly helped as his slicer and he has won every match so far effortlessly. And on my left is Uzumaki Naruto, hailing from Aberdeen in the Blue League. Instead of using a Pokegirl, he has opted to fight himself and has won every match in record time with not even a scratch on him. Give a big hand for our final two contestants. The referee cried as he psyched the crowd up. However, before the match began, Hajime had something to say to Naruto. You might be extremely skilled, but I advise you to give up. My slicer and I have trained together ceaselessly for 5 years. There is no way we can lose. Action speaks louder than words. Naruto replied while Hajime released his slicer. To his surprise, it was the exact same slicer he had met in the shop 8 days ago. Naruto flinched as memories of Kenshin once again flooded his mind. So distracted was he that he failed to notice the bell ring and the slicer charge towards him, katana at the ready. By the time he noticed that the match had started, the slicer had already covered 3/4 of the distance and was closing in fast. Thinking quickly, Naruto used the Heat 10 Mitsurujiryu, Doryusen, Flying Heaven Honorable Sword style, Earth Dragon Strike, striking the ground powerfully and sending debris flying at the slicer, causing her to halt in her tracks in order to avoid being brained by the huge chunks of cement everywhere. Naruto meanwhile used the Doryusen as a distraction to jump high into the air, channeling chakra to his legs to jump higher than any human or Pokegirl could. After the dust had cleared, the slicer looked around, confused that Naruto was nowhere in sight. By the time the slicer noticed Naruto descending from the sky, it was almost too late as Naruto used a He-10 Mitsuruju, Ryutswizen, Flying Heaven Honorable Sword Style, Dragon Hammer Strike, using the free fall from the height he had reached to multiply the force of his sword slide. The slicer barely managed to dodge his blow by leaping to the side, causing Naruto to crash heavily on the spot she had been a second ago, sending debris flying everywhere again. The slicer had no time to rest as Naruto immediately charged out of the crater he had created and attacked her, forcing her back. The slicer bit back a curse as she was too slow to dodge or block a slash that created a deep gash on her right arm, rendering it useless. Switching to using her left arm, the slicer was forced on the defensive as Naruto's strikes were simply too fast for her to do anything but dodge and parry. The slicer cried out as one of Naruto's moves broke past her guard and stabbed her deep in her stomach. She slumped onto the ground as Naruto slid his sword out of her. The winner is Uzumaki Naruto, the referee announced. No, the match is not over yet, the slicer said as she struggled to her feet. She had to continue for this competition was very important for her master. She had to continue fighting no matter what. Suddenly she felt a surge of power well up within her. Naruto looked as the slicer was enveloped in a white light, and when the light died down, he saw that the slicer was different. The slicer was a bit taller and her arms no longer looked so delicate. Her haori was now wide open in the front, showing that there is a strip of bandages binding her chest. Her battle kimono remained the same. What irked Naruto the most though was the fact that all of her injuries were gone. Checking his Pokédex, he saw that the slicer had evolved into a Ronin. Ronin, the sword fighter Pokegirl. Type, very near human. Element, fighting. Frequency, rare in Edo League, unknown other leagues. Diet, human-style diet. Warrior. Energy, low, increases when they find a tamer that they like and trust. Strong versus bug, dark, ice, normal, rock, steel. Weak versus flying, psychic. Hex, bonk, slash, cut, sword dance, focus energy. Enhancements, enhanced speed, x3, enhanced stamina, x2, can summon weapons. Evolves, samurai, dawn stone. Evolves from slicer, normal. Ronins are among the best Pokegirls when it comes to fighting with weapons. The role of Ronins in Tsukiba's army was part of a special striking group. It was small in numbers, but very quick and strong, which made them hard targets and excellent fighters at the same time. After the Revenge War, however, the majority of the surviving original team of fighters relocated somewhere in the Edo League. These Pokegirls were eventually found by the first generation of Edo League tamers to go out into the world after the end of the war. Most of these tamers were found to be unworthy of taming the Ronin, however, and a few tamers were killed before the League got the idea. The Ronin dispersed, taking their training and ways to other parts of the League. A few may have even left the Edo League as well, but no matter where they go, Ronin are rare. It wasn't until sometime in 254 AS that slicer Pokegirls were discovered by a researcher to evolve into a Ronin. Even after so many years, few Ronin ever bothered to show themselves to even worthy tamers. With this revelation about the much more common slicer's evolution into a Ronin, many tamers have begun to tame and train their slicers in an effort to evolve her into a Ronin. The Ronin, being rather legendary when it comes to their training and abilities with bladed weapons, are an honored addition to any harem. Depending on the level of the Ronin, it can summon different weapons. From levels 1 to 15, a Ronin can summon a shurnai, a bamboo sword. From levels 16 to 30, they can summon a bakken, a wooden sword. From level 31 and up, a Ronin can summon a katana. When they can only use a shurnai or a bakken, Ronins don't have access to the slash and cut attacks. A Ronin can only summon one weapon at a time. Ronin do not bother to use anything other than Eastern-style medieval swords, finding other weapons to be inferior to any others that they might have used when they used to be a slicer. Ronins have an innate rivalry with kunoichi. It is likely that because the kunoichi were more successful during the Revenge War that this rivalry exists. However, it is also speculated that the reason is more mindset-oriented than anything else. Ronin live by their own code of honor, and believe that the kunoichi's more sinister and stealthy ways are more dishonorable than anything else. Kunoichi, on the other hand, don't seem to see anything wrong with doing what they excel at. Ronin are direct, kunoichi are subtle. The few confrontations between the two breeds have shown that the Ronin actively pursue this rivalry, whereas the kunoichi try to let it slide. And so, the rivalry goes on. Naruto cursed. This sudden evolution was simply dragging out the inevitable. On the other hand, the Ronin just might be able to provide a challenge for him, seeing as his gravitational seals were still active and the Ronin was fresh. The Ronin sped forward, taking the initiative. Naruto was forced to push himself a little as the Ronin had increased in speed tremendously due to her evolution. The two continued exchanging blows until Naruto finally got tired of the stalemate and swung especially hard at the Ronin, causing her to stumble for a moment. That was all that Naruto needed. Kicking the Ronin hard in the chest, he caused the Ronin to lose her balance totally, crashing onto the ground hard. She immediately got up, but by this time, Naruto had already jumped up into the air. Still slightly disoriented, the Ronin was unable to dodge Naruto's sword drop, causing her to be slashed all the way from her right shoulder to her left thigh. However, Naruto was not done yet. He used the He-10 Mitsurajuru, Ryutsu Shouzen, Flying Heaven Honorable Sword Style, Dragon Hammer Flight Strike, which was basically using the Ryushouzen immediately after the Ryutsweizen. A horizontal gash appeared on the Ronin's abdomen. The Ronin lifted her sword and took on a feeble guard, trying to keep going. Naruto decided that it was time to end the match. He-10 Mitsurajuru, Kuzuryusen. He cried out as he attacked all 9 of the Ronin's points. The Ronin's feeble guard not being able to withstand Naruto's assault, and she finally collapsed to the ground, with Naruto being announced as the winner. Do not worry. I did not put much force into my final attack, so she will not die. Tell her that it was a good fight. Naruto told Hajime as he rushed to the Ronin's side. Hajime nodded his head while Naruto left the arena to join his Pokegirls who were congratulating him on his win. Naruto admired the katana he had won while on the road to Magicunt Village where the nearest gym was. The katana's sheath was an unreflective black in color, with a red Chinese dragon trailing down the sheath. The sword itself shone brightly when the sunlight hit the surface of the blade. The edge was extremely keen and the sword very light, as though it was made of feathers. Naruto stopped admiring the sword and sheathed his katana when he noticed 2 figures in front of him. When he got closer, he saw that it was Hajime and his Ronin. Uzumaki Naruto, I, Shinagura, challenge you to a one-on-one Pokegirl battle with that katana you are holding as the prize. Hajime declared. What did you say again? Naruto asked. I said, I challenge you to a Pokegirl battle for the katana that you are holding right now. Hajime replied. Ah, come on, don't be such a sore loser. I won this sword fair and square, you know. Naruto replied. I am aware of that fact. However, that sword is a family heirloom that has been stolen from us by thieves. In order to redeem my family's honor, I have to return the sword to where it belongs. Naruto fell silent at this. Family heirlooms had always been a touchy subject for him, seeing as all his father had left him was a seal that made his life downright miserable. Well then, if it's so important to you, take it then. Naruto finally said as he tossed the katana over to Hajime, who just as quickly returned it to Naruto. Why did you return the katana to me? I thought you wanted it? Naruto asked, utterly confused at Hajime's actions. Yes, I do want it. However, that katana is a katana meant for battle and shall be earned only through battle. Accepting it like that would be dishonorable. Hajime replied. Also, since the katana is meant for the battle, only one who is worthy may own. While you may have proved your skills in the ways of the sword, in this world, a tamer's strength is based on his Pokegirls. Therefore, if you beat me in a Pokegirl battle, that would mean that you are truly strong and the katana belongs to you. Losing the katana to a worthy opponent is not dishonorable, but losing the katana to a mere thief brings much shame. Hajime finished. Okay, if you say so. Naruto replied, convinced that the person in front of him was a total nutcase. Checking his Pokédex, he saw that the Ronin was a level sending out Rylai to fight would simply be overkill. Besides, Vinclet needed actual combat in order to gauge her abilities. While Vinclet was a higher level, the sunlight as well as the Ronin's considerable experience would make this fight more even. Having decided on his choice of Pokegirls, Naruto released Vinclet from her Pokeball, only to be shouted at by Hajime. I treat you like an honorable opponent and you send out a vampire in broad daylight to mock me? Naruto sighed. Why was it that everyone brought up in a home valuing the traditional ways seemed to have a 10-foot pole stuck up their butt? Trust me, Vinclet is far from your normal vampire. Naruto replied while he ordered Vinclet to use her Invis. The Ronin looked around wildly as Vinclet disappeared from view. Come out and face me like a proper warrior. The Ronin cried out. Naruto could only sigh at that. It seemed like the Ronin had also picked up on her master's personality. That shit. Naruto ordered. following orders, Vinclet crept up to the Ronin, Invis active all the while until she was right in front of the Ronin, and then she unleashed a nightshade at point-blank range. Crying out in pain, the Ronin used a slash in return, flailing wildly, attempting to hit her invisible opponent. Ducking under the Ronin's wild swings, Vinclet fired off another nightshade at point-blank range, this time sending the Ronin flying for a short distance. Vinclet immediately took off after the Ronin, a blood blade in hand, prepared to finish off the Ronin. However, the Ronin had managed to recover from the nightshade, and when she saw the dust kicked up Vinclet's movement, predicted where the vampire would be and used another slash. This time, her slash struck her target. Vinclet was caught off guard as she had not expected the Ronin to know where she was and thus was unable to dodge the blow in time. The slash cut her from her right shoulder all the way to her left hip, eliciting a cry of pain. Upon hearing Vinclet's cry of pain, the Ronin immediately slashed at where the sound had originated from. This time, Vinclet was ready for the Ronin's attack and leaned back to avoid the hit. Unfortunately, she was much too slow with the sunlight acting on her. While she did manage to avoid getting beheaded, a deep gash appeared on her cheek, dripping blood. This proved very problematic. While Vinclet could keep herself invisible, she could not keep something was coming out of her invisible. Therefore, the blood dripping from the wound would allow the Ronin to know where was, rendering her invis useless. Biting back a curse, Vinclet dropped the invis as it would do her no good at the moment. The Ronin smirked triumphantly at this. Now that she could see her opponent, the battle was as good as won, or at least she thought so. Naruto had more tricks up his sleeve. Use your ashen wings to get into the air and pelt her with long-range attacks. A Ronin does not know any ranged attacks like Sword Wave. Naruto ordered. However, end it fast. While your ashen wings would normally last for around 10 minutes, the sunlight would have sapped your strength, giving you around 7 minutes. Use them wisely. The moment you touch the ground, it will be very difficult for you to win. Vinclet nodded in understanding and immediately took into the air while the Ronin cursed colorfully. She had forgotten that vampires had the ability to fly. When Vinclet was high enough to avoid the backlash of her own attacks, she started her barrage. First of all, she cast a dark mist on the Ronin so that she could not see where the attacks were coming from. She then placed an illusion on Hajime, tricking him as to the direction where her attacks were coming from. This way, all of his instructions would only result in the Ronin taking more damage. She then rained down nightshades upon the hapless Ronin. 5 minutes later, the Ronin was barely standing due to the punishment taken from Vinclet's nightshades. While Vinclet was much better off than the Ronin, signs of exhaustion were plain for anyone, except the Ronin who was still in the dark mist, to see. Maintaining the ashen wings as well as constant spamming of nightshades while in the daylight was extremely tiring. Gathering up energy, Vinclet was preparing to launch a final nightshade at the Ronin when suddenly a stream of fire struck her in the side, sending her crashing to the ground. Luckily, the elemental seal that Naruto had placed on Vinclet's clothes prevented her from taking the full damage of the attack. Looking around, Naruto saw that the source of the stream of fire was a Growlai who was standing next to a man clad fully in black who seemed to be her tamer. What is the meaning of this? This is an official Pokegirl match and you are not allowed to interfere. Hajime cried out while Naruto placed his hand on the hilt of his sword, prepared to kill off the Pokegirl and her tamer who had attacked his Pokegirl without provocation when the unknown tamer said something that made him pause. Oh, quit your yapping. This has nothing to do with you. All I want is the sword that Blondie has over there. Naruto's eyes narrowed. He wanted the katana? So why don't you two cooperate and no one will get hurt much? That katana belongs to Naruto, since the match is obviously his. You will not dishonor the blade by simply snatching it away like that. Besides, the government will be after you for disrupting a Pokegirl battle. Hajime declared. The government? Do you seriously think that the government scares us? The tamer said he walked out of the shadows, revealing himself. He had on a black cap, a black long-sleeved shirt with a large G in red on the front of his shirt. He had on black pants and black boots as well. Ooh, you are a member of Team Trauma. Hajime cried. Precisely. Do you actually think that I would be afraid of the government with the power of Team Trauma behind me? The Team Trauma member sneered. I will not allow you to dash. Hanmei was cut off as a stream of fire similar to the one that hit Vinclet burned Hajime to a crisp. The Ronin could only watch helplessly as her master died before her eyes. No, she cried out, rushing to the side of her master's corpse, too shocked at what had happened to do anything but stare at Hajime's body. Another Team Trauma member stepped out of the woods with another Growlai following him. That idiot was starting to get annoying. He said. Naruto seethed at the sight in front of him. How dare they take lives so callously? Sure, he had killed before. Which Yanbu had not. But to kill someone who could not harm them in any way, that was just too much. Just then, the first Team Trauma member addressed Naruto. Well kid, you've seen what happens to someone who opposes us. So why don't you just hand over that like a good boy? In response, Naruto simply flipped them the finger before returning Vinclet to her Pokeball and used a Shunshin no Jutsu, body flicker technique, to teleport himself into the safety of the trees. Crouched on one of the thicker tree branches that he could find, Naruto watched as 3 more Team Trauma members joined the original 2. The first one, who Naruto assumed was the leader, was busy issuing orders to the other 4. All of you release your Growlais and have them track the blonde. The last 3 Team Trauma members promptly released their Pokegirls. Checking his Pokédex, he found the information for the Growlais. Growly, the puppy Pokegirl. Type, Animorph, Kana. Element, fire. Frequency, uncommon, crimson, indigo. Diet, near human diet, omnivore, but mostly fish and nuts. Role, originally tracking and frontline, make excellent pets or police Pokegirls. Energy, type. Strong versus, bug, fire, ice, plant, steel. Weak versus, ground, rock, water. Attacks, flamethrower, ignite, growl, slash, bite, tackle, takedown. Enhancements, enhanced strength, X4, enhanced olfactory sense, X6, high endurance and loyalty. Evolves, Groltit, normal, experience needed. Evolves from, goth, sarcastic goth subtypes only, firestone. Loyalty, this is the first trait that comes into mind when one thinks about a Growlai, and this reputation is well earned. Besides being extremely loyal, Growlai also has a brave and trustworthy nature. It will fearlessly stand up to bigger and stronger foes to protect its tamer from harm. Growlai along with kittens and catgirls were one of the breeds to fiercely battle Mao during the rebellion, their loyalty to their owners being so strong that to break it leaves the Growlai crippled both physically and mentally. They simply do not betray their masters, being loyal to the end. Growlai has a distinctive appearance. The canine features with the red fur with black tiger stripes down her back, arms, legs and tail is complemented by blonde hair on the top of her head and a short soft blonde fur on her chest, stomach, groin and inner thighs. Growlai has a nose which grants them a greatly enhanced sense of smell, allowing them to follow scent trails days old, making them excellent trackers. Their high endurance means they will track a target for days and even weeks, and when they finally catch up, their enhanced strength means they can quickly overpower and bring down the target. This combination of traits not only makes Growlai an excellent pet but also makes them one of the few Pokegirls ideally suited for police work along with others such as Tigress. Once a Growlai is selected for police duty, they are assigned and bonded to a partner, then both the police officer and the Growlai go on an intensive training course that taxes both the officer and the Growlai. By the end of the course, both the officer and Growlai forge a strong partnership, allowing them to function better as a pair, instinctively understanding each other's strengths and weaknesses. The Growlai will also learn methods of tracking and taking down criminals, which makes it superior combatants to pet-owned Growlais. Growlai is a popular pet Pokegirl and often considered members of the family, much like kittens, hounds, Pidgeys, Evis, bunnies and titmice. However, they do not share quite the same level of popularity as the others because they require such large amounts of love and attention. Another Pokegirl is recommended, as the Growlais can then occupy themselves by playing with the other Pokegirls. They are very competitive with any and all amorous or lustful Pokegirls. Growlais are often found in a large family with at least one other Pokegirl. For this reason, their intelligence is such that they are quite capable of doing any job a human can do, although their favorite job will be patrolling and protecting the family home, which they consider to be their territory. Unlike most canine types, Growlai gets on well with cat-type Pokegirls, especially when both discover a mutual love of fish and love of play. On the opposite side of the spectrum, it's strongly suggested that you not have any of the Dominatype Pokegirls, though. Growlais and Dominatypes do not like each other. Feral Growlai are very protective of their territory. They will bark and bite fiercely to repel intruders from their territory. However, they will not viciously maul or kill their opponent like some feral Pokegirls, but instead aim to drive their opponent off. The favored territory of a Growlai would be near a river or large stream running through forest land, predominantly because Growlai are omnivores like humans, but particular like nuts and fish as their primary diet. Nuts mostly only available in forest land, whilst fish are obviously only available around large water sources. Growlai are excellent at foraging for food in the wild, making them ideal for tamers who will be spending large amounts of time in the wild. Also, due to their love of fish, they are awesome fishers, which is odd for a fire type. One must be careful though, in the wild Growlai tend to form packs which have a similar intense loyalty to each other akin to that they develop with their tamers. Any attempt to harm or pokeball any member of the pack is likely to incite a violent response from the entire pack. Worse yet, the captured Growlai will refuse to bond to its owner and will attack once released from the Pokeball before attempting to return to its pack by backtracking the tamer's scent unless heavy mental conditioning is applied. If one wants to capture a feral Growlai without trouble, then the entire pack must be caught together or the individual Growlai must be encouraged to come willingly with the tamer, though whatever methods. The Growlais immediately sniffed the air and a minute later reported back to their tamers. What do you mean 5 different trails? Even if we throw his Pokegirls into the calculation, we saw from the competition that he has only 2 Pokegirls. The leader shouted. It doesn't matter anyway. Let's just split up. There are enough of us to track down each and every trail. Now go! Up in the treetops, Naruto smirked as his plan set off without a hitch. The moment he saw the additional Team Trauma members, he had created 5 Kage Bunshin and sent them in opposite. While they would not last very long as he had not put much chakra into the clones, it was enough to lead them on a long chase. As Jiraiya had said, divide and conquer. While he could easily take down all of them and their Pokegirls easily, what he wanted was information, which meant no killing, as dead men tell no tales. Releasing Vinclet and Rylai from their Pokegirls, he quickly briefed them on the situation as well as the part he wanted them to play. Looking over Vinclet, the blonde saw that the vampire would not be able to do much due to her previous battle with Hajime's Ronin. It was then that he suddenly remembered about the Ronin. Looking down, he saw that the Ronin was still kneeling over her tamer's corpse. Naruto sighed then. While he would have loved to just leave her as she was, if the Team Trauma members came across her before they found him, they might take out their frustration on the distressed Pokegirl. On the other hand, if he took the Ronin with him, she would undoubtedly hinder him greatly. Added to that, in her current mental state, who knew what she would do? Finally, he decided to just cast a triple-layered genjutsu over her, making it appear as though Hajime's corpse was just lying there alone. He also removed all sound and sight from the area, making it seem truly desolate. His job done, Naruto then leapt off to find the nearest Team Trauma member. Vinclet phased up from the ground behind the Team Trauma member, Rylai in tow. With a quick ice punch, the Team Trauma was out cold, literally. The Growlai whirled around, having detected a new scent only to be the recipient of a frost slash. Naruto walked over to the downed Team Trauma, nudging aside the Growlai's dismembered head in the process. Pulling out some tough ninja wire from his kunai holster, Naruto bound the Team Trauma member. He would return later to grill him for information. 1 down, 4 to go. Unfortunately, the next one did not go as Naruto had planned. Being quite tired, Vinclet had phased out of the ground much slower than her usual speed, allowing the Team Trauma member and his Pokegirl to catch sight of Naruto's Pokegirls. The Team Trauma member immediately released his other Pokegirls, a Side Viper and a Persian. Side Viper, the aggressive snake Pokegirl. Type: Animorph Metamorph, snake. Element: fighting poison. Frequency: rare, most leagues. Diet: berries, fruit. Role: hit and run tactics. Energy: average. Strong versus grass, dark, normal, rock, steel. Weak versus psychic, flying, ice, double damage. Tax: agility, silver fist, thundertail, wrap, probing tongue. Enhancements: enhanced stamina, x2, enhanced speed, x2, enhanced strength, x3, retains most of their intelligence even when feral. Disadvantages: low HP, very weak to psychic attacks, weak against ice attacks, can't shape-shift if they're feral. Evolves, and it evolves from Naga, battle stress plus feral state. Side Viper are very rude departures from the other snake Pokegirls. They often have foul tempers, which only evaporate after they've either won a battle or found a permanent lover, tamer or Pokegirl. Their hair tends to vary from deep red to hot pink to almost blackish purple. They all have elven ears, and most have blue or gray eyes. Very rarely will any have green or red eyes. Their skin has a golden tint, as do their belly scales. Their other scales, like the garter, always match their hair, but unlike garters, do not change if the Side Viper dyes their hair. Their tails are double the length of their human legs. Most of the ferals will often take advantage of any opponent who's fallen unconscious. Surprisingly, even completely feral, they retain quite a bit of knowledge and have been seen rummaging through a tamer's pack and pokeballs for things they like. Back during the war, side vipers were well known for hit-and-run tactics, brutally attacking the flanks of infantry units, and forcing the enemy to spread their units thin, allowing more powerful and durable Pokegirls to devastate the units further. Of course, being cold-blooded, they tend to stay away from cold areas. If in a harem, a side viper will beg to stay in her Pokeball. No Arctic Zone League will ever see a side viper that's there willingly. Unfortunately for honest tamers, no Naga will evolve without becoming feral and becoming highly stressed in combat. Those seeking to capture them know that side vipers love fruit. Some have been known to enter cities and attack fruit stands when their fruit supplies in the wild run low. Some smaller cities that have had repeated problems either send for a tamer to capture the side viper or have a large number of fruit and berry plants planted outside of town. Persian, the cat scratch Pokegirl. Type, near human, feline. Element, normal. Frequency, uncommon. Diet, fish, milk, eggs, similar foods. Role, harem dancer, trophy wife, SEC battles. Energy, Thai. Strong versus mouse and bird types, easily seduced people. Weak versus dog types, fighting. Hex, scratch, bite, payday, fury swipes, spirit slash, saber claw, super claw, timid slide, various dance and song techniques, overwhelming attraction, but wiggle, TC attack 1, TC attack 2, mountain hug, CC hold, go down, blow kiss, puff puff. Enhancements, enhanced senses, X4, enhanced agility, X3, softer fur, enchanting voice, sexier figure, more useful claws, flexible spinal column, high pleasure. Threshold, night vision, flexible spinal column. Evolves, wildcat, battle stress. Evolves from Meryl, normal. The Persian is the most common evolutionary form for a Meryl, and one of their most popular. When they evolve from a Meryl, they gain 1.5 feet in height, larger BRSs, a high C-cup, and the pudge on their bodies redistributes itself to their butt and hips, making them wider and sexier, their legs growing longer. Their faces stay mostly cat-like, but become more human in appearance, their hair growing longer as their fur becomes softer, more silken in feel. Their voices, often harsh as Meryl's, soften and become deeper, more elegant, and gain an almost hypnotic resonance, which they can use to learn song techniques. They gain a better sense of balance, completely abandoning the clumsiness of their previous form, and most immediately try to learn how to dance, and gain more human-like fingers, as well as sharper, slender claws. One of the more noticeable changes a Meryl goes through when they become a Persian, other than the increased energy, is their SEC drive. It goes up a great deal, and they go to great lengths to try and get to C, always in a very SNSL, cunning fashion. It's rare to see a Persian make an inelegant move. They enjoy performing for their masters, and will eagerly tame their harem sisters if need be. Because of the elegance of the breed, wealthy persons are especially fond of them and they are frequently found as pets in wealthy mansions. Some, such as Gendo Giovanni, keep a Persian with them at all times, their beauty a sign of status. Also, Persians are frequently found as the starter Pokegirl for SEC League battlers, as they are easier to obtain than most of their breed. One word of warning with the Persian breed: they retain the arrogance and confidence of their previous form, although greatly increased. One needs to be very careful not to spoil them too much, lest they become very vain and lazy. Thresholding into a Persian is rare, but not totally unheard of. It mainly occurs if the girl going through threshold has heavy cat stock in their family, and those going through it tend not to mind it all that much, as they become incredibly CC and graceful. This naturally resulted in a scuffle. While Naruto and his Pokegirls did one, it was not without cost. Naruto's Kagebunshin had been dispelled earlier than he had expected, being taken out by flamethrowers. The noise of the battle would naturally inform the other Team Trauma members as to their location. Recalling Vinclet as she was simply too tired to be of any use now, Naruto and Riley immediately switched locations while Naruto furiously tried to think up of a new plan. Hearing the sounds of pursuit, Naruto cursed. He should have paid more attention to Kenshin on the lessons of how to disarm his opponent, instead of simply focusing on beating them. Beating being a relative word since only A-rank ninjas and above could survive his beating. Suddenly, the path ended in front of the duo. Right in front of them was a ravine so wide that not even Naruto could jump across. Looking down, Naruto blanched at the sight. Below him was a very deep drop into a raging river filled with very sharp rocks. Whirling around to try and find another path, they saw that they were too late as the last members of Team Trauma tracked down Naruto. Seems like we cornered you, a brat? The leader smirked as all of them released their own Persians and side vipers. Despite the severity of the situation, Naruto could not help but deadpan. Don't you guys have any originality? Enraged at Naruto's taunts, the leader ordered the Pokegirls to engage. At this, Naruto smirked. Sure, he could not kill the tamers, but he sure could get rid of the Pokegirls as they would not have any information that he wanted. Arching an eyebrow, he watched as 6 of the Pokegirls charged at him, leaving 3 to engage Rylai. Oh well, less danger for Rylai then. Settling into the stance for the Batajutsu, Naruto waited for the Pokegirls to approach him. The side vipers charged at him, tails glowing, probably trying to get him with a thunder tail. The Persians followed behind the side vipers, ready to take advantage of the stun that the thunder tail and send a flurry of saber claw attacks on him. The Growlais flanked the blonde, ready to finish him off with a flamethrower attack should he survive the initial assault. Naruto had to admit, their teamwork was excellent. However, it was not enough against him. Naruto gripped the hilt of his katana tightly while he tensed his leg muscles, prepared to spring into action. Suddenly, he saw light out of the corner of his eyes. Turning his head slightly, his eyes widened as he saw 3 yellow bolts towards his Frostwelp. Rylai was currently occupied with 2 Pokegirls. One had already been knocked out. Naruto cursed slightly for underestimating his enemy. Just because all of them released the same Pokegirls as each other, he had assumed that those 3 were all that they had. Even with the elemental seals on her, 3 Thunderbolts would manage to do quite a lot of damage to her while her opponents could use the time to kill Rylai off. Ignoring his current adversaries, Naruto sprinted towards Rylai, using Shinsaku to get to her faster. Reaching her just in time, Naruto pushed the Pokegirl away just as the Thunderbolts slammed into him. A Thunder Tail then crashed against him, sending him flying over the edge of the cliff. For Rylai, it seemed surreal. There was no way that Naruto could be dead. He always seemed so invincible, like a juggernaut. There had to be something she could do. Anything at all, were the thoughts that crossed her mind as she sprinted to the edge of the cliff. Suddenly, she felt power well up within every fiber of her being. She did not notice the white glow enveloping her body. All she felt was the changes that her body was undergoing. She felt her body stretching, her bones lengthening while her muscles and skin expanded to cover her skeleton properly. Her muscles became denser and stronger. Her claws lengthened and sharpened considerably. Finally, she felt something growing at her shoulder blades and she grunted in slight pain as her new wings erupted from her shoulder. Flexing her new wings experimentally, she then leapt off the cliff, flaring her wings and dived after her tamer. Catching the blonde in her arms, she flapped her wings powerfully and brought them back to the battleground. When they were finally safe, Rylai collapsed on the ground exhausted. As she was new to her wings, using them so extensively had tired her out. Meanwhile, Naruto stared at them, utterly outraged. How dare they try to kill one of his precious people, just for a katana? Placing his hand into his kunai holster, Naruto took out a mask and looked at it. It was like a hunter nin's mask, except for the fact that it was totally black in color and its only adornment was the kanji for death inscribed in between the eyes of the mask. This was his Anbu mask, and a part that he had tried to forget, as he had shed so much blood with that mask on. However, now was not the time for Uzumaki Naruto to act. It was time Jigakuno Uzumaki. Putting on the mask, he walked towards the Team Trauma members. You think just putting on a mask will scare us? You must be out of your mind, the leader jeered. He stopped abruptly though when Naruto lifted his head and glared at him. Where before the blonde's eyes were a deep azure blue, they were now a dark red in color. Looking into Naruto's eyes, the Team Trauma members could not help but shudder as his eyes promised pain so horrible that they would be begging for death by the time he was done with them. Naruto then gave in to his anger and flared all of his demonic chakra, pouring out killing intent at the same time. All present immediately froze as Naruto's killing intent hit them. Reaching the leader of the Team Trauma members, Naruto hissed out, "You shall cooperate with me and tell me everything I want to know or be prepared to suffer." Despite the terror coursing through his body, the leader managed to find enough courage to spit at Naruto's mask in act of defiance. When Naruto focused all of his killing intent on the leader though, he immediately regretted his previous actions. Surprisingly, Naruto did not do anything to him. Instead, he moved to another Team Trauma. Reaching down, Naruto grabbed hold of his victim's hand and proceeded to break each of his fingers, causing the Team Trauma member to scream in agony. However, Naruto was far from done. Holding up his victim's hand, Naruto crushed his fingers together into a shapeless lump, causing the criminal to scream in utter agony until his throat grew hoarse and he fainted due to the pain. Backhanding his victim painfully across the face, he woke his victim up and did the same thing to his other hand. The Team Trauma member fainted once again, and this time, Naruto left him alone. Turning back to the leader, he growled menacingly. "I can do far worse than this to you, human. Now, cooperate or suffer the consequences." Having seen how ruthless the shinobi could be, the leader could not spill his guts fast enough. When Naruto was finally satisfied that he had all the information that he could get from the leader of the group, Naruto plunged his hands into the leader's stomach, his claws easily ripping apart flesh, and ripped his intestines out, causing the leader to die very painfully. Drawing his sword, Naruto proceeded to slaughter everyone that was alive except for Rylai. When he was done, his anger finally subsided and he took off his mask, resisting the urge to vomit at what he had done. This was why he had tried to forget all that he had done. When he let anger cloud his mind, he would instantly revert to some sort of sadistic killing machine. Returning Rylai to her Pokeball, Naruto walked away from the battlefield, unable to stand the sight of his handiwork. Even though it was already 9 a.m., Naruto did not feel like waking up. He had been haunted by images of the things he had done the previous day. He had not released his Pokegirls either, afraid of what their reactions to his deeds would be. However, he knew that he could not avoid the matter forever. Sooner or later he would have to face them, and it would be much better to settle matters now. Releasing his Pokegirls from their Pokeballs, Naruto could not help but flinch when he saw a look of fear flash on Rylai's face for a second before she schooled her expressions. Taking a deep breath, Naruto began the detailed description of his life. "And that is why I acted the way I did then. I am a monster." Naruto finished only to get slapped by Rylai. Naruto stared at Rylai, too shocked for words. "Tell me, Naruto, do you enjoy the fact that you made those Team Trauma members suffer so much pain?" "No!" Naruto immediately cried out. "Well then, you're not a true monster, are you?" Rylai asked as she hugged Naruto, with Vinclet joining in a second later. "I am fearful of your power, but not you, Naruto. You would never harm a person unless the situation calls for it." Naruto sighed in relief, glad that even though they knew of the QB, they still opted to stick with him. Just then, Vinclet looked at Rylai properly for the first time that day and did a double take. "Whoa, Rylai, what happened to you?" Rylai preened while Naruto handed Vinclet his Pokédex, allowing her to read Rylai's data for herself. Frostdrake, the terror of the skies. Type, near human. Element, dragon ice. Frequency, very rare. Diet, human food. Role, hit and run specialist. Energy, average. Strong versus, dragon, electric, fire, plant, water, flying, ground, ice. Weak versus, fighting, rock, steel. Attacks. Frost armor, tail whip, ice punch, scratch, ice beam, blizzard, water gun, bubble beam, wing attack, gust. Enhancements, tail, claws, wing, enhanced strength, x3, enhanced agility, x6. Evolves, Frost deep respect for tamer, Leviathan. Evolves from Frostwelp. When a Frostwelp evolves, there are several changes. First of all, the Frostdrake now grows taller by around 5 centimeters or so. Their BRST size also increases by a bra size. Their claws and tails also lengthen and their claws are retractable. Finally, the most noticeable change would be the leathery wings that Frostdrakes now possess. With their evolution, Frostdrakes gain access to more ice-type attacks as well as a few water-type and flying-type attacks. However, just because the Frostdrake gains wings does not make her a flying-type Pokegirl. It is instead a manifestation of the Frostdrake's dragon heritage. When spread fully, the Frostdrake's wings are around 2 meters long each and are composed of a leathery skin and very dense muscles. These muscles are very strong, allowing the Frostdrake to propel herself very quickly in the air. This trait makes her perfect for hit-and-run tactics as demonstrated in the Revenge War. In the Revenge War, Frostdrakes were known as the terrors of the skies as they would use their extreme speed to zip past an airplane and use its multitude of attacks to send it crashing into the ground. Due to their speed, pilots were unable to retaliate as all they saw was a white blur. However, their use was not only in the skies. Against infantry, the same hit-and-run tactics were used. The Frostdrakes would fly over their target and rain down attacks like Ice Beam and Blizzard, killing many. A Frostdrake's vital points are at its wings. Many major arteries are in its wings and a fist-sized hole will be enough to cause them to bleed to death. Just as their previous form, they are quite fragile and a good blow will knock them out for good. Just like all Pokegirls with wings, Frost Drakes enjoy being on top during taming sessions. Vinclet whistled as she finished reading the Pokédex article. So you evolved, huh? You know that makes things that much harder for me, right? Vinclet mock glared at Rylai. Rylai merely smirked at her before she placed her lips beside Naruto's ears. How about a celebration tonight? Just the two of us, eh? Rylai cooed into his ears while Naruto blushed a deep red. Hey, no fair, I did a lot yesterday as well. He should be mine tonight. Vinclet complained. Backing away from the two squabbling Pokegirls, Naruto tried to sneak out of the door when Rylai's tail wrapped around his ankle preventing from moving. Naruto squeaked as both of his Pokegirls moved menacingly towards him. Naruto walked quickly, pointedly looking anywhere except at his two Pokegirls while they giggled at his behavior. It had been Naruto's first time taming two Pokegirls at once and he still blushed deeply whenever he thought of. The thing was, he thought of that whenever he looked at his Pokegirls, which was the reason for him not looking at them. Eventually though, his Pokegirls noticed that there was something wrong. Hey, Magicant Village is not this way, right? There has been a change of plans. Naruto replied. What change of plans? Rylai asked. We're going after Team Trauma. You must be crazy. Team Trauma is such a huge organization. There is no way just the three of us can take on Team Trauma. Vinclet cried out. Naruto stopped then and turned to look at his two Pokegirls. Whether we go after them or not, Team Trauma will keep coming after us because of this katana that we possess. Added to that, I also have information about Team Trauma that they do not want anyone other than their own members knowing. Therefore, by going after them, I am choosing the conditions on which to fight. Besides, we are not just going to charge in guns blazing. I want to know why they want this katana so much as to send a whole squad after one tamer. There was one more reason that he had not told them yet though. From the Team Trauma member he had tortured, he had gleaned a little of what Team Trauma was. Originally thought as just a Team Rocket wannabe group, public opinion of this group quickly changed. Trauma Team is one of the most feared crime syndicates, as members of Trauma Team have access to forbidden weapons technology and their crimes normally leave few survivors. Little is known about what is Trauma Team's agenda as no members have been successfully caught as of yet and the few survivors found are assassinated before they are able to divulge information to the police. The part about forbidden weapons technology had piqued his interest. He might just be able to find a way to get back home and bring Rylai and Vinclet along as well. Suddenly, the bushes near them rustled and the trio immediately became alert, ready to deal with any threat that might come up. When they saw what emerged from the bushes though, they relaxed a bit. It was Hajime's Ronin. What are you doing here? Naruto asked her, worried at her condition. Her eyes were bloodshot from crying, her clothes were all torn up and dirt coated her face. Her hair had fallen out of its ponytail and was now a ragged mess. I saw your handiwork. The Ronin replied, looking at Naruto. Naruto winced at that but frowned. That still does not explain what you are doing here. You are obviously very strong and Hajime respected you deeply. I thought you could protect me until I found my way back to Hajime's family. They at least deserve to know what happened to Hajime. The Ronin replied. However, I heard you talking about going after Team Trauma. I want in as well. They shall pay for what they did to Hime, the Ronin hissed. Yes and no. The Ronin looked confused at this. What do you mean? I mean that I will keep you safe until you return to Hajime's family, but I will not bring you with when I go after Team Trauma. Why ever not? The Ronin cried out, outraged. Tell me, what is your reason for wanting to after Team Trauma? To avenge Hajime's death and make them pay for what they have done, the Ronin replied. That is precisely why. You are fighting for the wrong reasons and you shall just be a hindrance to us. Naruto replied. Do you know why I go after them? True, I am extremely angry at Team Trauma for killing Hajime so callously and hurting me and my Pokegirls. However, that is not my main reason. I will go after them because they threaten the safety of my precious people. A friend once told me that true strength comes only when you have precious people to protect. At the state that you are in, you will merely let anger cloud your judgment. Coming from a samurai background, I would have thought that you would know that honor from killing the murderer does not come from the act of revenge itself, but the fact that you are preventing him from killing others. The Ronin bowed her head in shame. In her anger, she had truly forgotten all that she had been taught. I have truly strayed from my teachings. I apologize for my rudeness and thank you for opening my eyes once again. The Ronin said humbly. I am glad you understood what I told you. Naruto smiled. If you don't mind, I would like a strong Pokegirl to join me in going after Team Trauma. The Ronin looked up in shock. But you said just now that dash. That was then, when all I saw in front of me was a revenge-seeking weakling of a Pokegirl. What I see in front of me now is a strong Ronin prepared to lay her life for the proper reasons. No matter your answer, I promise to bring you safely to Hajime's family. I do not break my promises. The Ronin smiled a true smile then for the first time in the past 2 days. Hajime was right. You are truly an honorable person. I would be glad to join in taking that criminal organization down. Well then, what is your name? I can hardly go around calling you Ronin, can I? Naruto chuckled. My name is Kirina. The Ronin replied. Naruto grinned then. Kirina meant beautiful in Japanese. Beautiful, huh? Well, it does fit you after all. Naruto said, not noticing Kirina's blush. Report. Naruto said to Vinclet appeared in front of him. They were currently in the city of Sagari, where the base of Team Trauma was supposed to be. Therefore, he had sent Vinclet out to gather information as her Invis and Phase abilities made her ideal for Recon abilities. Well, I could not find any suspicious activities going on. There were some small-time crooks and the like, but nothing major like Team Trauma. There was, however, one building that I could not phase through at all. Naruto arched an eyebrow at that. Anti-phase machines were very expensive and very rare. Either it was an important government building or they had struck the jackpot. Bring me to that building. Naruto commanded. It was a nondescript building belonging to a company that specialized in delivering packages and messages. This made perfect sense. It would be a great cover for Team Trauma to send their stolen goods anywhere they wanted, on the pretext of a DLVRY for a customer. Entering the building, he approached the receptionist while he created some Kage Bunshin and had them perform henge on themselves to make themselves appear like workers in the company. He sent instructions for the Kage Bunshins to search for any hidden passages while he made the preparations for a DLVRY. He had to inform Hajime's family as to their relative's sudden demise after all. Naruto crept into the DLVRY company in the dark of the night. The locks had been ridiculously easy. Going to where his Kage Bunshin had found the entrance of a hidden passageway to be, Naruto lifted the advertisement poster and pressed the button under it. The walls immediately slid open, revealing a rectangular entrance the size of a regular door. Looking in, Naruto saw a flight of stairs leading down into the Team Trauma base. The easy part was over. Now it was time for the hard part. Releasing his Pokegirls from their Pokeballs, he gave them their orders. First of all, I want all of you to spray on this yourself. Naruto said, producing a spray bottle that contained a clear liquid within it. This will remove your scent so you will not be traceable by smell. When his Pokegirls had finished spraying the strange concoction on themselves, Naruto continued. Vinclet, I want you to use your ability to turn in mist and scout out the defenses that the base has. Riley, you are to follow some distance behind Vinclet. Vinclet, when you see a trap, work together with Riley to take the threat out. Handing the 2 Pokegirls some exploding tags, he continued relaying his orders. Place these at strategic points. Continuously report your progress through the Shinkakeru no Jutsu. Kirina will stay with me as she is a much lower level than the 2 of you and I have not performed the Shinkakeru no Jutsu on her yet. With all the time spent planning on how they were going to infiltrate the Team Trauma base as well as the traveling time, training had been minimal. Added to that, Naruto had not wanted to tame Kirina yet as she was still in mourning for Hajime and he did not want to take advantage of her in this state. Only when she was becoming feral would he step in. Therefore, without the Alpha Bond, he did not dare to use the Shinkakeru no Jutsu on the Ronin. Does everyone understand their part? When he received 3 nods in reply, he sent Vinclet and Riley into the base while he waited for his Pokegirl's reports. After a while, he received a report from Vinclet. Naruto, I see many hounds patrolling the base. What do I do? Wait for the moment. Let me see that the Pokédex has on these Pokegirls. Hound, the hunting dog Pokegirl. Type, Animorph, Canine. Element, dark. Frequency, uncommon. Diet, meat with the occasional plant. An extreme fondness for pizza with extra hot peppers has been noted in most members of the breed. Role, guard dog, faithful companion. Energy, average, high monthly. Strong versus, dark, ghost, psychic, cat Pokegirls. Weak versus, bug, fighting, olfactory attacks. Tex, bite, howl, pummel, takedown, tackle, crunch. Enhancements, enhanced strength, x4, enhanced olfactory sense, x10, enhanced speed, x3, endurance, Evolves, Warhound, Battle Stress. Evolves from, None. Hounds were among the first type of Pokegirls Tsunade created. They are a tough, sleek breed of Pokegirl, the shortest adult hound being measured at 6 feet 5 inches tall. They possess a strong, muscular build, C-cup BRSs, and smooth, black fur, with a long stripe of dark brown going from their groin to the bottom of their jaw. Their faces are possessed of dark eyes and canine features, with sharp teeth and a larger than normal nose being their most prominent features. Their tails are medium-sized and very whip-like, although younger hounds sometimes have their ears and tails trimmed into shortness, and their nails are very strong, giving them an appearance similar to the pre-Suki dog known as the Doberman. Hounds are very territorial and are not good teammates for the average wandering tamer, as they prefer to stay in one place at all times. However, they make excellent guard dogs, as they defend their territories fiercely against intruders or anyone they may think may harm someone they care about or assign to protect. They are among the most loyal, loving breeds of Pokegirl in existence, although they aren't overly affectionate and amorous like Growlise. They are an intelligent breed, even ferals showing an ability to learn quickly, although their intelligence is more focused towards practical matters rather than the scientific, meaning that Pokegirls such as the Supragenius and the Ilicoams still rank far higher in all-around intelligence. They also have very strong senses of smell, which makes them extraordinarily vulnerable to scent-based attacks, but also allows them to appreciate delicious food when presented with it. As an odd quirk, several hounds have been observed to have an extreme fondness for pizza topped with extra hot peppers. During the Revenge War, they frequently were used as hunters for food and supplies that the various Pokegirl armies needed, or as bodyguards for the leaders of various attack squads. However, they were also among the first breeds turned to the side of the humans once they realized how to get Pokegirls on their side. They have since become one of the more popular and well-liked domestic breeds, alongside kittens, bunny girls, Growlise and the like, especially after one particular incident became public knowledge. A squadron Limbeck pirates invaded a house of a prominent family, killed the men and taking the Pokegirls they had prisoner. One of them, a hound, was able to withstand the emotional shock of watching her tamer brutally murdered in front of her and resisted the chemical, psychic, and physical torture the Limbecks inflicted on her in an attempt to get her to join them and turn against her family. The hound stayed loyal to her master's memory and even spat in her torturer's face. The hound was killed, and the Limbeck pirates involved in the crime were arrested, the recorded evidence of the hound's torture being made public. While horrific, it has been used, in a heavily edited version, frequently in educational settings as an example of the loyalty some breeds of Pokegirl can show. However, some feel that this endurance and refusal to be turned under any circumstances makes them loyal to a fault. Since then, even criminal groups such as Team Rocket and all its variants know better than to try and turn a hound against its masters or even steal them. Hounds are among the more common forms for a girl to threshold into. After thinking for a while, Naruto finally came up with a simple but yet effective solution. Vinclet, I want you to cast an illusion over the hounds, make it seem as though there is nothing there. Do not waste energy by phasing Riley there since they cannot smell her anyways. Riley, once you are there, take them out with slash attacks. Aim for the neck so that the kill will be quick and silent. A moment passed before Naruto received the next report. I've come across sleeping quarters for the tamers. Do not do anything to them yet. Place an explosive tag in the room and move on. Understood. Several more moments passed with Riley taking out the hounds that they came across with ease while Naruto kept Karina up to date with what was happening. Finally, the two Pokegirls reported that they had cleared the first level of all Pokegirls. I am on my way now, stay where you are. Understood. Standing up, Naruto motioned for Karina to follow him. They sped through the passages quickly, as there was nothing in their way. The Pokegirls were already taken care of by Riley and the cameras were malfunctioning due to the hacking he had done with his Pokédex before entering the building. All that the cameras would display would be a loop of before they had infiltrated the base. After a while, Naruto and his Ronin met up with Riley and Vinclet before another flight of stairs. It seems we will have to go deeper into the base. There is nothing here except for sleeping quarters and training facilities. That is probably the reason why security was so low. The next level will undoubtedly have higher security. Therefore, I want Vinclet to go alone this time. Once again, report everything that you see. Vinclet nodded and turned into mist again. Naruto, this time they have intermixed Golbats with hounds. Golbat, the batty Pokegirl. Type, near-human Animorph, bat. Element, flying poison dark. Frequency, rare. Diet, life energy. Role, night guide, predator, leader of Zibits. Strong versus dark, ghost, plant, poison. Weak versus electric, ice, rock. Attacks: drain, energy drain, mega drain, bite, lick, lure, poison, gust, wingel. Enhancements: sonar, night vision, dark vision. Evolves: vampire, knocked out by draining attack, or infected through bite. Evolves from Zubit, normal. Golbats are Zubits that won enough fights and got tamed enough that they were able to evolve. Their evolution leaves them taller, usually around 5 foot 4 inches or so. Their fur becomes slightly darker, and their bust grows larger to a full B-cup. Their eyes grow much sharper, and they are able to see in virtually any dark or low lighting condition, though bright light blinds them easily, and even sunlight makes their eyes ache, as well as use their echolocation ability. For this reason, Golbats are greatly preferred among explorers, especially spelunkers, since they can scope out terrain with great accuracy. In the wild, most Golbats are found leading packs of Zubits. With their ability to use lure to bring prey to them, poison to weaken it, and lick to paralyze prey, a Golbat is by far a more dangerous hazard than a mere Zubit. When a Golbat is facing multiple foes, or when she perceives a single foe is too strong, she has her Zubits fly in as a group, and she then darts in to deliver stronger attacks against the biggest threat. Golbat-led Zubit packs are the number 2 hazard in cave exploring, the number 1 being falling. When prey are taken back to the caves, a Golbat is the first one to get to have her way with the male in question, and the first to drink his energy before passing him around. Golbats are strong combatants, even without a Zubit pack. After luring a foe in, they prefer to use Gust to knock it down, and then either bite, wing over, or lick on it to soften it up and hopefully paralyze it. Stronger enemies are avoided in the air, using Gust and poison to weaken them. When an enemy is brought low or paralyzed, a Golbat will swoop onto it, cover it with her wings, and begin using one of her draining attacks. She'll use either drain or energy drain depending both on how hungry she is and how much energy the opponent has left. She'll only use Mega Drain if she was seriously injured in the fight and needs to heal herself. Feral Golbats are those found in the wild, described above. Tamers attempting to capture a feral Golbat are advised to try and get her away from her Zubit pack before making their move. Threshold girls don't usually become Golbats, but it is possible. The family of such a girl would be quick to send her away, since it would be only a matter of time before she began to feed on friends and family, and doesn't yet know how much drained energy is enough and how much is too much. Naruto could not help but curse at this implication. Illusions could not fool sonar waves. Added to that, Vinclet's attacks would be useless as her attacks were mostly of the dark type, with Blood Blade being the only exception. Unfortunately, Vinclet was an amateur at best when it came to using the Blood Blade. It seemed like there was only one method to do this. Vinclet, can you detect the sonar waves? I will have to do this personally. Tell me when the sonar waves pass by my position on the return trip. Naruto sent through the mental link as he descended the stairs and waited. For Vinclet signal. Naruto immediately turned around the corner and used Shinsaku to sprint at the unsuspecting Pokegirls, slashing at them as he passed by them. Riley, follow behind me after I get rid of the Pokegirls with Karina. In the meantime, search for any documents that might be important. Also, plant the exploding tags where they will do the most damage. Understood. 15 minutes later, the second level was cleared and all of them were searching for leads while simultaneously planting explosive tags everywhere. Naruto, come and look at this. Walking over to where Riley was, he saw Karina and Riley poring over a document. Picking it up, Naruto looked it over and saw that it contained information on special deliveries. Taking special deliveries to mean Team Trauma's stolen goods, Naruto took note of where they were delivered to as it was highly likely that these places were Team Trauma's bases. Naruto's eyes widened as he saw that some of the deliveries were to other continents. According to the receptionist of the company, a delivery to the Edo continent would take approximately half a year. However, the document stated that some deliveries were expected in at most a week. What was going on? Sealing that document into a scroll named Documents, which he promptly sealed into the Master Scroll. After combing through every document, Naruto found nothing else that interested him and planted his explosive tags. Taking inventory, he found that he had around a quarter of his explosive tags left. Deciding that it would be enough, he sent Vinclet to scout the third and last level. The contents of the report though sent him slumping in defeat. Tsunade, the man-hating Pokegirl. Type: humanoid near human. Element: psychic. Frequency: rare. Diet: carnivorous. Ferals prefer raw, freshly killed meat. Role: anti-human psychic task force. Energy, exclusively lesbian, moderately high. Strong versus fighting, poison, psychic. Weak versus bug, dark, ghost. Hex, teleport, quick, agility, telekinesis. Enhancements, night vision, unique skin, functional claws. Evolves, Psyvamp, moon shard, Psylady, battle stress. Evolves from none. Psydikes are not common for many reasons, not the least of which is their carnivorous eating habits. Threshold and domesticate Psydikes look near human so long as they don't become feral. Psydikes don't have a unique appearance, but all Psydikes have a unique skin takes on a smooth, almost oily, texture. Their skin allows them to resist pruning in water and gives them a silken touch. Feral-born Psydikes, a true rarity, and any Psydike who does go feral do not look very humanoid. Their skin turns a faint turquoise color and looks almost scaly, even though it isn't. Their eye colors usually invert, save for their pupils, and their claws lengthen to an inch, but become retractable. When feral, Psydikes have a tendency to separate things into that which can be mated with and that which is food. Everything else is a concern only in how it can be used to get either more things to mate with or more things to eat. If domesticate or a threshold Pokegirl takes a female human lover, she will return to her near-human appearance, save for her claws, which remain retractable. Their psychic powers are considerable and only the strongest-willed of female tamers have been known to keep in control of a Psydike when she's in the mood. Feral-born Psydikes have also been known to cause some dismay due to their habit of swallowing live rodents whole, though some have adopted a more civilized habit of biting the heads off before devouring their meal. Domesticate or threshold Psydikes may seek out a Kangaskhan or a Chicken Little to fulfill their meat needs. When feral-born or domesticate-born, Psydike instinctively hate males, and it's believed that they may have been made as an attempt to keep Pokegirls from going feral and joining mankind. Domesticate Pokegirls can usually keep their hatred in check to the point that they can be nice to men who are well-mannered or good at heart, but feral-born Psydikes have a harder time tolerating any man. Threshold Pokegirls do not arbitrarily change their opinions about men, but slowly find themselves less and less attracted to male until only Bishounen-esque men, i.e. men who are pretty to the point of being feminine in appearance, can even begin to ours them. Eventually, 95% of all threshold Psydikes will find that the strongest relationships they can have with men is purely friendship. Threshold Psydikes are the most likely to even attempt to engage in a heterosexual relationship, but find themselves requiring female companionship as well, due to the fact that Psydikes are among the rare Pokegirls whose taming cycle is 100 satiated from taming from a female, while a taming with a male will result in only 10 effectiveness. As such, it requires 5 tamings to get them as satiated as a normal Pokegirl would be with a female tamer. In the rare even that a male tamer winds up with a Psydike, it's suggested that they get a Dark-type Pokegirl or a trusted Pokegirl, i.e. bonded to the tamer, to be the Psydike's regular lover. There was no way he knew that would be able to evade detection from a psychic Pokegirl unless you were a Dark-type Pokegirl. That was the only reason why Vinclet had not been detected yet. It looks like we have no choice but to abandon the plan of stealth. The only advantage that we will have is the advantage of surprise. Riley, you and Karina will work as a team. Do not split up. I will work with Vinclet. When I detonate the explosive tags that we planted, attack. Both Pokegirls nodded. This time, they were going up against a group of trained Pokegirls head-on. It would be totally different from when Naruto went up against the vampires who were unorganized. Suddenly, the whole building rocked due to the explosions taking place. Everyone in the 3rd level was in a panic, wondering what had happened. Meanwhile, Naruto and his Pokegirls shot off in directions, and the fight began. Riley and Karina were able to take down many Pokegirls with simple slash attacks before their adversaries started organizing themselves better and led a counterattack against the duo. They were very thankful for the seals that Naruto had added to their clothes, as it saved them from death many times over in the fight. Attacks were flying everywhere and the duo was hard-pressed to dodge and attack at the same time. Karina slashed at a hound that had tried to sneak up on Riley, killing it instantly. Unfortunately, a Golbat chose to use this moment to slam a gust into Karina's back, sending her crashing into a wall. However, because Karina had taken out the hound, Riley did not have to concentrate on dodging and she used that second that she had to call up a blizzard. Any Golbat hit by the blizzard died instantly as they were weak against ice attacks. The moment she dropped the blizzard attack, Karina charged forward and began attacking them, taking out quickly while Riley covered her from behind with ice beams. Slowly, the numbers thinned and a final blizzard finished off the last of the Pokegirls. Slumping against the walls, the Pokegirls panted heavily, trying to return their breathing rate to normal. Standing up, they were prepared to return to Naruto, their job done when suddenly footsteps sounded in front and behind them. Looking around them wildly, they saw more Pokegirls streaming in from God knows where, catching them in a pincer attack. Grimacing, they prepared their final charge. Even if they were not as tired as they were currently, there was no way they could win against such odds. However, they were going down, they were going to bring some of their enemies down with them. They suddenly felt a whoosh of wind and immediately jumped to the side, thinking that it was a gust attack from one of the Golbats. However, when they looked again, none of their enemies had moved yet. All of a sudden, slashes appeared on the Team Trauma Pokegirl's skin and blood gushed out of their body before they dropped down on the ground dead. Turning around, they saw Naruto smirking at them while panting slightly. It looked like you two needed some help, Naruto said while Vinclet finally caught up with Naruto, breathing heavily. God, I spent more energy chasing after you than fighting. Vinclet complained while all of them laughed. Hugging her tamer tightly, Riley sobbed in relief. She had truly thought that they were going to die. Hugging all of his Pokegirls, he spoke to them softly, I told you already. I will protect my precious people no matter what, even if it costs me my life. After they had regained their composure, Naruto's Pokegirls aided Naruto in searching for important documents. After half an hour of rummaging, they finally hit jackpot in the form of a mission log. Let's see, 21st of May, a squad of 5 members was sent to collect the key from a rookie trainer named Uzumaki Naruto. After flipping through more pages, all that was listed was that they was an important component in one of the major experiments. After combing through the rest of the documents, Naruto gathered that this base that they had just attacked was only a small base, almost insignificant in the eyes of the boss of Team Trauma. However, he had learnt of how they were able to travel so quickly. Taking the concept from Psychic Pokegirls, Team Trauma had managed to create teleporting portals that would be able to transport a whole truck if needed. One detail irked Naruto though. It appeared that to gain access to more secret facilities, one had to have access cards of a certain level. The access card that he had filched off the leader of the squad sent after them definitely would not cut it. However, from the mission logs, he saw that in a month, elites of Team Trauma would be sent to Dog Patch when the Sadie Poken's Day would be celebrated. The elites would then steal the hundreds of Pokegirls that were bound to be. Next stop, Dog Patch, Naruto said as he snapped the folder shut. Naruto stopped running as he finally reached his destination, a small forest near Dog Patch. Throughout the week after the Team Trauma invasion, Naruto had returned his Pokegirls to their Pokeballs and sprinted flat out towards Dog Patch. With his insane speed and stamina, he was able to shorten a traveling time of a few months down to a week. Now, he could sue the remaining 3 weeks before Sadie Poken's Day to train his Pokegirls. According to his research, in the quaint little village of Dog Patch there is an irregular festival known as Sadie Poken's Day. This one day is of fierce trading, not of Pokegirls but by Pokegirls. At the end of the day is a flurry of catching and the next day is usually spent either getting acquainted or taming. The rules are quite simple, run free through the day and let yourself go wild within reason. Any Pokegirl or threshold girl or unlucky bystander with Pokegirl genes can be caught at the end of the day. Usually the Pokegirls run around until they find a tamer or owner or someone they like and then manage to arrange their own capture. This would make perfect sense for Team Trauma to attack then, as hundreds of tamers would converge on the small town in the hopes of getting more Pokegirls. Performing the Shichuka no Jutsu once again, Naruto entered the wooden house and released his Pokegirls, only to be knocked down on the floor immediately. Looking up, Naruto saw his vampire crouching on his chest and glaring down at him. How dare you keep us in our Pokeballs for a whole week? A whole week of no blood and taming. At this, Karina got confused. What is wrong with that? A week is already considered a short time to be in our Pokeballs. It was then that Riley intervened. Well, you see, with Naruto, things are done very differently. We are very rarely kept in our Pokeballs, and having no tamers before Naruto, Vinclet and I are not used to being kept inside our Pokeballs for such a long time. I see. Karina was obviously going to take some time to wrap her mind around the new concept. Anyways, enough of chit-chatting. We have serious training to do, Naruto said as he pushed Vinclet off his chest and stood up. This will be your new training schedule. From 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. you will do physical exercises to toughen yourself up, after which we will stop for breakfast. You will then work on your individual specialties with me supervising you. We will only stop for lunch and dinner. After dinner, we will do team training exercises so that you will know how to work with each other. Karina looked floored at Naruto's training schedule. Even training under a samurai family was nowhere near as tough as Naruto's training. No wonder his Pokegirls were so strong. If there are no further questions, you can use the rest of today to rest or do whatever you like. Training starts tomorrow. Exiting the house, Naruto created some Kage Bunshins to hunt for food as well as gather more information about Dog Patch, Team Trauma and Sadie Poken's day. Yuffie crouched on a branch as she observed the huge wooden house in front of her. It had taken a tremendous amount of effort to locate this wooden house, and she was one of the best kunoichis. However, if her master's speculations proved true, all of this would be very worth it. Rumor in the underground world had it that one single person had managed to take down a Team Trauma base all by himself. Even if it was a small outpost, it was more than impressive. After much digging around, the group had managed to find out that one of Team Trauma's big plans was to at 5 during the Sadie Poken's day. Therefore, her master had concluded that the mysterious person should be around the area just before Sadie Poken's day. If this person was truly that strong, the group would become a lot stronger if they managed to recruit him. That way, Team Trauma would definitely go down a lot faster. Lost in her thoughts, Yuffie failed to notice the figure creeping up on her. "May I please know why you are spying on my house?" Someone said pleasantly behind her, causing Yuffie to jump up, startled. "How did you sneak up on me?" Yuffie demanded. Now, I'm pretty sure I asked my question first, nay?" the person replied. Taking a look at the person that had crept up on her, she saw that the person had unruly blonde spikes on his hair, electric blue eyes, 6 strange whisker marks as well as very practical gear. "It's rude to just stare at someone when he just asked you a question, you know?" the blonde said, causing Yuffie to flush angrily. "I was not staring. You just caught me off guard, that's all. As for what I was doing here, I was just wandering around when I saw a huge wooden house out in the middle of nowhere." Yuffie shot back. Naruto arched an eyebrow at this. Wandering around a place where he had set countless bubei traps around? Highly unlikely. To Yuffie, Naruto simply blurred out of sight before she felt a knee slam into her gut. "I'm sorry, but your cover story is simply not convincing enough," Naruto said to the semi-conscious female on the ground. Taking out some steel wire from his kunai holster, he proceeded to tie the female up. "Too bad you don't believe it. I'm not sticking around here any longer. See you," the female cried before she was replaced with a log. Naruto's heart beat wildly then as the female performed her technique. He had sense chakra usage and the technique used was so obviously a Kawarimi no Jutsu, replacement technique. Could someone else from his world have come to this world as well? Were there more people like him stranded here? Naruto resolved to find out who that female was so that he could uncover her identity. Little did he know that he would not have to put much effort into searching for her. "I see. He must be extremely skilled if he was able to catch you off guard." "Yes, Stan, if not for the fact that you had given me the T2 for Cicada Ruse 2, I would not have been able to escape from him. The knots he tied for the wire were beyond even me," Yuffie replied as she looked at her master. He was around 170 centimeters tall and had a rugged look on his face. This was further emphasized with his wild raven black hair that was flung everywhere. With the skull tattoo on his face, he looked like a thug, but Yuffie knew he was far from being a common street thug. With such high skills, he might indeed be the one who managed to trump Team Trauma. "Tomorrow we shall approach him. Stan, I highly doubt that he will immediately accept an invitation to join the group. Oh no, he seems much too independent to be the kind of person to easily join or trust a group that he has never heard of before. However, we can test his Pokegirl strength as well, give him some information on Team Trauma along the way. I will also need you to spy on him for me," Stan replied. The kunoichi nodded in agreement. "I shall do as you command." The next day dawned and Naruto was alerted to someone approaching by his hidden Kage Bunshins. Exiting the house, Naruto saw a rugged-looking man walking towards him. "Are you the owner of this house?" the man asked. "And what if I am? Then I challenge you to a Pokegirl battle." "No thank you, I have better things to do," Naruto replied as he turned around to re-enter the building. Even if he was a thug, he would pose no threat to a shinobi. "You must be afraid of me, for I have beaten even the elites of Team Trauma." This statement caught Naruto's attention immediately. "You say you have beaten Team Trauma before?" Naruto asked as he stared at the stranger, scrutinizing him carefully for any signs of deceit, but he could detect none. "Yes, I have. However, I will not tell you more unless you battle me. Your Frost Drake against my kunoichi, with the winner taking the Pokegirl of his opponent." Naruto was on guard immediately. "How did you know that I have a Frost Drake?" The man merely chuckled. If you have the correct contacts, you can get to know a lot of stuff, Uzumaki Naruto. Very well, I accept the challenge, but only if you will tell me all you know about Team Trauma as well as how you know so much about me. Agreed. With that, the two tamers sent out their Pokegirls, or rather, the stranger threw out a Pokeball while Naruto called Rylai to come out. Naruto was very surprised to find the same female who had evaded him yesterday emerging from the stranger's Pokeball. Name Stan, by the way, may the better man win. Naruto did not reply and merely checked up on Stan's Pokegirl. Level 81 Kunoichi, the ninja Pokegirl. Type, very near human. Element, normal dark. Frequency, common in Edo League, uncommon to rare, all other leagues. Diet, omnivore, prefers human-style food. Energy, average. Strong versus dark, ghost, psychic. Weak versus bug, fighting. Attacks, smoke screen, vanish, throwing star, quick attack, shadow dash, hazy vision. Enhancements, enhanced speed, x2. Enhanced senses, x2. A kunoichi can move in shadows and is completely silent, being almost impossible to detect. Evolves, Cheshire, cat e-metal. Kunimitsu, fox e-metal. Evolves from none. Kunoichis were made, along with Cheshires, to be spies. During Tsukibe's war, kunoichi would gather information of the enemy, and then return so the more powerful Pokegirls could attack. Kunoichi can also defend themselves very well in battle, since they can combine their natural stealth talents with a series of attacks during a fight. Kunoichi attack from the shadows, and rarely battle straight out in the open in keeping with their style. Kunoichi average around 5 foot tall, and usually possess BRSTS in the B2C cup sizes. These Pokegirls can have all manners of skin and hair colors, but most have dark-colored eyes and hair, whereas their skin color is most often Caucasian. Many kunoichi keep their hair short, although individuals have their hair in just about any size and style. All kunoichi wear form-fitting clothing, unless attempting to fit in as a human girl or as some other Pokegirl type. Pokédexes can see through their disguises, however. Kunoichi have rivalries with two different Pokegirl breeds. One is with the Cheshire. Their areas of expertise are identical, and this rivalry is more often a common friendly rivalry, rather than one where each Pokegirl would want to destroy the other in battle. Researchers suggest that Cheshire and kunoichi should not ever be in the same harem at the same time, however, as each one will attempt to outdo the other in all ways, including taming. Taming both at once has only yielded one tamer who managed it, and he wound up trading both away within a week afterwards, swearing to stick to low-energy Pokegirls from that moment forward. According to research done, kunoichi can even evolve into a Cheshire through the use of a cat e-metal, although very few kunoichi will allow this. In the Edo League, kunoichi also have some rivalry with ronins. This is likely because of the difference between the two Pokegirl battle ideologies. Whereas a kunoichi is subtle and more of a supportive Pokegirl, the ronin are in your face and full-out attackers. Ronin actively pursue the rivalry, while the kunoichi try not to encourage it. This leads to ronin being annoyed by the lack of participation and encouraged to try and provoke a kunoichi at any given opportunity. As a result, researchers also suggest that tamers not have both in their harem at the same time, unless the two Pokegirls are used to one another and some semblance of respect between them is obtained. Naruto sighed as his hopes of there being another person from his world were dashed. However, he would not let this affect his performance as the stake of this battle was his Pokegirl and information on Team Trauma, both of which were extremely important. Rylai, take to the air. Naruto commanded and watched as Rylai stretched her wings to their full length and with a powerful flap rose into the air and hovered above the kunoichi. A kunoichi was more of a melee-type Pokegirl, so this should give Rylai some advantage. However, Stan merely smirked in response. Quite a good tactic, taking to the air so as to avoid my kunoichi's attacks. However, my kunoichi is no ordinary kunoichi. Yuffie, Art of the Inazuma. Naruto frowned as Yuffie channeled chakra and gathered electricity into a ball before she threw it at Rylai, who did a barrel roll to avoid being electrocuted. There was no way a kunoichi could learn such attacks on its own, therefore AT2 had to have been applied. Added to that, the kunoichi was a very high level. All of this pointed to the fact that his opponent was a professional. Thankfully, he had the mental link, which would be a very huge advantage. Rylai dropped down while continuing her barrel roll, doing an imitation of Kiba's Tsuga attack that he had told her about. The kunoichi jumped to the side to avoid the attack, but Rylai was far from done. Flaring her wings wide to stop her descent and spin, Rylai fired off a hydro pump in Yuffie's direction. Naruto watched in pride as Rylai pulled off a hydro pump effortlessly. While a Frost Drake would normally not be able to use such a high-level water attack, training in water manipulation had helped advance her skills greatly. The Kunoichi however countered with a throwing star attack, flinging a Fuma Shuriken into the path of the hydro pump, breaking the water up before she charged at Rylai with a quick attack. Dodging the ice beam that came her way, the Kunoichi was almost upon the Frost Drake when she was hit by a strong gust attack, sending her crashing into a tree. That was not all though. The previous ice beam attack had frozen the water from the hydro pump into ice needles, and the gust attack sent them straight in Yuffie's direction, causing her to cry out in pain as the needles pierced her skin. Jumping up, Rylai flapped her wings hard to gain altitude before she plunged down, preparing to use a wing attack to finish off the battle. Yuffie had other plans though. Using a blitz attack, she struck the Frost Drake with a ball of lightning, causing Rylai to lose control of her body momentarily. That was more than enough time for Yuffie. Running up the tree that she had crashed against, she pushed off against the trunk halfway and kicked Rylai into the ground painfully when they encountered in midair. Gravity acted then and pulled the Kunoichi towards the crater where Rylai lay unmoving. Ping her arm back, she punched with her all might and hit nothing but the ground as Rylai had managed to roll out of the way in the nick of time. Rylai slashed with her claws, nearly taking off the Kunoichi's arm, and received a kick in return. Both combatants stood up and glared at each other warily, taking a moment to collect their breaths. Rylai was rubbing her face where she had been kicked and Yuffie was cradling her right arm which had been slashed by the Frost Drake. Rylai paused to consider her options. Flying was obviously of no effect as her opponent would simply blast her out of the skies. When it came to close combat, both were equally matched. All Rylai had now was a wider variety of attacks. Don't forget your tail, Rylai. Up to now you have only used it for steering yourself in midair. Rylai flushed as she realized that she had indeed forgotten all about her tail and had needed Naruto to remind her about it. As Naruto had once said, everything can be a weapon. Looking at her opponent, Rylai smirked as she came up with a plan. On some unseen signal, both combatants charged at each other. Rylai could not see her opponent at all as the Kunoichi had used a quick attack. Unfortunately for Yuffie, Rylai had sparred often enough with Naruto to know how to deal with a speed disadvantage. With a blizzard attack, Rylai forced the Kunoichi to stop attacking and retreat in order to not be damaged. Unleashing a gust attack while the blizzard was still active, Rylai sent her opponent flying into the air while sharp crystals cut at the Kunoichi's skin. Canceling her blizzard attack, Rylai flew up and began her barrage of attacks. First of all, she delivered a devastating uppercut, causing the Kunoichi to cough out blood before she spun around in the air and slashed down on Yuffie's back, causing her to cry out in pain. Continuing her spin, Rylai slammed her tail hard on where she had previously attacked, causing the wound to gush out blood due to the pressure exerted on it. The final tail smash sent the Kunoichi careening head down towards the ground. Folding her wings, Rylai free fell until she was level with her opponent before grabbing Yuffie and spun like a drill. By this point, Yuffie was too disoriented to pull off a cicada ruse. Just when they were about 5 meters above ground, Rylai released Yuffie and flew upwards while she sent Yuffie crashing into the ground. Looking down, she saw that her opponent was out cold. Good work, Rylai. I assume you took the last move from my stories of Rock Lee? Naruto said. You are strong indeed, Naruto, very strong. Stan said as he returned the Kunoichi to her Pokeball. Naruto did the same thing before he turned to Stan. Now, I want answers. Very well, let me start off with how I know all about you. I come from a group that is very actively fighting against team trauma as we have all been victims of team trauma in one way or another. Therefore, when rumors of a single person destroying a base by himself came up, we decided to do some investigations. When my Kunoichi caught sight of you yesterday, she had a camera on her and with your picture, I was able to download all of the information about you, even the ones you tried to hide. Good job on that, by the way. So why did you challenge me then? I have my own reasons for going after team trauma and I am not going to join your group. Naruto replied. I understand that. However, the enemy of my enemy is my friend, is it not? By gauging your skills, we can ascertain the strength of our ally. Any damage you do to team trauma will help us a lot. Naruto could understand that logic, but there was still something missing. Why did you place the wagers of our Pokegirls then? That does not make sense at all. Well, either way, we still gain. With a stronger Pokegirl on your or my side, we can deal more damage. In the long run, everyone wins. Stan replied. Naruto sensed there was something else that Stan was missing out, but he let it be. It was a question for another time. Alright. However, I believe you still owe me more information about Team Trauma? I shall tell you all I know. First of all, the ultimate aim of Team Trauma is world domination. Naruto groaned at this. It was Akatsuki all over again. Team Trauma members operate in squads of 5, with different ranking. First of all are the grunts, which only hold a maximum of 4 Pokegirls, all of which are generally low levels. Naruto surmised that the squad sent after him had been grunts. Next up are the officers. These have up to 5 Pokegirls and all of them are of a decent level. After that are the elites. They each have 6 Pokegirls and each Pokegirl is a very high level and are always at the final stage of evolution. Finally are the bodyguards of the boss. They are just like the elites except they have access to much rarer Pokegirls and their Pokegirls are often pumped with drags and the like to make them much stronger. Also, the structure of a Pokegirl team of an elite is almost always the same. There will be a fire type, a fighting type, a poison type, a flying type, a psychic type and a lightning type with maybe some hybrids inside, giving them a lot of variety so you will have to be careful when dealing with them. Lastly, I wish to tell you that even though you do not want to join our group, we will be your allies as long as you stand against Team Trauma. Goodbye. With that, Stan tossed the Pokeball containing Yuffie at Naruto before he disappeared into the trees. Releasing Yuffie, he addressed the newest addition to his harem. My name is Naruto and you shall meet the other Pokegirls later. Now, what do you know about chakra? Yuffie could not shudder at Naruto's malicious smile as he mentioned the word chakra. Finally, Sadie Poken's day arrived. As Naruto stepped into Dog Patch, he found that there was only one word to describe what he saw around him. Chaos. It was utter chaos. Pokegirls were running around everywhere. Festivities were going on, tamers were getting drunk, and battles were being fought every second. It was insane. Tuning out the noise of the festival as much as he could, Naruto focused on his plan for the night. His Pokegirls had advanced greatly in abilities although Riley seemed to begin stagnating near the end of the 3rd week. He supposed it was because she could advance no further right now. Vinclet had been a natural at illusions. Right now, if she picked a fight with Itachi, Naruto was pretty sure Itachi would be on the losing end. After Naruto had told Vinclet more about Itachi, she had even developed an illusion similar to Tsukiyomi. He had also begun teaching Karina the Heat 10 Mitsurujiryu style although she was learning it much slower than he was since she did not have the unfair advantage of being able to summon 1,000 Kagebunshin. What amused him greatly though was the fact that the innate rivalry Ronins and Kunoichis had spurred her greatly in her progress. It reminded him a lot of him and Sasuke so many years ago. He had also begun teaching Yuffie his jutsus along with methods to achieve better chakra control. He had also passed along all the tricks he had obtained as a shinobi, making her a formidable Pokegirl. All in all, although he did not have a full harem yet, he was quite confident that his Pokegirls would be able to win as their teamwork is excellent. Riley would attack from the air, covering for Karina while she charged her opponents. Vinclet would use her illusions to disorient her opponents while Yuffie would pick off the weak ones one by one. Now all he had to do was wait for Team Trauma to appear. As if on cue, 5 explosions were heard in 5 different directions of the town. It appeared Team Trauma wanted to herd all of the Pokegirls and Tamers into the center of town. Heading to the nearest explosion, he hoped that Stan and his group would be able to hold off the other 4 Team Trauma members until he was done. After a few minutes of running, he saw what he was looking for. The Team Trauma member held a bazooka and was busy firing off in different directions, causing everyone to panic as the buildings around them collapsed. Meanwhile, his Pokegirls were tossing Pokeballs at the running Pokegirls and capturing them. This made Naruto stop. There was no way that Team Trauma could have so many illegal Pokeballs. Looking around, he saw a strange machine around 100 meters away that was emitting some kind of static. Naruto immediately concluded that device was the reason why all the Pokeballs were malfunctioning. Sprinting forward, Naruto drew his sword and slashed at the machine, cutting it in half. What he did not expect though was for the machine to immediately blow up in his face. If not for the regeneration granted to him by his demonic chakra, he would have been dead. As it was, he was out of commission for now. His Pokegirls would have to do all the fighting for him. As Naruto tossed out his Pokeballs, the Team Trauma member turned on him, fury evident in his eyes. How dare you interfere in the matters of Team Trauma? For that you shall pay. He cried out as he ordered his Pokegirls to advance on the fallen shinobi. Taking out his Pokédex, Naruto quickly scanned his opponent's Pokegirls. It appeared he had a Side Viper, a Saravana Harpy, a Den Mother, a Rhea, a Warcat and a Psyqueen. Level 87 Saravana Harpy, the Flying Princess Pokegirl. Type, very near human, avian. Element, flying magic. Frequency, extremely rare. Diet, fish, eggs, milk rodents. Role, alphas, betas, guards. Energy, Thai. Strong versus, plant, fighting, ground, water. Weak versus, rock, ghost. Tex. Mach Breaker, Speed Storm, Feather Shuriken, Feather Blizzard, Super Cyclone, Vortex, Sonic Shot, Absorb, Dazzle, Sleep, Pretty Wink, Charming Look, Temperature Barrier. Enhancements, Claw, Wings, Enhanced Endurance, X8, Enhanced Strength, X4, Enhanced Speed, X10, Enhanced Stamina, X4, Limited Metamorph, can dismiss wings and claws and manifest them as needed. Evolves, unknown. Evolves from Harpy Lady, mana crystal used between midnight and 1 a.m. on the night of a full moon. A Pokegirl that evolves from the newest known evolution of the Harpy, that Saravana Harpy is starting to make herself known throughout the entire world. Increasing in height by a few inches at most, her most prominent change is with her wings and claws. Although still a part of her arms, the Harpy Princess wings can now be dismissed as needed, as can her claws. That Saravana Harpy's BRS also increase in size, usually by half a cup to an entire cup size. Numbers of this Pokegirl are low, however, and so this demographic may not reflect the most accurate median. Their hands become more like a human's, thanks to their body's limited capacity for metamorphosis. However, somewhat more important in Tamer's eyes, is the fact that she now has gained the magic element, and in doing so has lost several of her most common elemental weaknesses. With a flying magic user that is a bit more common than angels and more useful in battles than a Varial or Fairykyts, although still not quite as powerful as the Sphinx or perhaps even a Griffin. The tamer that learned of the requirements for evolving his Harpy Lady said that he was told how to evolve his Harpy Lady in a dream, in which he reportedly was taming Ang. Whether or not that is true is completely unknown and unlikely, but it does seem as if the information that he was given was accurate at the least. More useful in battle simply by way of evolving, that Saravana Harpy replaces several of her previous attacks with more powerful techniques. This includes the exclusive Sonic Shot attack, which has tremendous range and power. The ability to confuse and cause sleep has helped the Harpy Princess become much more useful in battle, while her speed, endurance, and stamina have only become greater than they once had been. However, this has come at the cost of an increased energy, which that Saravana Harpy enjoys but their tamers may not so much, if they already have high-energy Pokegirls. These Pokegirls love to be tamed while flying and will almost always try to entice their tamers into the sky with them for a taming or two every week or so. There are a few problems, however, when it comes to the Saravana Harpy. She enjoys practicing ninjutsu. Now that her wings and claws are not in the way, any Saravana Harpy that's ever had exposure to ninjutsu will insist on practicing this art whenever possible. However, she also practices her magic in conjunction with her ninjutsu, which sometimes lead to strange, embarrassing, and unusual results. Just as when she was a Harpy Lady, that Saravana Harpy works well with dragon types. However, she now gets along with them, rather than just being demanding in battle. It is speculated that Saravana Harpy will be a great team with a dragon-type Pokegirl, but neither have been known to exist in the same harem. Information on this possibility will be provided in future updates, if it ever happens. The main problem when it comes to Saravana Harpies is that they cannot stand to be underground and suffer from an almost extreme sense of claustrophobia. Though this does not apply to Pokeballs, but any building that she is in must have mirrors or a large window that gives the illusion of making the place larger. Even in tents, she will very nearly go into what could amount for shock. When indoors or underground, a Saravana Harpy may last for a minute, maybe two, but will almost immediately afterwards attempt to flee to the nearest open space. Being unable to see the sky, in the case of being underground or in a building, is a psychological shock that will break her down, and it may take days or several visits to a therapist to get over. Even to go through hallways, she must be Pokeball, and even being in a restroom can cause some major problems if the feathers start to fly. The only time she functions in an enclosed area well is if she is in an arena. Her attention is diverted, and usually the arena is fairly large in and of itself, even if it is indoors. Sonic Shot, ATK 200A flying magic type attack that creates a condensed gust of wind and accelerates it to a speed of approximately Mach. This attack takes 2 turns to use, one to accumulate and condense the air, and then the next to launch the strike. This attack cannot be taught to non-flying type Pokegirls. The maximum range for this attack is 5 miles, although it is recommended to be used within less than a mile for better accuracy. The attack dissipates after hitting its target, which hints at the magic element in use. Using this attack in any city limits, outside of a Pokegirl gym or training ground, is therefore expressly forbidden and fined accordingly due to possible property damage. Saravana Harpy seems to use this attack when it seems as if they can't get away from being in an enclosed space as an escape mechanism. Level 88 Den Mother, the Protector. Pokegirl. Type, Animorph, Kana. Element, Fire. Frequency, Uncommon. Diet, near human diet, omnivore, but mostly fish and nuts. Role, guardians, mothers, leaders, make excellent police Pokegirls, detectives. Energy, average. Strong versus bug, fire, ice, plant, steel, ghost. Weak versus ground, rock, water. Attacks, tackle, quick attack, dodge, agility, foresight, flamethrower, rage, fire floor, fire spin, fire blast, growl, bite. Enhancements, enhanced strength, x7, enhanced endurance, x4, enhanced reflexes, x4, enhanced senses, x4. Attacks will damage ghost types and other non-corporeal Pokegirls. Highly intelligent, rage. Evolves, none. Evolves from Groltit, special, giving birth. The evolution of Groltit to Den Mother requires Groltit to have a litter of pups either by parthenogenesis if she is still a Pokegirl or via normal reproduction if she has become a Pokewoman. The evolution itself does not occur until Groltit has finished giving birth to her litter before kicking in. A quick glowing evolution which restores the now Den Mother's strength and allows her to get over the effort of giving birth. Den Mother keeps all of the traits of its pre-evolution form with a few differences. She still retains the canine features with the red fur with black tiger stripes down her back, arms and legs. Again, the blonde hair on the top of her head becomes even wilder and spiked along with the blonde fur down her chest, stomach becoming longer and more pronounced. The blonde fur around groin and inner thigh remains roughly the same as it was in her Groltit form, giving her an appearance of having a mane on her neck and chest. The length of the fur on her tail changes too, making become much longer and bushy much to the delight of children. The major change to Den Mother is she grows in size until she is just under 7 foot tall. Her muscles, whilst not that much more visible than they were in her Groltit form, look much more impressive at her increased size. It can be quite difficult to tell Den Mother apart from Groltit, especially at a distance, but there are a few specific differences. Den Mother has black-tipped ears when in all of its previous forms it always has unmarked red furred ears. The fur down her nose ridge becomes blonde and joins the blonde hair on her head with the blonde fur around her mouth and down the front of her body. Den Mother is far more powerful than her previous forms. Her enhanced strength, endurance, reflexes and senses make her an unparalleled tracker, almost impossible to throw off the scent. The Growlithe family of Pokegirls have always been very intelligent, but Den Mother takes this intelligence to a whole new level. Tests have shown Den Mother to be as intelligent as Supra geniuses, although she seems to prefer focusing this intelligence on practical matters rather than theoretical sciences. Den Mother's control over its fire elemental powers is stunning. Not only is it capable of using powerful fire moves against its enemies with awe-inspiring accuracy, but it is also quite capable of nullifying all but the most extreme fire-based attacks on itself. The majority of fire-type Pokegirls are rendered helpless before Den Mother. An odd quirk that Den Mother gains is her ability to attack ghost types and other non-corporeal Pokegirls along with a sixth sense, to detect them even if they are not visible. Researchers are unsure how Den Mother developed this ability or even how it works. It is presumed she gets this ability in order to better protect those under her care, but this is idly speculation. With traits like that, one would expect to find a lot of Den Mothers in the police force. However, a number of factors generally render Den Mother unsuitable for police work. First of all, to evolve into Den Mother, she must be PRGNT and give birth. This means the Pokegirl must be pulled from active duty, especially during the later stages of her PRGNY. Groltit gets increasingly protective of the offspring inside of her, resulting in her unwilling to take risks which could jeopardize herself and her children, thus making her unsuitable for active duty. Once the Pokekits are born, the majority of Den Mothers have an overwhelming instinct to protect their pups, which leads them to be unwilling to return to police work as they would rather look after their pups. It is possible to get a Den Mother to return to the police force. Those who have lived with another Pokegirl for a long time and developed a bond with will often entrust their pups with the other Pokegirl, one of the largest acts of trust Den Mother can perform. A fair number of Den Mothers in the police force prefer to stay away from street duty and tend to become detectives in their own right. Usually forensic detectives, using their senses and high intelligence to solve crimes. although some den mothers do go into other fields. The avoidance of street duty is caused by the desire not to orphan their poke kits or otherwise be unable to care for them. The strength of this desire can vary between den mothers due to personalities and will last until the poke kits become poke girls. Those that remain on street duty are even faster than all of their previous evolutions, and a criminal has little chance of escaping a den mother. Their intelligence, enhanced speed, endurance, reflexes and strength mean that all but the most powerful criminals and their poke girls are going down hard and fast. Because of the difficulty to acquire den mothers who are willing to remain on street duty, those den mother officer teams are often assigned to large population areas or trouble areas. Den mother are found in other lines of work as well, most commonly daycare centers or schools where they look after human children, often teaching them, and in the more wild areas of the world also ensuring that no passing ferals harm them. Children love den mother. Young children particularly like snuggling up to her for an afternoon nap, and the den mother loves children. She would rather have herself ripped apart than allow harm to those under her care. The desire to protect and nurture can also cause den mother to be found in poke centers or ranches as staff where they look after the other poke girls and mother the other poke girls, even those which are older than itself. Den mother can comfort and nurture even the most depressed threshold girls, allowing them to see some light in their new existence. It's all of these traits have given den mother a reputation to rival that of catgirls and megami. They are given significant leeway in all but the most conservative leagues, and harming or abusing one is likely mass uproar, if not hostile attacks from other poke girls and tamers. Den mothers tend to be out of the reach of most pet owners due not only to the difficulty of getting Growlite to evolve into Growltit for most pet owners, but because den mother is also in great demand for daycare centers, poke centers and ranches. Those who do own den mothers will rapidly find themselves part of a large family if they weren't already. Den mother will often adopt abused or young feral poke girls and turn them into members of the family. League officials are quite aware of den mother's habit and grant leeway to most den mother pet owner to go over the 3 poke girl limit. Den mother itself tends to limit itself a family of no more than 5, which is the usual number of poke kits born in a den mother litter, although some are known to adopt others for shorter PRDS of time until they can carry on their way, and any orphan poke kits are adopted regardless. Canine and cat-type poke girls are the most common poke girls to be adopted by den mother, as she still has the trademark like of cat-type poke girls, although this has become a much more mothering relationship rather than the purely playful one it was before. Similarly, den mother has no love of domina types, and heaven help any domina which chooses to start anything with someone under the den mother's care. This is not to say that a den mother won't help an abused domina, but when it does, the den mother will make very sure the domina is aware of who is in charge. Generally, den mothers are not hugely popular as pets, mainly because most pet owners only want 1 or 2 poke girls to look after, and that's it. With a den mother, you are likely to end up starting a mini ranch, poke center, or haven whether you want to or not. Hence it's usually chosen by people who have a large enough family to keep den mother happy, or those who honestly want to help poke girls. In the wild, feral den mother tend to be the core of large Growlite packs, size usually ranging from around 20 to 50 members, and rarely consists purely of Growlite and Growltit, often including poke girls and poke kits that the pack has adopted into its own. This means that each pack's strength cannot be predicted, as they could potentially have almost any other poke girl in their pack, although predominantly the non-Growly or non-Growltit members tend to be canine or feline types. Den mother's intelligence often means that sentries have alerted the pack of intruders long before the intruders know of the pack's presence. This means the pack can decide to fight or flee depending on the strength of the trespasser. It's strongly recommended you do not attack or attempt to capture an unwilling member of a Growlite pack containing a den mother, because she views her fellow pack mates as under her protection and will go full out to protect them. Den mother has a rage attack in which her strength, reflexes and speed triple, which she uses whenever those under her protection are harmed. Unlike other rage attacks, den mother does not go berserker, maintaining a tight control on her actions, making the attack all the more lethal. She will not make a mistake or let an attack slip through because she has to protect those under her, and failure is simply not an option for her. Regardless of the fond memories you may have of that harmless den mother in daycare that you may have, feral den mothers are extremely dangerous when provoked. Feral den mothers tend to undergo parthenogenesis far more regularly than other poke girls, so they often have offspring, poke kits, around to protect. Their standard tactics are to bark and bite in an attempt to drive intruders off, like they did when they were Growlite. They'll often place members of the pack between the intruder and any poke kits they have, as well as some spaced around in case the intruder is merely a distraction. However, if a fight breaks out, then the intruder will have to avoid coordinated attacks from the entire pack, those guarding the poke kits will freely unleash their most powerful fire attacks whilst the others will move in close to take down the opponent. Any direct threat to the poke kits will result in a lethal response, the target being hit by numerous fire attacks before being brutally mauled and ripped to shreds by the Den Mother and Groltits. Den Mother lead packs have known to take on and defeat rampaging widows effectively when escape is no longer an option, albeit with casualties, using group tactics and intense fire strikes to wear the widow down, pack members distracting the widow from fellow pack members long enough for them to avoid death strikes. Hence, Den Mother-led packs are far beyond the ability to capture of all but the most experienced harem masters. Recommend capturing something else. Feral titmice are always a safer choice. Level 89 RA, the high-voltage Pokegirl. Type, Animorph, Mouse. Element, Electric. Frequency, Uncommon, Crimson League. Diet, Pokechow, fruits and nuts. Role, Storm Generation Squad. Energy, low to high, depending on previous training. Strong versus Electric, Flying, Steel, Water. Weak versus Dragon, Ground, Plant, Rock. Attacks: Thunderbolt, Thunderwave, Thundershock, Static Barrier, also Agility, when trained as a Peekaboo. Enhancements: Electricity, Enhanced Speed, x10. Enhanced Strength, x3. Evolves: None. Evolves from Peekaboo, Thunderstone. The Rhea changed significantly upon evolving, gaining between 6 inches and 1 foot in height, a full cup size, sometimes, albeit rarely, she gains 2, and a distinct and visible increase in muscle mass. The extent of this increase depends heavily on their training as a Peekaboo. Those who received little training and were evolved quickly tend to bulk up more, sacrificing more of their speed and agility for their considerable strength. However, those Rheas who were well trained as a Peekaboo tend to be sleeker, gaining power while making no sacrifice in speed. Rheas also darken in color to a golden brown, while their cheek electrodes turn to the bright yellow of her fur before, and their tails lengthen, straighten and gain a crescent-shaped tip. They lose, however, the cheek electrodes on their rear, gaining the ability to direct attacks through their much more flexible tail instead. Rheas are some of the most powerful electric Pokegirls, able to get more power behind a single blast than many of their peers. However, overcharging attacks like that tends to drain them rapidly, so they have a preference for either relying on their strength to soften up their opponents, or defeating their foe as quickly as possible. This all-out strategy has gained the Rhea favor with particularly militant tamers, who are the most likely to evolve them straight away and train them for strength. This tends to make for strong, disciplined fighters, but stifles the energy considerably, especially when compared to Rheas who were trained by high-empathy tamers as Peekabus. Threshold directly into a Rhea is possible, but nearly unheard of. Level 90 Warcat, aka Battlecat, the powerful pussycat Pokegirl. Type, Near Human. Element, Fighting. Frequency, Rare. Diet, Carnivorous. Role, Protecting her tamer and harem sisters, tracking opponents. Energy, Average, seasonally becomes high. Strong versus Bug, Dark, Ice, Normal, Rock, Steel. Weak versus Flying, Psychic. Attacks: Growl, Bite, Glare, Slash, Scratch, Tackle, Leap, Fury Swipes, Slice, Saber Claw, Counter, Bear Hug, Resist, Headbutt, Tail Slap. Enhancements: Enhanced Olfactory Sense, x5. Enhanced Speed, x2. Enhanced Reflexes, x3. Enhanced Strength, x12. Enhanced Hearing, x3. Enhanced Sight, x3. Toughness, Endurance, Night Vision. Evolves: None. Evolves from Wildcat, Battle Stress. Every so often, a Wildcat will meet a foe that SEC attacks don't work against. There are some opponents that are just either too tough to let her get that close for as long as she needs, or are disciplined enough to shake her off before she can bring them to Orgasm. Usually when this happens, the Wildcat is just defeated, her confidence obviously falling when she meets such a foe. Sometimes, however, she can't afford to lose. When such a situation happens, when a Wildcat is in a match that she absolutely has to win and SEC attacks won't win the fight, she evolves into Warcat. As a Warcat, she gains several inches of height and quite a bit of muscle mass. Her BRCS don't gain any size, but do firm up a little, bouncing less when she moves. A large majority of all Warcats have lime green fur, with yellowish-green horizontal stripes across their back. Exceptions to this rule are not unknown, however. Warcats prefer to have short hair so it can't be grabbed easily in combat. All of her previous forms' SEC attacks are lost, given up so she can use more punishing moves. She becomes less playful as well, her personality more resembling a soldier on leave than anything else. A war cat has learned the hard way that there is more to life than just SEC, although SEC remains a significant part of it, and that she can't afford to focus on that part to the exclusions of all else. War cats have a very large ability to hold a grudge and can track enemies by scent to give them what they deserve. Whereas her sister type, the bobcat, is made for speed and agility, a war cat is built to both absorb damage and dish it out. She doesn't have any long-range attacks, relying on leap to help her close the distance to her opponents. When that happens, the match is usually over, since she uses her prodigious strength to begin raining heavy blows down on her opponent. Few foes can last long against a war cat in battle. In bed, a war cat usually has to be laden with heavy restraints to make sure she doesn't injure or kill her tamer with her powerful muscles. War cats don't mind this at all, and rather enjoy being in a position where they can let their guard down. Beyond that, they have few real preferences for taming, although individual war cats remember all the positions and techniques they tried as wildcats, and may have developed a personal favorite from among them. Feral war cats tend to leave other people alone if left alone themselves. Tamers trying to capture one are advised to send in several strong flying and psychic pokegirls to take advantage of the war cat's natural weaknesses. There are virtually no known cases of threshold girls becoming war cats, with only 2 being reported in the last century. Both cases resulted in accidental death of family members because the threshold war cat didn't know her own strength. Needless to say, if a threshold girl were to become a war cat, she would most likely be quickly sent away to a pokegirl ranch for the safety of others. Level 91 Sequeen, the Psychic Empress Pokegirl. Type, near human. Element, psychic water. Frequency, extremely rare. Diet, human-style foods. Role, psychic support. Energy, average. Strong versus fighting, poison, fire, rock. Weak versus bug, dark, ghost, electric, grass. Attacks: Psywave, psychic, foresight, lock-on, armor, feel the burn, teleport, surf, hydro pump, water floor, water tower, slick slide, tidal slide, draining rain, bubble cross, water SLV. Above level 40, water golem, aura barrier. Enhancements: can breathe underwater. Devolves: none. Evolves from Psylady, mechanism unknown. Psyqueens have an elegant beauty that almost befits their almost arrogant attitudes. Psyqueens often have C to DD cup BRSTS and soft pale skin that often draw tats to them. Otherwise, the Psyqueen retains most of the traits she had before. Tats love being given the chance to tattoo a Sequeen's lovely skin and will sometimes seek to join the Sequeen's harem in case the opportunity presents itself. Some tats have been known to achieve orgasm simply by completing a tattoo on a Psyqueen, even if it's only a temporary one. Psyqueens don't walk much unless they enjoy it. Most prefer to teleport or levitate around, but the lazier may summon 2 or more water slaves and be carried around on a palanquin, or barring that, a chair on a wooden platform. The worst of the lazy Psyqueens, when they lack the energy for water SLV, may ask her partners to carry her. When it comes to combat, Psyqueens like to stay far away from danger, and use strategically applications of techniques to trap an opponent and ruthlessly pummel them into SBMSN. Their combination of foresight, lock-on, aura barrier, armor and water floor makes them difficult to defeat without an electric pokegirl. It should not shock anyone that Psyqueens remain lesbians. Psyqueens like to dominate during SEC and, oddly enough, prefer to spoon their bodies against their lover's back and use slick slide to bring their lover to orgasm. Psyqueens enjoy seeing their lovers amidst the throes of orgasm and may even go wild, taming every pokegirl in the area just to see them all quivering with delight. Level 92 Sideviper, the aggressive snake pokegirl. Type: Animorph Metamorph, snake. Element: fighting poison. Frequency: rare, most leagues. Diet: berries, fruit. Role: hit and run tactics. Energy: average. Strong versus grass, dark, normal, rock, steel. Weak versus psychic, flying, ice, double damage. Attacks: agility, silver fist, thunder. Tail, wrap, probing tongue. Enhancements: enhanced stamina, X2. Enhanced speed, X2. Enhanced strength, X3. Retains most of their intelligence even when feral. Disadvantages: low HP, very weak to psychic attacks, weak against ice attacks, can't shape-shift if they're feral. Evolves: evolves from Naga, battle stress plus feral state. It appeared Stan had been right. This would not be an easy fight, but he had confidence in his pokegirls. Remember, girls, we are outnumbered, so this battle will have to end quickly. If it comes down to a war of attrition, we will definitely lose out. Naruto said through the mental link. Riley, I want to fly and take on the harpy. Use any means possible to get her to the ground. I have a plan to deal with her after she gets to the ground. After you have gotten the harpy on the ground, take on the side viper, seeing as she is weak against ice attacks, or target the den mother with your water attacks. Either works as well. Yuffie, your job is to take on the Psy Queen. Seeing as you are a dark type, her psychic attacks will not do much to you. In the meantime, use your lightning attacks to take her down. A psychic type will be very dangerous to deal with, so make sure she only focuses on you. Vinclet, use your illusions to take down the war cat quickly. Although she is strong against dark attacks, your illusion does not attack the body but rather the mind, so she will be defenseless against your more powerful illusions. Karina, you will have to hold off the rest of the Pokegirls until the others are done with their fights. Thankfully, the He-10 Mitsurujiryu is made to pit yourself against many, so you should be able to handle it. Now go. With that last comment, Naruto's Pokegirls split up to do their job. Riley immediately soared into the air, avoiding a flurry of feather shurikens all the while. Finally, when she was at the same height as the harpy, both of them engaged in a deadly dance. Both of the combatants flew at each other, the harpy using her speed storm technique to accelerate herself. As they drew nearer, Riley extended her claws and attempted to use a slash attack on her opponent, only for the harpy to fold her wings a little and drop down, thus avoiding the attack. The harpy then slashed upwards with her claws, attempting to return the Frost Drake the favor. However, her hand was batted away by Riley's tail, after which Riley kicked her solidly in the face, sending her opponent tumbling away. Riley dove after her opponent immediately but was stopped by a hail of feather shurikens. After the attack had ended, Riley looked around but saw no sight of her opponent. All of a sudden, something crashed into her hard, sending her plummeting towards the ground. She managed to regain equilibrium though and remained in the air, although severely wounded. Where she had been before was the harpy, although much more exhausted than before. The Frost Drake then surmised that the harpy had used her Mach Breaker to attack her. The Mach Breaker was a technique where the Pokegirl flies up into the air and then swoops past her opponent going at least Mach. The resulting damage cannot be dodged, but can be blocked. However, this technique is very draining and can only be used a maximum of 5 times a day. Taking advantage of her opponent's momentary exhaustion, Riley flew upwards until she was nearly level with the harpy before she kicked upwards, catching her opponent in the gut. The harpy immediately doubled over in pain, after which Riley used her tail to slam her opponent's cranium hard. Finally, she finished off with an ice beam attack that sent her opponent crashing into the ground. While this by no means managed to kill or knock her opponent unconscious, her aim now was to simply get the harpy to the ground. Naruto, the harpy is on the ground now. Good job. Leave it to me now. Channeling chakra through his body, Naruto slammed his hands on the ground and cried out, Doton, Kekai Dortmul, Earth type, Destruction Mud Prison. This technique was a Doton, Earth type, ninjutsu technique where the ninja plants their hands on the ground and creates a dome of pure dirt and rock around their enemy. The dome has a layer of chakra inside of it that keeps it together, so that any damage done to it or the ground, even, is instantly repaired within certain limits, of course. The area farthest away from the ninja using this technique, however, is still quite weak as it has the least concentration of chakra to absorb the blows and repair the damage done by the enemy. While in control of this clay prison, the ninja using this technique also draws out the chakra of their enemy or enemies, taking it for themselves. In this manner, the ninja can keep this clay prison up almost indefinitely, making it a very incredible ninjutsu. What made it perfect now though was the harpy's claustrophobia. When Jirubu had first used this jutsu on him, even he had felt claustrophobic. For a Pokegirl that had extreme claustrophobia, she would be going insane now. Indeed, he could feel the harpy randomly firing off sonic shots inside as well loud screams. Thankfully, Naruto had great chakra reserves and he managed to hold it until the attack ceased. When he released the jutsu, the harpy was lying on the ground, eyes wide and staring at the sky. The trauma had obviously broken her mind. Done with his part, Naruto looked around to see how the battle was going. Yuffie had used Shadow Dash to appear in the Sequeen's shadow and stabbed her hard in the back with a kunai. The Psy Queen cried out in agony and used a psychic attack as retaliation, but the Kunoichi merely shrugged it off and struck again with her kunai, causing the Psy Queen to cry out once again. This time, the Psy Queen used teleport to appear at another end of the battlefield where she prepared to summon a water golem. Unfortunately for her, Yuffie knew what she was planning and immediately sent an Art of Inazuma in the Suqueen's way, causing her to abandon her summoning in order to avoid being electrocuted. While the Psyqueen was concentrating on avoiding the lightning ball, Yuffie had managed to sneak up to the Suqueen's location and with a sudden lunge, caught the Psyqueen in a grapple hold. She then used a blitz attack, releasing lightning from her body and shocking the Psyqueen, both literally and metaphorically. Being a water type, the damage of the blitz attack was doubled. With such close contact, the damage was quadrupled instead. The Psyqueen arched her back and opened her mouth in a silent cry before she slumped to the ground, her body smoking. This had been the worst possible matchup for the Psyqueen. Being a kunoichi, she was already to the Suqueen's psychic attacks, and with the great difference in speed, there was no way the Psyqueen could have even begun any of her other attacks. Finally, there was all the T2s that Stan had given to her. Satisfied that her opponent was dead, Yuffie moved on to help her harem sisters. Vinclet had immediately flown to where the Warcat was, not bothering to use Invis seeing as the Warcat would just smell her out anyways. When she was about 50 meters away from the Warcat, she fired off a nightshade and watched as the Warcat simply charged at her, totally undeterred from the attack. Her elemental resistance combined with her natural toughness made the vampire's nightshade feel like a mere ant bite to her. Suddenly, the Warcat used leap and covered the whole 50 meters in 2 seconds and proceeded to use a slice and dice attack on Vinclet, ruthlessly slashing and ripping at the vampire. However, Vinclet merely smirked as she used her innate ability to turn into mist. Other than training on utilizing her illusion and fear aura properly, she had also trained on her abilities to shape-shift and was able to turn into mist instantly now, thus avoiding all physical attacks. The moment the Warcat had passed through the mist that was her, she solidified and created a blood blade, slashing down on the Warcat's back. She was rewarded with a deep gash. However, the Warcat did not seem to be weakened by the wound but instead seemed more enraged. She turned around and started attacking with even more vigor than before. Simply dodging was not enough as Vinclet was not fast enough. She had to resort to turning into mist many times, which was bad for her seeing as she could not counterattack while she was still in her mist form. Finally, the Warcat tired of attempting to catch the vampire and used a glare on Vinclet. This was a bad mistake on her part. Vinclet returned the glare, powered with her fear aura. Naruto had taught her how to summon up what he killed killing intent and she had practiced a lot with it. While she was nowhere near Naruto's killing intent, it was more than enough for the Warcat. The Warcat glared at the vampire, only to stare right into blood-red eyes before a menacing aura started to be emanated from Vinclet. She tried to fight back the sheer terror that was overcoming her, but when a stronger wave of killing intent washed over her, she lost all coherence though and was focused only on running from this Pokegirl that was so scary. Seeing that her opponent had lost control of her wits, Vinclet then placed one of her strongest illusion on the Warcat, all the while staring at her opponent. To the Warcat, her world darkened gradually until she could see nothing but those red eyes boring right into her soul. Suddenly, there was a cracking sound from the sound, and when she looked down, a hand shot of the ground and latched onto her ankle. Even with her tremendous strength, the Warcat could not free herself. Another hand suddenly latched onto her ankle, and then the things the hands belonged to began to rise out from the ground. Things seemed a proper term to describe them as they were no longer humans. The Warcat recognized them as previous victims of her master and herself. However, these no longer looked like the humans or Pokegirls that they had been. Their skin was rotting and they were missing various body parts. What were most frightening though were the vacant holes where their eyes should be. And then the sounds began. All around her, more corpses rose out of the ground, stumbling towards and miming all the way. They were deep, hungry emus that told her of the tortures that they had felt. "Stop it! Get away from me!" She shrieked, but her pleas fell on deaf eyes as the zombies continued walking towards her before they each latched onto a different part and began pulling at it. Her struggles were to no avail and she felt extreme pain suddenly. Looking down, she saw that the zombies were actually eating her alive. Finally, one zombie opened its maw wide and swallowed her head whole. The last thing heard from her was a bone-chilling scream. Vinclet watched in satisfaction as the Warcat fell to the ground, blood flowing out from her throat due to the screaming that she had done. Naruto was right when he said that a true illusionist could do far more damage than any combatant could. The Wildcat's heart had actually stopped due to sheer terror as well as the fact that she had believed that she was dead. Sparing the corpse of her opponent one last glance, she went off to help her harem sisters. Karina was currently having a very hard time. The Rhea, Den Mother as well. The Side Viper had apparently decided to gang on the lone Ronin. While she had been able to avoid major damage, it was not easy. The Side Viper would constantly rush in and try to stun her with either a Silver Fist or a Thundertail, while the Den Mother would follow up with either a fire attack or a melee attack. Finally, there was the Rhea, which was the most irritating as well as the most dangerous. The Rhea would always stay at the sidelines and constantly send supercharged lightning bolts at her, causing her to forever be on the defensive. Whenever she tried to get at the Rhea, the other two would defend her. It was flawless teamwork. Jumping up to avoid another Thundertail, Karina was too slow to dodge the Thunderbolt attack that came her way. It slammed into her painfully, causing her nerves to be short-circuited as well as slamming her into a pile of rubble. Opening her eyes weakly, she saw a jet of fire shooting towards her. She tried feebly to turn away, but the Thunderbolt had taken a lot out of her. She was about to resign herself to her fate when a jet of water from above crashed into the flamethrower attack, dispersing it and continuing on to slam into the Den Mother. Looking up, she saw Rylai smiling at her. Smiling back at her alpha, Karina used her sword as a crutch to stand up. Karina then utilized a move that Naruto had used against her in the tournament before. Hiten Mitsuru, Dorisen, she cried out as she slashed hard at the ground, sending debris flying towards Rhea. While the Rhea was able to dodge the rocks, she was unable to dodge the gust attack that buffeted her. Karina smiled grimly at that. Let her have a taste of her own medicine. Using Shinsaku, she dashed forward, aiming to finish off the pesky rat before a tail crashed in her path, causing her to lose her balance for a moment. The Side Viper charged forward, hand glowing. Unfortunately for her, she was unable to complete her attack as a sharp object suddenly implanted itself in her back. Karina looked up and saw Yuffie in the Side Viper's shadow, smirking all the way. This enraged Karina, as her rival, as she saw it, had managed to get one up on her. Flipping herself over the Side Viper, the Kunoichi avoided the fire blast that came her way and let the Side Viper to take the brunt of the damage, causing the snake to fly forward. Karina then used this opportunity to leap forward, using the force of her jump to accelerate the draw of her sword and utilized the Hiten Mitsurujiryu, Ryashausen, cutting the Side Viper in two. Meanwhile, Vinclet had snuck behind the Den Mother in the form of mist and blasted her with a nightshade at point-blank range, before she was finished off with a hydro pump from Rylai. The Rhea was quickly dealt with through a combination of Hiten Mitsurju, Ryutsweisenzan, Flying Heaven Honorable Sword Style, Dragon Hammer Strike Tragedy, Dragon Breath, Nightshade and a Shadow Dash. Upon seeing his Pokegirls so easily defeated, he tried to flee but was stopped by a kunai in the back, courtesy of Yuffie. Walking to the corpse, Naruto rummaged in his clothes for a moment before he came upon a black card with a red T in the middle, which he took to be the access card he was looking for. After he was done looting the body, Naruto noticed that all the explosions had stopped and he proceeded to check on the situation of the other Team Trauma members along with his Pokegirls. He found one killed by what seemed like a gun, which was odd since guns were borderline forbidden tech here. Did the group that Stan belonged to have such vast resources? Another was crushed under a pillar under a huge metal beam that seemed to have been pushed on him. The third one seemed to have been burnt as his skin was charred and the smell of burning flesh wafted to Naruto's nose. The last one was the one that caught Naruto off guard. He was dead, with his Pokegirls strewn all around him. What surprised him the most though was the fact that Stan's corpse was there as well. Yuffie immediately cried out and rushed to his body before she suddenly looked up at Naruto, afraid that he would punish her for still harboring feelings for her previous master. Go ahead and grieve. I know that your heart always belonged to Stan anyways. He sent you to spy on me and report back, right? Yuffie was shocked at this. Then why? Have you never heard of the phrase, keep your friends close, but keep your enemies closer? While I do not view you as enemies, it would have been far wiser for me to give you information I choose to give, rather than having you discover my deeper secrets through spying. It would be a hassle if you were detected by my enemies while I was infiltrating their base. Yuffie understood then. He had played them like fools. Now though, what path will you choose, Yuffie? The Kunoichi looked up at this. I wish to stay by your side. You are a fair and strong tamer and I doubt I can find many better than you. Very well then, welcome to the harem, Yuffie. Naruto said as he extended his hand towards the Kunoichi, who grasped it tightly. After paying their last respects to Stan, the group had set off to where the nearest teleport pad was supposed to be. Entering an abandoned mansion, Naruto followed a hidden passage down to a small room which held humming machines as well as a metal circle right in the middle of the room. Walking over to the machines, he saw a slot for the access card which he promptly filled. "Welcome, where do you wish to teleport to?" were the words that appeared on a screen followed by a few options. Looking over them, Naruto saw something that intrigued him. Research laboratory? I might be able to find out why they want this sword much there. Quickly keying in the words, research laboratory, Naruto stepped into the middle of the circle. The circle glowed a deep green then, and Naruto felt as though his world was turning upside down before he landed again on his knee. Looking around, he saw that he was in a similar room, but this room smelt more used than the one he had come from. Creeping down the passage, Naruto eventually came to a large open space. All of a sudden, spotlights focused on him. "How nice of you to visit us." "Sheet. Ambush," was Naruto's immediate thought. How was it possible for an ambush to have been set up so quickly? On the way through the passage, he had specifically kept an eye out for cameras and other tracking devices but had found none. Neither had he sensed anyone near him, so how could an ambush have been prepared already? The man that was addressing Naruto seemed to be able his mind as he answered the blonde's unspoken question. "I suppose you are wondering how we knew you were coming, yes?" Naruto nodded while he tried to detect where the voice came from. "Well, you see, each Team Trauma's access card has a special I.D code on it. Every single member's I.D is different. Therefore, when the computers read an I.D code that belonged to a dead Team Trauma member, there had to be something wrong, no?" Naruto cursed himself for overlooking such a simple detail. However, if he played his cards right, he just might be able to get out of this. "Who are you anyways? Show yourself," Naruto declared. The man chuckled then before he stepped out into the light, revealing himself to the shinobi. "My name is Varg and I am the leader of Team Trauma. Now that the introductions are over, why don't you be a good boy and hand the Orichalcon sword over to me?" Orichalcon sword? Naruto concluded that it was Hajime's sword since that was the sword that Team Trauma wanted for some reason or another. Naruto looked up and shouted defiantly, "There is no way I am simply handing this over to you." In that motion of looking up, he took in as much of his surroundings as he could without being obvious. Varg was a tall, sturdy man. He had silver hair as well as a small goatee. His clothes were immaculate and looked extremely expensive. In fact, he looked more like a rich businessman than the leader of a criminal organization. What surprised him though was the fact that he detected no one other than Varg himself. Sending out his chakra in waves, he confirmed the fact that there were no humans other than Varg around. Like typical evil masterminds, the arrogant fool probably thought himself invincible. Naruto would teach him a thing or two. Channeling chakra to his legs, Naruto jumped at Varg, prepared to slice the man in half and end the whole problem. However, he did not expect the barrier that suddenly sprung up to protect Varg. Backflipping, Naruto was able to land safely. As you can see, there is nothing you can do to harm, so quit being obstinate and simply hand over the sword. I might even allow you to escape with your life if you are obedient. While Naruto was incensed by Varg's words, he showed no sign of it. Instead, he smirked cockily at the Team Trauma leader. "I might not be able to harm, but there is no way for you to harm me either." "I would not be so sure of that, Naruto." Naruto narrowed his eyes at that. It seemed like despite his best efforts, Team Trauma had still managed to get hold of information on him. Lifting up a remote with a red button on it, Varg looked down at Naruto and smiled maliciously. "Since you have rebuffed my kind offer, I have no choice but to resort to force now. I will be back later to collect the sword and what's left of you." With a maniacal laugh, Varg pressed the button on the remote and then suddenly disappeared. A deep rumbling sound was then. Naruto looked around wildly, already forming plans in his head. Vinclet would be of extreme use with her ability to phase herself and one other person through solid objects if the rumbling turned out to be the precursor of a cave-in or an earthquake. A flood he could deal with easily since he could simply walk on the water. It was the unpredictable that Naruto was unable to plan for. Suddenly, a crack appeared on the wall opposite of Naruto. Naruto tensed his leg muscles, prepared to run for it if the cave was going to collapse. To his utter amazement, the wall was revealed to be actually a door that slid open, revealing a huge tunnel. Naruto could only arch an eyebrow in surprise. "So nice of them to give me an escape route," Naruto remarked before he was silenced by the rumbling again, only this time it was accompanied by a strange, high-pitched chittering sound. Naruto immediately jumped onto a wall and stuck to it with chakra. Whatever emitted that strange chittering sound was undoubtedly moving towards him through the tunnel, and Naruto's gut instincts told him that whatever it was not going to be good news. Naruto's gut instincts proved right as he gazed upon the monstrosity that emerged from the tunnels. Naruto sent out a chakra probe and confirmed that the thing in front of him was indeed a Pokegirl. During his brief time in this strange world, he had learnt that Pokegirls had similar chakra signatures to humans, something of a mix between animals and humans. Taking out his Pokédex, Naruto scanned the Pokegirl in front of him and paled at what he saw. Widow, the run for your life if you see one Pokegirl. Type, Tauric Inhuman, Arachnid Monster. Element, Bug Poison Ghost. Frequency, not rare enough. Diet, Carnivore. Role, Boogeyman and Ultimate Terror. Energy, no one wants to know. Strong versus, any except Dragon. Weak versus, Dragon. Attacks, Poison Sting, Paralyze Sting, Poison Bite, Web, Phase, Invis, Acid Spray, Slice, Armor Punch, Mutation Venom, Hyper Venom. Enhancements, Enhanced Strength, X12, Enhanced Speed, X15, Armored Chitin, 360-degree vision, web spinners, poison sacs, multiple varieties of poison including transformative venom that has the potential to turn anyone affected by it into a widow, hypnotic attack, ability to bite off and digest almost anything organic, extra arms. Evolves, Drider, special, ejecting all poisons from itself. Evolves from Arachne, extreme pain or tamer's death. Bounty, for confirmed kill 900 million SLC. Bounty, for reporting sighting and getting out alive 40 million SLC. Recommendation if you see one, run the F away, Demis. Behold a nightmare made flesh. This is not exaggeration, this is not a mistaken comparison to the nightmare breed of Pokegirl, and this is the truth, plain and simple. Widows are the worst, the deadliest Pokegirl alive that's not a legendary. They are destruction incarnate, the worst aspect of almost every sin made into spidery flesh. They are hateful creatures, and no one who has encountered them has anything good to say about them. The problem is, no one really knows why they appeared. There are several theories that have arisen from this. The most common one is that Tsunade created them. When his original home was destroyed and his first anamorphic creature slain, he created widows to gain his revenge, creating the more cute and cuddly breeds later on. Another theory, mainly put forward by Crimson League officials, state that the dreaded Pokegirl general, Athena, created them out of her rage against mankind. No one knows for certain, but everyone is certain that they are among the most reviled of all Pokegirl breeds. Widows are truly monstrous to behold. From the waist up, they are humanoid in appearance, however their skin, dark black in color, is laced with a chitinous armor that can take immense damage from nearly every type of attack. They have blood-red, compound eyes all around their head, the back ones sparsely hidden by wisps of hair, allowing the widow full 360-degree vision. Their jaws can split open at the chin, revealing razor-sharp mandibles and fangs that drip constantly with saliva. They have 4 arms. 2 end in normal, 5-fingered hands, but the lower pair end in long, curved blades that glisten with poison. Their CNT, just at the base of their waist, is lined with spikes around the labia, which inject paralytic venom into a victim, making it easier for the widow to do as she pleases with them. From the waist down, they are spidery in appearance. A massive spider's abdomen serves as a widow's lower body, supported by 4 thick, powerful, hairy spider legs. On the back of the spider abdomen is a prominent red hourglass, standing out clearly against the black fur of the widow. The spider legs are long and strong, and a widow can balance herself on the 2 back legs to shoot webs or streams of acidic hypervenom. All who have reported seeing a widow and are still alive tell of the nightmares they had for days afterwards upon seeing such a horrible creature. Widows are horrible monsters of the worst sort, made all the more horrible by how they form. When an Arachne, a perfectly innocent breed of Pokegirl, suffers extreme agony that turns into terrible rage, or suffers the pain of losing her tamer, she morphs into this despair-bringer. Addendum by Professor Stroke, the knowledge of a widow's pre-evolutionary. Form must not, repeat, must not, under any circumstances be revealed to the public. The backlash against Arachnes, whose only crime would be a connection to this horrible breed, would be terrible and many innocents would die. At all costs must the secret of a widow's pre-evolutionary form be protected. Widows in combat are fierce, deadly fighters. Most attacks simply bounce off of their bodies, the only ones capable of affecting them being lightning and fire attacks, which serve little purpose but to accelerate the life cycle of a widow, see attached entry, and dragon element attacks, which are the only things which can hurt them. Combat against a widow is to be avoided at all costs if encountered alone. Seriously, just run away. No matter how good you are, how powerful your girls are, a widow is stronger, faster, deadlier, and just plain meaner. Thankfully, no threshold cases of turning into a widow have been reported. Only 2 instances of a widow being tamed are on record, and in both cases the widows showed evidence of incomplete transformations resulting from being experimented on. Both have since evolved to Drider. Hypervenom. A widow's deadliest feature is its hypervenom, the worst kind of death in a tiny little sting. Even the tiniest amount can result in horrifying mutilation, if not death. Hypervenom consists of a mixture of toxic, highly corrosive acids, various cancer cells, and a mixture of heavily toxic poisons. This is a highly potent combination, and the only known cure is the infinity antidote used by venom mistresses and the powers of the legendary Pokegirl, Sensei. Infinity antidote is inherently magical, and can heal even the acidic damage of hypervenom. However, venom mistresses are rare and encounters with Sensei are even rarer, making this an unreliable cure. The best way so far to save someone if a venom mistress or Sensei is not on hand is amputation of the poison part of the body before the poison can spread. An agonizing death is almost guaranteed upon being poisoned by hypervenom. So potent is this chemical mixture that even widows eventually are killed by the toxic poison inundating their bodies. The life cycle of a widow. The life of a widow is short, agonizing, and violent. Here is a breakdown of the 3 phases of a widow's life. Phase 1: Transformation. The first phase of a widow, starting just after transformation, is the longest lasting one. The time it lasts varies, but at the most has been recorded at a month. In this phase, the widow rampages around, destroying everything in its path, consuming Pokegirls it meets and generally causing havoc. It is at its most inhuman in this phase, its eyes glazed over with rage as it attacks everything in its way, stopping only to rest. Phase 2: Remembrance. The second phase of a widow's life, also the shortest phase, occurs after the time of rampaging in its first phase is over. They regain the intelligence they lost upon evolving, in rare cases getting their memories back as well. Widows are possessed with a tremendous urge to find a place to make a web and breed, and seek out a suitable place, building their web with studious ease. They will then seek out people to mate with, preferring human males, as they have the best chance of inducing PRGNCY, and then kill and eat their mates, taking several days at a time to do it in. Once PRGNT, they will go into a hibernation state in their lair, her eggs growing to birth level in mere months. If the widow manages to control these instincts, they can also forcibly eject all of the poisons and toxins from their bodies, resulting in evolution. Phase 3: Life and Death. The final phase of a widow's life occurs after they lay their eggs, 2 months after they are impregnated. Once the eggs are born, they organize them in a safe place. By this point, a widow's body has lost its ability to fight off its own poisons and will be wearing down. They will have a haggard appearance and act almost feral. They will die shortly before their eggs hatch into widow kits. So far, no reported nest of widow's eggs has been allowed to survive. However, he noticed that were discrepancies between what the Pokédex said and what he saw in front of him. Instead of black skin, fur and armor, the widow was a sickly-looking purple which pulsed every once in a while. Added to that, its eyes were a dark menacing black. Finally, and the most disturbing discrepancy was that when the poison from the blades dripped onto the ground, it hissed and he could see burn marks on the ground. All in all, this was not a normal widow. This day cannot get any worse. Naruto was about to get proved wrong. He could hear more chittering and rumbling coming from the tunnel. Gulping slightly, Naruto watched as a horde of mutated widows swarmed out from the mouth of the tunnel. One of them then noticed Naruto crouched on the wall and rushed at him, chittering excitedly at the though of fresh meat. Deeming himself relatively safe, Naruto began to furiously think of a plan to get out of this. There was no way he was releasing his Pokegirls to face off against one mutated widow, let alone a horde of widows. While he could probably survive the hypervenom attack, he doubted his Pokegirls could. Naruto was broken out of his musings though when the widow along with a few of its brood started climbing up the wall. "Can't I get a break?" Naruto whined mentally. Cutting off the chakra that he was channeling to the wall, Naruto let gravity take hold of him and he dropped down towards the approaching widows. Grasping the sheath and hilt tightly, Naruto drew with godlike speed when he was within of the widows and slashed at them, only for him to gape stupidly as his attack simply bounced off their armor. Luckily, Naruto recovered his senses enough to push off the wall with chakra in order to evade the poisonous blade that came swinging his way. So, Hiten Mitsurujiryu is out. Naruto concluded as he free fell. Oh well, he still had his jutsus. Futon, De Tappa no Jutsu. Wind release, great breakthrough technique. Naruto cried out as he landed, sending the widows that were skittering over to him flying. Unfortunately, more widows quickly took their place while the widows that had been sent flying quickly recovered and charged at Naruto once again. Keton, Gukakyu no Jutsu. Grand Fireball Technique. Naruto cried out while he channeled chakra to his hands this time, sending a huge ball of fire careening towards the widows. To his chagrin, the widows simply brushed off the attack and continued to advance upon Naruto. Ducking down, Naruto managed to dodge a widow slash. Charging up a Rasengan in his hand, Naruto slammed it into the widow, the swirling ball of ball managing to grind through the tough armor and kill the widow. However, Naruto was not given time to celebrate as he was immediately assaulted by a series of attacks. Backflipping over a widow, he managed to dodge a spray of poison before he was forced to use a Katon, Gukakyu no Jutsu to incinerate a web that was flung his way. Matters continued in this vein for quite a while, with Naruto constantly dodging, striking out occasionally to finish off a widow. However, he could see that this was going nowhere. Fed up with the whole situation, Naruto resorted to using his favorite strategy when he was still a genin, only with a twist. Tajua Bakuretsu Kage Bunshin no Jutsu. Multiple exploding shadow clone technique. The whole cavern was immediately flooded with clones of the blonde shinobi. Seeing that there was so much meat to be had all around them, the widows fell into a feeding frenzy. They surged forward and slashed wildly at anything that moved, sometimes even injuring fellow widows. Whenever they managed to land a blow on one of the clones though, it exploded in the widow's face. While the explosion did not manage to kill the widows, it did manage to stun them long enough for one of the clones to dive in and finish off the stunned Pokegirl. The original in the meantime was lashing out with a Rasengan in each hand. Each move took out a widow, but even he was quickly tiring. While the Rasengan was a self-sustaining jutsu, in the sense that it would dissipate once formed unless it collided with something, the widow's armor was simply too thick and it required quite a long time to grind through the armor. By the time the armor was down, the Rasengan had lost almost all of its power and thus Naruto was forced to continuously recreate Rasengans, which was extremely tiring. After what seemed like an eternity to Naruto, a quarter of the widows were down. Unfortunately, so were all of his clones and all of the remaining widows were now converging on him. He himself had barely any of his chakra left. He was left with only one choice, his demonic chakra. While the QB would no longer to break free whenever he used his secondary source of chakra, the chakra was still inherently demonic and when he tapped into too much of it, he would enter a feral state just like when he used QB's chakra. Added to that, while this chakra was not as harmful as the QB's chakra, his body was still 3/4 human and using his demonic chakra would place a heavy strain on his body, not unlike opening the celestial gates. However, it was either demonic chakra or death and Naruto did not really feel like dying then. Naruto let out a huge roar as he felt power surging through his being. His eyes felt momentarily uncomfortable as his pupils shifted into slits before his eyesight sharpened considerably. The tips of his ear turned pointed while his hearing improved. His nose twitched as numerous scents assaulted his improved nose. His canines lengthened and he could feel the lengthening of his fingernails into claws. The most obvious change though was the violet chakra shroud around him as well as the ephemeral tail floating behind and the massive killing intent that leaked out from him. The widows stopped their charge then, slightly cowed by the change of their prey before one of them chattered loudly and the charge resumed, this time with more fervor. Naruto simply smirked at the sight. This time, Naruto went on the offense. Charging forward, he slashed at one widow that was unfortunate enough to be near him. With demonic chakra coating his claws, he cut through the widow's armor like a hot knife through butter and ended her life instantly. Spinning around, Naruto blocked an overhead attack with his forearm while he kicked forward, causing the widow to stumble before he darted forward and severed it into two separate pieces. Not stopping for a moment, Naruto charged at another widow. Another tail soon formed as Naruto ran out of energy. Enervated by the flood of chakra caused by the appearance of the second tail, Naruto went back to attacking with even more fervor than before. It was hard to tell who was the monstrous Naruto or the widows. Suddenly, Naruto picked up something with his enhanced hearing. Looking at the tunnel, he saw that, impossible as it was, more widows were pouring forth. Naruto growled then, his frustration causing a third tail to form. Jumping over the widows, Naruto ended the threat of even more widows appearing by punching at the roof of the mouth of the tunnel hard, causing it to crumble. Rubble then covered the entrance, preventing any more Pokegirls from appearing. Utterly preoccupied with preventing any more widows from emerging, Naruto forgot about the widows that he had been fighting with. Naruto suddenly cried out in pain as not one, but 7 hyper venoms hit him, covering his body from head to toe. It was excruciating. The feeling in his body alternated from burning to freezing cold in seconds. His muscles clenched tightly before suddenly relaxing and then clenching again. Added to that, it seemed like the poison had an acidic nature as it began eating away at his skin, bringing him to new levels of pain. Naruto unconsciously summoned forth a 4th tail which alleviated the pain somewhat and allowed him to regain his muscle control. Breathing harshly, Naruto stood still and used his tails to attack while the demonic chakra set to work healing his body. Dropping down to all 4s once the pain was gone, Naruto rushed forward, attacking like lunatic. He rent with his fangs, slashed with his claws and used his tails as a sort of whip or spear. However, despite the number of widows that he killed, it seemed like 3 widows replaced everyone that he killed. Taking the fight up a notch, another tail appeared behind Naruto. While he gained even more power and speed with the addition of another tail, the demonic chakra was beginning to hurt. His blood began to boil, seep out of his skin and boiled with the intensity of the chakra shroud. Jumping up into the air, Naruto looked down at the countless widows swarming around and initiated one of Kyuubi's most feared attacks. Calling up yet another tail, Naruto focused all of the chakra that he had into a ball in front of his mouth before he compressed it until no bigger than a pill. Naruto then swallowed the chakra ball and his stomach bulged out. Before he opened his mouth and spat out the chakra ball in a manner reminiscent of a hyper beam attack. Naruto's stomach deflated as he poured the chakra out, the beam destroying anything in its path. The chakra shroud as well as the tails abruptly disappeared and he fell down towards the ground. Pain racked his body as he lay on the ground. Calling up 6 tails had taken too much out of him. While he had indeed gained 8 tails worth of chakra, he was still far from being able to control all of it and 6 tails had been his limit. Hopefully, that last chakra beam had taken out all of the widows. His hope was dashed however when he heard some chittering. Turning his head with some difficulty, Naruto saw 6 widows skittering towards him. From the slow pace that they were moving, they were either confident that their prey was down for the count or his chakra beam had injured them severely as well. Personally, Naruto was betting on the latter. Unfortunately for him, the widows were still strong enough to kill him. He would not just lie there and let them kill him though. He was Uzumaki Naruto and he would never give up. Struggling with all his might, Naruto tried to move his body and summon up chakra but it was all to no avail. Cursing loudly, Naruto doubled his efforts as the widows got closer to him. Suddenly, a bright red beam flashed out from his pokeballs and when he looked again, his pokegirls were standing in front of him in defensive stances. "What are all of you doing out here? Get back in the pokeballs before the widows kill you," Naruto cried out. "After all that you have done for us, there is no way we will let you die like that. Besides, Team Trauma will simply use us for their nefarious means which we will simply not allow," Riley said, speaking for the harem as alpha. Naruto was in a dilemma then. Sure, his pokegirls were strong but there was no way they could take on 6 pokegirls and win. After all, they did not have a demon lord sealed within them. Looking at his pokegirls, Naruto saw the determined look that he always wore on his face. Now he knew how his teammates and senseis felt when he was being obstinate. "The widows are getting closer, Naruto. We will need your command to be able to win this," Riley said while still keeping an eye on the approaching widows. "Very well then," Naruto sighed. "The only method that even seems halfway possible is to divide and conquer. 6 widows at once is simply too much. Vinclet, use your illusion to make it seem as though the group has split up. Having no enhanced senses, they will not be able to tell the difference. In the meantime, all of you will take on the widow right at the back as she has been injured the most. Karina, hold her off with your katana. Do not attempt to attack though. Her armor is too tough to pierce through. They might have enhanced speed but you should be able to hold them with Shinsaku. Riley, you will be the main powerhouse seeing as you are the only one with a dragon-type attack. Do not simply attack recklessly though as your dragon breath takes a lot from you. Yuffie, try to use chakra to enhance your attacks. I know demonic chakra is able to cut through their armor but I have no idea on how Pokegirl chakra will affect them. Other than that, we will need to use you as bait to lower the widow's guard. Now go." Having received their orders, the Pokegirls immediately split up. Vinclet flew up into the air so that she would not be disrupted. Concentrating hard, Vinclet cast a web of illusions over the widows. While she had initially thought of making it seem as though the group had split up, she realized that this would not work as they would have to gang up one single widow, which would make it obvious to the other widows that they were being tricked somehow. Therefore, she cast an illusion on each individual widow, making it seem as though the group had teleported to another area of the cavern. Now came the hard part. Vinclet placed a second layer over the illusion to block out the sounds of actual fighting, and then put in sounds of her own. She had to create each one individually as the illusion of the group was in a different position relative to each individual widow. Finally, she placed a third layer over the widows. This one would give her control over the sense of touch. While this would likely fail, Vinclet hoped to be able to cause phantom pain to the widows, thus making it easier for her fellow harem sisters. Looking down at the fight though, Vinclet grimaced. At the rate that they were going, she was going to have to maintain the illusions for a very long time. Dodging another of the widow's slashes, Karina blocked another one with her sword, causing a ringing sound to emanate from the contact. Karina bit back a curse as she felt the impact of the strike reverberate through the sword and into her sword arm. She was already tiring rapidly. The problem with fighting the widow was that her speed was insane even with her injuries. Seeing as Karina was far from mastering Shinsaku, she was just barely faster than the widow. Unfortunately for her, the widow was much stronger than her and possessed a lot more stamina than her. Added to that, the widow had so many mediums of attacks it wasn't funny. There were the bladed arms that were extremely dangerous, what with the acidic poison on them. Then there were the multiple poison attacks that she had to dodge, which would come from anywhere. The widow's other two arms were not for show either, as they would occasionally try to reach out and strangle her to death. Thankfully, although she would never admit it out loud, Yuffie was there to take off quite a lot of the pressure. Being built for speed, Yuffie was able to dodge the widow's attacks with ease, but anyone could see that she was slowing down. The attacks that the widow sent at her were getting closer and closer to hitting their target. Yuffie's strongest elemental attacks did nothing other than irritate the widow, and Yuffie was running out of chakra. The only one who seemed to be even doing damage was Riley, although even that did not seem like much. It was extremely hard for the Frostdrake to sneak up on the widow and launch an attack at close range, seeing as the widow had a full 360 degrees view. Naruto was quickly getting frustrated by his Pokegirl's failure as well. This was like fighting the demon Byakugan all over again. Wait a minute, that had just given him an idea. Using the mental link, he quickly conveyed his commands to his Pokegirls. Once he was done relaying his orders, his Pokegirls immediately kicked into action. Using a shadow dash, Yuffie appeared behind the widow, her arm raised, the kunai in her hand glinting in the dim light. The widow saw the threat, but she was unable to react in time as Yuffie plunged her kunai into the eyes at the back of her head. Just as Rock Lee had said to the Uchiha years ago, even if you can see it, it does not matter if you do not have the speed to react in time. Enraged by the pain caused by the loss of her eyes, the widow flailed around wildly. While her strikes were indeed more powerful, all the precision had been lost, and it was a simple matter for Karina to either parry them or dodge them. Meanwhile, Riley had taken to the air and crept up behind the widow. With the loss of 180 degrees of sight, the widow was taken unawares by the Frostdrake's sneak attack. With a sudden burst of speed, Riley was right behind the widow. Having sensed the displacement of the wind, the widow turned around only to receive a dragon breath attack right in the face. The Frostdrake inhaled deeply before releasing a torrent of emerald flames that engulfed the widow utterly, destroying all of her remaining eyes and continuing onwards until the flames devoured the widow's brain utterly, ending her life instantly. Seeing that one widow was down, Vinclet released the illusion on another and sighed in relief. While these were quite simple illusions, the strain of creating so many different layers as well as using it on so many opponents was very great. Just releasing the web of illusions on one widow helped greatly, although Vinclet did not know how much longer she could hold it for. Using the same strategy that they had used on the first widow, Naruto's Pokegirls quickly took down the next two widows. It was then that they encountered a problem. Vinclet had finally reached her limits. Her eyes rolling into the back of her head, she lost consciousness and dropped down to the ground while the illusion she had weaved fell apart without her maintaining it, revealing the actual position of Naruto and his Pokegirls. Upon catching sight of their prey's new location, the three widows hurried over, clicking their mandibles together in anticipation of a meal. Riley, Karina and Yuffie huddled protectively around the downed vampire and shinobi, ready to give their all to defend their loved ones. It was to no avail. Having been already exhausted by their previous fights, they stood no chance against the widows, especially when they were split up. Riley was having it the easiest so far. With the ability of flight, All she had to do was avoid the poison attacks, which were relatively slow in comparison to the speed that Naruto had chucked kunai and shuriken at her before. She was never so thankful for the sadistic training that her master had come up with. Unfortunately, while she was able to dodge pretty well, she could not attack at all. She had already run out of the energy required to use another Dragon Breath attacks, and her attacks like Ice Beam were utterly useless. If this came down to a battle of attrition, Rylai knew that she would lose. Karina fought ungamely, although her tired muscles protested at every slight movement. Having taken the brunt of the previous widow's attacks, she was already extremely exhausted. However, while she had the help of her harem mates previously, she was now all alone and she was not faring well at all. Her foot slipped then due to exhaustion, and the widow took advantage of the Ronin's momentary loss of equilibrium to strike at her, rending her flesh and causing blood to spurt out. Biting back a cry, Karina moved her sword to block the next swing, although the blow nearly broke through with her being as weak as she was now. Backflipping away from the widow, Karina put some distance between her opponent and herself in order to gain a breather. The poison was extremely lethal. She could already feel herself becoming more sluggish in movement. Her mind was becoming numb, and she could the darkness at the edge of her vision increasing. The only constant in her world was the sharp, burning pain where the widow had injured her. Sensing imminent victory and a feast, the widow rushed forward and struck down with much more power than she had displayed before. Raising her arm feebly, Karina attempted a weak block but was overpowered easily, the sword shattering into tiny pieces before the curved blades of the widow dug deeply into her, puncturing a lung before the widow ripped out her blade ruthlessly, gouging out pieces of flesh in the process. What was a cry of pain turned into a gurgle as the Ronin choked on her own blood. Falling backwards on the ground, Karina heard a heavy object drop onto the ground a few centimeters away but was too weak to turn her head and look. Seconds later, she heard a cry of pain before something landed on her legs. The whistling of the air told her that something sharp was moving at high speeds towards her. Karina deduced that it was the blade of the widow. "I'm sorry, master," Karina thought as her death approached her. Suddenly, she heard a squelching sound and then droplets of some liquid dripped down onto her face. Opening her eyes, she saw a sight that shocked her utterly. In front of her was Naruto, his eyes closed in a grimace while the blade of the widow was protruding from her chest. What are you doing?" Karina screamed. I do not let my precious people die, no matter what," was what Naruto got out before he choked on his own blood. No, Karina cried out as she saw the eyes of her master start to dim. I was so tempted to end the chapter here. Hearing the sound of metal breaking, Rylai had immediately looked down, worried for her harem mates. When she saw Karina's situation though, she immediately dived down to try and help her. In her haste to help the Ronin, she had forgotten about her own opponent and got an acid spray in the back as a result. Incoherent due to the extreme pain caused by the acid, Rylai lost control of her body and she crashed down on the floor not far from where Karina was. Struggling to get up, she was greeted with the horrific sight of Naruto being impaled by a widow. Anger, and most of all, grief, rose up in her throat and emerged as an inarticulate cry as she struggled to her feet and attempted to reach her master. There was no way he could be dead. She had already dealt with that once. She was not going to let that happen again. Distracted by both Karina's and Rylai's defeat, Yuffie was unable to fight as well as before. She failed to notice the punch delivered by one of the widow's upper arms as she was concentrated only on the blades. Landing near Karina, she got a front seat view of the horrible events that happened before her eyes. Her mind immediately flashed back when they had discovered Steve's corpse after the battle with Team Trauma. Was she cursed to have all her tamers killed by Team Trauma? Was she cursed to find love only to lose it again? She would not allow it. Her resolve grew then. Naruto was simply too tough to die from such a wound. She would kill the widows. She would do anything to protect the one who gave her a chance at a new life. Naruto coughed then, and blood dripped down his lips. When he saw that his Pokegirls were in danger, he had managed to drag up the last of his energy to intercept the blow meant for his Pokegirls. Just as Haku said, when you have precious people to protect, only then will you gain true strength. When one cared enough, one would go through hell and back to protect his loved ones. To Naruto, his Pokegirls had become his precious people. Go! Naruto managed to cough out. Take the access card and run. You still have a chance to escape. Naruto managed to say before the widow bit down viciously on his neck, pumping poison in. I'll hold them off, quickly. Naruto managed to gasp softly. All A and Bu were taught a suicide jutsu should they ever be caught by the enemy. Naruto was certain that even with his drained chakra stores, it would be enough to take out the 3 weakened widows. If he had to go out, he would go out with not a whimper, but a bang. No. As we said before, we will stick with you no matter what happens. You have risked your life for us, now it is our turn. Looking around, Naruto saw that all of his conscious Pokegirls were looking at him with the fire in their eyes brighter than ever. We will not run. We will fight. They cried out. It was then that the Orichalcon sword started pulsing. When he looked down, he saw that the katana was glowing brightly. When he touched it, he immediately felt energy filling up his body again. When he drew the sword, he saw that it was not the sword, but rather the runes on it that were glowing. The chittering from the widows suddenly reached a crescendo, and the widow that had impaled him pulled its blade quickly in its hurry to get away from the Orichalcon sword. However, with the energy flowing into him through the katana, he felt no pain at all. His Pokegirl started glowing a bright white then, and he recognized it as the glow that Pokegirls emitted when they evolved. When the glow finally died down, Naruto looked at his Pokegirls. Samurai, the bodyguard Pokegirl. Type, very near human. Element, fighting. Frequency, extremely rare. Diet, human-style diet, also has high tolerance for alcohol. Role, veteran warriors. Strong versus, bug, dark, ice, rock, normal, steel. Weak versus, flying, psychic. Energy, high, but only manifests if the samurai is alone with her tamer. Attacks, basic sword fighting, sword wave, spin cut, slasher, focus energy, fireworks, mirror of equity, weapon repel, weapon guard, toxic sword, dragon slash, metal slash, demi blade, dragon dance. Can only learn over level 40. Falcon sword, miracle slash, keen blade, cry of the fallen can only learn over level 50. Armor break, power break, mental break, magic break, Zamato. Enhancements, enhanced speed, x6, enhanced stamina, x6, enhanced strength, x8, enhanced durability, x7. Slow aging, can summon weapons and armor. Evolves, none. Evolves from, Ronin, mechanism uncertain, may be unique. Up until the discovery of the Dawn Stone, no one knew how or why a Ronin becomes a samurai, even though researchers ran test after test, to no avail each time. It was a long-time frustration for researchers everywhere, but it's still regarded as one of the more important research topics out there, and that is for one very special reason. When the first samurai was discovered, a pokewoman in her 60s that was living in Edo with her tamer, she slew over 200 Team Shogun agents, tanks included, with a single Zamato. This was how the Zamato attack was first discovered. Very little data is available on the samurai, as those who have them tend to be unforthcoming with good reason, seeing as samurai are among the most powerful sword-type Pokegirls alive. When a Ronin evolves, they gain 1.5 feet in height. Their hair grows up to twice as long as it was before, and their bust size increases. An interesting trend though is the fact that some samurai appear to age when they evolve, adding about 10 years to their looks but not affecting their actual age. Another oddity is some also lose the use of one of their eyes, higher chance of the left over the right. The chances of these changes occurring are less than 10, with sometimes one, the other or both happening if they happen at all. To a samurai, their primary duty is the protection of their master. As such, it is not uncommon for the owner of a samurai to be found with her constantly following him, almost always on his left side and a step or two behind. When in a harem, the samurai will gauge her harem sisters carefully, especially if she, or they, is new to the harem. A begrudging amount of respect is initially given only due to the fact that they have the same master, but until a harem sister proves herself in the samurai's eyes, she will not be completely trusted. The only exception to this would be if the samurai was in the harem prior to her evolution, then she would retain the trust and respect she had for her harem sisters at the time. For the most part, a samurai tends to keep to herself, either practicing katas as part of her daily routine, reading or writing haiku, or even just conversing quietly with her master or trusted harem sisters over tea. However, if there is an obvious power vacuum due to the lack of an alpha, or she sees the current alpha fail in her duties to protect the master, the samurai will contest for the position, usually in a duel that only ends when one or the other is unconscious. Should the samurai become alpha, it is said that this is when the breed truly shines. With the power of alpha, many samurai begin to aggressively train their harem sisters, both as individuals and as a team. Her primary concern is still the protection of their master, and this is something she tries to instill in the others. Most tamers find her methods to be both effective and fair, never asking more than an individual is capable of but always pressing them to push further than they believe they can. Another quirk of Become Alpha is that the samurai will also start planning strategies, either by herself or with her tamer, to maximize the harem's potential and power. In public, or in front of the harem, a samurai is always calm and collected. When certain they have privacy, a samurai undergoes a 180-degree turn in terms of personality, unable to get their clothes off fast enough in their desire to be tamed, their energy rising to the point where it could be compared to a vixen. Samurais can summon, a natural magic ability, any sort of Japanese sword they desire in any style and design. Their preferred weapon is a daisho set, a katana and wakizashi. Other weapons have included the odachi, great sword, and the kodachi, short sword. They are masterful swordswomen, the best in the world. Ronins will always respect and look up to them, as they consider the evolved Pokegirl as the perfect sword fighter. They also have the ability to summon up their armor of choice. Each samurai have a personal preference to the amount of armor they wear. Some chose to don the complete suit of armor, covering themselves head to toe, while others only use partial sets, and some even forego armor altogether in favor of more speed and movement. The actual colors and designs are varied, but one thing is for certain: if the samurai's tamer possess a mon, or personal crest, it will always be proudly displayed either on the shoulders, the chest, or on a personal banner on the back of the armor. The feral state of a samurai is very light, much like that of an ingenue, insomuch they seem as they are constantly distracted. It's a little more dangerous than that, though, as a samurai will become fascinated by the way the light plays off their sword blade and will move it about randomly to try and get random effects. No reports of a threshold transformation have been reported, and seeing as it's incredibly rare for a samurai to appear in some way to begin with, it's unlikely there will be. Kunimitsu, the Vulpine Ninja Pokegirl. Type: near human, cases of Animorph, Vulpine. Element: normal dark. Frequency: very rare. Diet: omnivore, prefers human-style food. Role: spy, SEC pot. Energy: high. Strong versus dark, ghost, psychic. Weak versus bug, fighting, CC attacks. Attacks: scratch, bite, pummel, leap, tackle, slash, dark blade mark II, smoke screen, vanish, dart toss, shuriken, foxfire. Enhancements: enhanced stealth, enhanced hearing, X3, and enhanced olfactory sense, X3. Evolves: none. Evolves from Kunoichi, Foxy Metal. Kunimitsu is a special anamorphic variation of the Kunoichi. When a Kunoichi is given a Foxy Metal, a transformation comes over her. She becomes similar to a Kitsune, but with greater variation. A Kunimitsu's fur will be a creamy white, or a light blonde. They also have a tendency to wear clothing of their pre-evolved form, with tight cloth and shawls around their muzzle. They find the tight clothing excellent for gaining high speeds while running, and they get a kick out of the feeling of tight clothing pressing against their bodies. It should be noted that while a Kunimitsu does not have the levels of stamina or endurance that Kitsunes and Vixens are known for, which some tamers are thankful for as some have trouble with over-affectionate Vixens, a Kunimitsu is far more dexterous, and can slip into tight places that Kitsune usually can't. Some are known to even have slightly collapsible bone structures, like a titmouse, letting them get into places that are a tight squeeze. There is also a special historical event behind the Kunimitsu that makes them slightly more revered than their pre-evolved form of Kunoichi. In 249 AS, a year after Mao's rebellion had begun, the Edo League was endangered when a shadow group of a Kunoichi had threatened to overthrow the League in the name of Mao Shinmao. One Kunoichi, however, stood in their way. While the shadow group was raiding a rich man's estate, the noble's Pokegirl, a Kunoichi, tried to pull her injured master to safety, hiding him in the basement, where she accidentally came into contact with a case of her master's E-metal collection, specifically, a Fox E-metal. The change that overcame her seemed to have changed her perception on the situation, filling the Pokegirl with more bravado and courage. Using her skills and new techniques to actually overtake most of the rebellious Kunoichis, the one major Pokegirl anarchist group was taken down before they reached the main part of the Edo League on its easternmost island. The Edo League flourished a lot more easily than other leagues were able to during the time frame because of that. As such, that one Kunimitsu was highly revered and other Kunimitsu are given more respect when in the Edo League than the pre-evolved form of Kunoichi. Fighting-wise, a Kunimitsu tries to be sneaky and hit hard from a distance, like other Kunoichi. However, when the situation calls for it, a Kunimitsu can change her tactics to more traditional hand-to-hand combat. Her technique of Foxfire, a flame technique that Vulpine Pokegirls in the Edo League can learn, seems to be her favorite move in its assortment of techniques to use for close-up combat. During taming, a Kunimitsu is quite different from what one would expect from a Vulpine Pokegirl. Shy, quiet, and demure are all good ways to describe how the Pokegirl acts. The Kunimitsu will not beg her master for taming if he does not want it. And during taming sessions, a Kunimitsu is more passive, allowing her master to do with her as he would please. This leaves a Kunimitsu open to take in all sorts of pleasure. Unfortunately, this can be used against her, as her threshold of pleasure seems diminished. In a sec battle, a Kunimitsu almost becomes almost as poor a choice as a titmouse, because of a need to submit to pleasure. Frostwelp, the Icy Rage Pokegirl. Type, very near human metamorph. Element, Dragon Ice. Frequency, extremely rare. Diet, human food. Role, huge scale destruction. Energy, average. Strong versus, dragon, electric, fire, plant, water, flying, ground, ice. Weak versus, fighting, rock, steel. Attacks, slash, frost armor, tail whip, ice punch, scratch, ice beam, blizzard, water gun, bubble beam, wing attack, gust, dragon breath, hyper beam, hydro pump, wind, fan. Only after level 50 dragon rage, dragon claw, dragon torture. Only after level 60 hyper dragon rage. Enhancements, enhanced strength, x5, enhanced agility, x12. Evolves, Leviathan, unknown. Devolves from, Frostdrake. The Frostdrakes were an extremely experiment in Sukibe's opinion. However, he felt that the frailty of the Frostdrakes was too much of a handicap and thus he created the Frostwelps, the evolution of the Frostdrakes. At first glance, all one would see was an extremely beautiful woman with a complexion women would kill to get. However, they would not know of the extreme power hidden within that woman. A Frostwelp has the ability to shift herself from a human form to that of a dragon. The size of the dragon depends on the Frostwelp's skill and level. Added to that, skilled Frostwelps have the ability to call up draconic traits without fully transforming, for example summoning claws, tails, wings and the like. When a Frostwelp has transformed fully into its dragon form, it becomes a true killing machine. With its extremely tough hide, missiles were nothing but mere nuisances. Its strength was increased tenfold and it gained extremely powerful dragon-type attacks due to its inherent draconic traits. With attacks like Hyper Beam, a Frostwelp is best suited for massive destruction. Just point it in one direction and watch the area get demolished. Kirina shot off towards one widow and immediately began to engage it in battle. Naruto could only watch in awe. Her speed and power, they were off the charts. Even with an evolution, there was no way she could have improved so much. Looking down, Naruto saw that the Orichalcon sword was still glowing. Squinting, he could also detect a faint shimmer around the samurai. In fact, the more the samurai fought, the stronger she got while the widow seemed to be weakening with every blow that was delivered. Finally, Kirina broke through the widow's guard and with a victory cry, stabbed her katana into the widow's torso, causing the monstrous Pokegirl to screech in pain. Grasping the hilt of her katana in both hands, she jumped up, pulling her katana up with her. The widow was split in two, greenish-black ichors spilling out of her body while Kirina landed gracefully a few meters away. The slight shimmer disappeared then and Kirina dropped down on the ground due to exhaustion. Not one to miss out on the fight, Yuffie leapt at the widow that she had been fighting previously. The Kunimitsu was a white blur as she streaked towards the widow before using her gained momentum to slam her kunai into the widow with additional force. She was far from finished though. Performing a few hand seals, she utilized a jutsu that Naruto had taught her. Raitun, Denka Hibi no Jutsu. Lightning Release, Lightning Snake Technique. She cried out as she grasped her kunai tightly. While a lightning attack normally would not affect a widow much seeing as they were protected by their armor, this time, the kunai was already embedded into the widow's flesh. Thus, when the current of lightning flowed from Yuffie's hands into the kunai and then into the widow's body, the lightning short-circuited her nerves and the widow dropped down dead, her body smoking. Just like Kirina, Yuffie then collapsed on the floor, panting hard as the faint shimmer around her body faded. So far, Riley had done nothing but close her eyes. While she looked like she was doing nothing, she was actually trying to tap into the powers granted to her as a Frostwelp. Finally, at the core of her being, she felt something powerful, something ancient. Not hesitating in the least, Riley fully embraced that part of herself and she immediately felt herself change. The wings were the first. Huge, silvery wings ripped out of Riley's back and flared out wide. Meanwhile, Riley felt her whole skeletal structure changing. Her bones were becoming denser, her muscles stretching. Something hard was covering her skin as well. Her skull extended, slowly forming a snout then a muzzle. Her teeth elongated, turning into long fangs. Claws burst out from her fingers before lengthening and hardening. Riley's arms grew as well, until she had to drop on all fours in order to support herself. A metallic sound rang out as her claws made contact with the ground. Her neck elongated at the same time a tail grew from her spine. Lined with spikes, it shattered the ground whenever the tail made contact with the ground. Finally, when the transformation was done, what stood before them was not a woman anymore but rather a gigantic dragon, a force of nature itself. Letting out a primal roar, the transformed Riley turned a baleful red eye onto the widow that was cowering in a corner of the cavern. A widow cowering was something that was supposed to be impossible. However, the light emitting from the Orichalcon's sword burnt her greatly. Added to that, right before her stood a dragon that was exuding power that she had never felt before. It did not help that the Frostwelp was covered in the same light as the dreaded sword. Not wasting a moment, the Frostwelp leapt forward, flapping its wings mightily in order to boost its speed. Baring its teeth in a snarl, the Frostwelp bit down on the widow, her fangs penetrating the armor of the widow easily. Not letting go of the widow for even 1 second, Riley began charging up energy in her throat. Sensing its impending doom, the widow struggled to get away, slashing wildly at the dragon, biting with its mandibles but nothing worked. After a few seconds, the Frostwelp had finally charged up enough energy. With one last mighty roar, it unleashed a hyper beam on a widow. The second most prized attack in the entire Pokegirl world, this technique was very devastating and was said to go through defenses as if they were halved. Only other dragons and widows have been known to be able to resist this technique. However, even her status as a widow did not save the monster as the hyper beam obliterated her. With her job done, Riley reverted into her human form before she collapsed on the ground, as drained as her sisters while the shimmer left her. The runes on the katana had also stopped glowing. Sheathing his sword, Naruto returned his Pokegirls to their Pokeballs, allowing them some well-deserved rest. His mind still numbed from what had happened, Naruto did things methodically, allowing his shinobi training to take over as he summoned up whatever chakra the Orichalcon sword had returned to him and he burnt the corpses of the widows. He was not willing to take a chance that one of the widows was still living. Suddenly, the ground began to shake and debris began falling down from the ceiling, snapping Naruto out from his stupor. Looking around wildly, he saw that the battle had taken its toll on the cave and it was not able to support itself any longer. Pushing his protesting muscles to their limits, Naruto sprinted back to the teleporting pad, anxious to avoid being crushed like a bug under the rocks. After several agonizing moments, Naruto was finally in front of the computer screen. Sliding the access card into the slot quickly, Naruto gritted his teeth as the computer took its own sweet time to boot itself up. Goddamn it! Hurry up will you piece of junk! Naruto snarled. As though motivated by Naruto's frustration, the computer screen leapt to life, giving Naruto a choice of where to go. His only concern now to avoid the cave-in, Naruto hurriedly entered a random destination before he jumped onto the circle in the middle of the small Tsun. He was just in time as the ceiling crumbled then and he disappeared in a flash of light just before a huge boulder connected with his head. Shaking his head to clear it from the disorienting feeling, Naruto looked up and his heart sank immediately. Out of the pan and straight into the fire. Naruto thought grimly as he gazed upon the Team Trauma members that were surrounding him.